Are we on? Are we live? Hi guys, how you doing? Wow, over 100 in already, and I wasn't going to do a stream tonight. No, it's cooled down a little bit actually. I wanted to wear the vest, because it is much more comfortable in the vest. But to be honest with you guys, I hate wearing it. I do feel a bit kind of like I don't know what's the word to describe it. It's just not me wearing a vest in public, So I thought I'd put a t-shirt on, make the effort tonight. How's everybody doing? Okay, so we've got quite a few in, as I said, over 100. I don't know what I'm going to talk about tonight because I've got nothing prepared. 153 in, great. Okay. All right, well, we'll start as we always mean to go on. I tried to get Eddie on tonight because I don't count him as a guest anymore. It's more like a double stream, isn't it? But he's having his roast potatoes and chicken and whatever he has with his friend who comes round. Is it Big Lisa? Is that her? Let me just say a quick thank you to Antonio. Sorry I got your name wrong in the week, mate. Yeah. It was an awesome love story. You're talking about the Lex story, right? What was that? Something's beeping already. Hang on. Are we going to blow up? Just make sure I haven't forgot to do something. No, we're okay. I'm not going to blow up. Yeah, thanks for that super chat. Yeah, you're talking about the Lek and Paul story, the one story that came out yesterday morning. It was very good. It was appreciated by a lot of people, but you always get a few, don't they? I had two different guys come in and said, "Oh, you made that up. It's written too well." And I did actually say at the beginning of the story, it was Lek's story, but her husband wrote it. So she sat with him and said, she talked to him, but he wrote it in a more kind of way that would flow for the story. But it always makes me laugh when people say you made those stories up. I mean, I said to the guy, I said, if I had a brain that could think of all those details in that story, I'd be a multi-million award-winning author, wouldn't I? I wouldn't be, doing live streams on a Sunday, but what can you do? What can you do? All right. Hi to Paul Shackleton. How are you doing? Then you were first in tonight. Martin Ryder, I thought Sunday was cancelled. Well, it's never cancelled because it's never actually planned. It's Sundays if I feel like doing it. It just happens that all the Sundays that have passed over the last sort of month or so, I felt like doing a stream because there was nothing else to do. That might change in the future. I'm going to whiz down to some of the newer comments. Kevin Lampard, glad to see you on, Peter. Yeah, good to have you, mate. I'll tell you what, let me say hello. I'll go back to the older ones. I'll whiz through these. Right, Leeds, Bolocki Buff, how are you doing? Steve P, Simon Mays, Cy London, Guideline 7, Big Tinge, Simon Mays, James Hodson, Chris J. Stone in again, Kev 123464, Caliber Consulting. All right. Yeah, Lester Paul, it's hotter today, Peter. Will be topless wife beater. Yeah, well, I've made the effort, haven't I? Passimo, how are you doing? Good to hear from you. Good afternoon. Great to see another Sunday stream. Oh, I got another super chat there. £2 from Mr. Reggae Vibes. $2, so it's about £1.50. Thanks for that. That'll buy me 2 beers. So thanks. Okay, where are we? Let me go through some of these comments now. Right. Just yours travels. Yeah. How you doing? You went out to get some beers earlier. Hopefully you got those beers in now. Juan Carlos, yo, Pete the meat. Alan Clark, hi Peter. I hope you're not sweltering again. John M, 4 weeks to go to my trip in Thailand. You go to your trip on Thailand. I'll tell you what, it's only 6 weeks until I go. Oh, Damon's there now, isn't he? He's in Bangkok at the moment. Arthur Lebon, have you booked your air ticket to Bangkok? Yep, first week in October. Jen's Cruise, hi Peter, and all the others from a summery Sweden. Is it summery Sweden? Yeah, is it hot there at the moment? My daughter came back from Sweden last week. She went to one of these cosplay conventions. My 21-year-old daughter, she does cosplay, and they've got her own TikTok channel. And yeah, they had a convention, all these kids in Sweden. She went to Norway, and then she went with some friends from Norway and drove over to Switzerland. She had a good time, apparently. Dutch Farang, how you doing? Shaggy Rogers. Bagdan Arderi, is it? How you doing? Seamus Doherty, Matt Larkin, Patrick. 2 months trip flight price US are through the roof. Yeah, all the flights are through the roof, Patrick, all of them. I told you last week I was getting bored around here. I thought I'll nip over for 2 weeks. Couldn't get a ticket under £2,000, which is about $2,500 US. Let's have a look. Where are we? Okay, I don't know if I'm a bit behind on these. What are you saying, Mazza? Pete, I'm just down the road from hosting a barbecue with my wife beater on, boiling hot. So fair play to you for doing a show tonight. Yeah, I think I read that one earlier, didn't I? Max White says, imagine walking street in Nana full of guys with black vests with something app like the Monga Minute or Pete the President. Yeah, that'd be strange, wouldn't it? Right, Mike Kelso says, hi, Pete. I hope you're well. Let me guess, the wife beater is on today looking like a 90s boy band. No, not tonight, not tonight. Right, I'm just, bear with me, guys. I'm just trying to find something. Somebody left earlier. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it now. Right, okay. Let's have a look. Did I say hi to you, Gary? Gary Russell. Hi, Pete. Good to see you again. Have a good one. Yeah. Lost Siam. How are you? Dave Andrew. I'm Scottish in a kilt, not a bloody skirt. Well, I think you'd be better off in a kilt or a skirt today because it's so hot. They did say we're going to have 3 days of heavy rain from tomorrow, so let's see how we get on with that. Right, one caller says, worn out from mongering here in Costa Rica, relaxing today, watching NASCAR and Thailand bound. Yeah, okay, good to have you in. Eddie's having his Sunday spit roll, says Martin Ryder. Yeah, who's he got on the spit? Lisa. Mark P, good evening. Mario Herrera, is it? Yeah, hi, how are you doing? Yeah, Paul Shackleton, you like that story, did you? It was a good story, wasn't it? Let the bar go. I can understand where the guy was coming from because Paul, her husband, he kept saying, well, I couldn't put it out of my mind. You know, you think she's been working in a bar in Pattaya for 20 years. I mean, she's seen some, she's seen some luncheon meat, hasn't she, in a day? That would be hard to kind of get out of your mind. Deke the Trucker, how you doing? Hi, Peter. Got you in the background in my truck. Okay, good. Listening, but we're not watching, obviously. Baz69er says, hi, Peter. Which travel insurance are you going to be using on your next trip? And are you getting it in the UK? Well, the one for the 2 months that I'm going out, it was just, I don't even know what it is. I got it with the air ticket. You know, when you come to pay, it says, would you like insurance coverage for £53? And I just said, yeah. And I got some paper here. I don't know who it's with. I've got to be really careful with these papers, you know, because somebody put my address on Ed Sweeney's stream last night, but it was my old address. Yeah, I don't know who the insurance is. When I live out there, I'm going to have Pacific Cross. So things are moving along now. My wife, I told you on Friday, my wife's found a house. She put an offer in, which is accepted. And, so I'm hoping now, if we're in a chain, hopefully it won't go wrong. So we've got buyers for our place. She's found herself a house. And I'm hoping by the end of the year, I'm in Thailand full time, January latest. Thanks for that super sticker from Go to Take a Shirt. Yeah, okay, good name there. Thanks a lot for that. Paul Shackleton again. Peter, I may have to change my flight with Thai Air, and it would cost $200. The air advised to wait and cancel and rebook as prices are coming down. Yeah, perhaps not sure when you're going. Andrew Hammond, you're not one for calling people back, are you, Andrew? I called you last night. You haven't called me back. How are you doing, Andrew? I'm only joking. Right, Chris J. Stone, try again. How was Damon's flight? I know he was a worried flight. I don't know, because the thing with Damon, when I go to Thailand, I've got my laptop, I've got my phone, I'm looking on it all the time, answering comments in between having fun. And Damon's not like that. He switches it off. I mean, we had a kind of, not an argument, but a lively discussion about it one night. Damon was saying, he can't understand why people take their phones. And I'm like, well, if you're running a business, you can still, because he's like, well, why go on holiday and take your phone? And I'm like, well, you can still have a holiday, but you can still check in on your emails if you're running a business. But Damon was kind of like, no, I don't do stuff like that. So, fair play. But he's turned his phone off, and I won't hear from him now till he gets back. I think he's coming back sort of mid-September. He only goes for a month at a time. Right, let's have a quick look. I was trying to. We're just trying to find one that there's a comment I wanted to read out, and I've seen it at the beginning. I can't find it now. Right, Kev12364. Evening, Peter, and all from Northamptonshire. Kev, are you the guy who's up the road there in the Wilson? I forget what they call it, the new estate. No, I'm not going to find this. All right, I'll tell you what it is. I wasn't going to address it, but somebody. I'll just have one last look. I think the guy might have taken it down. No, I won't bother. I won't bother. Okay, there's 278 in now. What somebody said earlier, and it is in the, if somebody comes on later, there is a comment now. I was trying to find it, but I can't find it. and somebody said, "Oh, I hear that you and Trevor from Buzz and Patty had a bit of a misunderstanding," and that's exactly what it was. It was a misunderstanding. Trevor thinks I got my knickers in a twist and all the rest of it. I wasn't. What actually happened is Trevor. I'll tell you what actually happened, because Trevor's got the wrong end of the stick as well. And I actually wrote to Trevor today and said, "Look, Trevor, I'm going to clear the air. This is what actually happened," because Trevor invited me onto his stream and then he forgot. He actually forgot. No big deal. But then he said to Ian, he said, "Oh, we'll bring Peter on next week." Well, I'd already advertised that I was going to be on his stream to nearly 500 people, right? And then people were saying to me, "What happened? Where, so all it was, I just wanted confirmation that it doesn't bother me whether I go on his stream or I don't go on his stream. He said I was very, very disappointed, and I really wasn't, because I go on lots of streams. But he asked me, I accepted, and he forgot. So the next week, he said I was coming on the next week. So I thought, right, okay, I'll just get confirmation. I said, I've sent him a message and I said, am I definitely on there next week, Kev? Because, obviously I don't want to advertise it to nearly 500 people. And then, I'm not on there again. So that's fine. Whether I am or whether I'm not, it doesn't really bother me. And he came back quite hard and said, "Look, I've got a lot going on in my life. I've got personal issues, blah, blah, blah." And I just wrote back and said, "Fine, it's only a stream," and that's it. And as far as I was concerned, that was the end of it. But he, on his stream today, he was saying that I was upset and I got my knickers in a twist. And somebody was doing a bit of shit stirring in the stream as well. They'd left a kind of comment to kind of get him going a bit. But as far as it goes with Trevor, I mean, I consider Trevor a friend. When I went down to Pattaya, we had a lot of fun together. He took me out for 5 nights, went around with his group. So I do consider him a friend. I've stuck up for him many, many times on this stream. When he was doing his charity work, people were leaving nasty messages accusing him of not maybe using all the money how it should be. And I used to come on the stream and say, "Look, how can people do that? The guy's actually doing some good in Pattaya." So I've supported Trevor many, many times on this channel. I've advertised him. I've had him on the channel. I've supported him when people have said bad things. So no, it's just a misunderstanding. There's no bad blood between us. I think he thinks I was upset, and I wasn't upset. I don't think he quite gets it, that really I was just after clarification. I've made that very, very clear in my message today. So as far as I'm concerned, it's water under the bridge. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'll be there in October. I'm sure we'll have a beer together, and that's it. Okay. So if anybody's wondering, if you watched that Sunday stream with Trevor this morning, you now know what it's all about. Oh, and the only other point I have to make on that is somebody had come in and said, "Oh, Peter said you got 30,000 subscribers and you shouldn't have got them." And the way he mentioned the way he said it, the guy who was shit stirring basically wound Trevor up a bit. And that wasn't how I said it. I basically said something like, YouTube cock up as well, because Trevor had so many subscribers and within 24 hours he had this many. And Trevor wrote to YouTube and said, "What's happened?" And they've said, "Look, we've cocked up," and they took them back. And that was the end of it. There was nothing, bad meant by it. But obviously, like I said, people go in other people's stream, they do a bit of shit stirring, get people wound up. And that's all it was. It was nothing more than that. So, if you hear anything else, any rumors, let it go, guys. It's not worth it. Okay. Paul Shackleton, text messages subjective to the person reader. Oh, and on that same subject, I just want to say, I don't know if Darcy's in here somewhere, but Darcy came on and left a comment and said, "Look, Trevor, Peter's never said anything derogatory towards you. And in fact, he's stuck up for you in the past." So Darcy, if you're out there and you hear this or you hear it on the rerun, thanks for your support, mate. I really appreciate it. Okay. Right. Franco, Kev, 1, 2, 3. He's got you mixed up for Decan O'Mara. I don't know. Have I? Lot of chat coming in now. God, it's hot still, isn't it? I've got some ice cold beers in here today because it's warm. Last time I've got a cold box down here, but I have them in the fridge before, but they weren't quite there. They were cold, but in this weather, you want them iced, don't they? So they've been in the freezer for half an hour when they're already cold. So hopefully they'll be real cold when I drink them. Alexander the Great, I'm glad that's now resolved. Is that the Trevor explanation there? Yeah. And to be fair with Trevor, he did have a lot of personal problems going on at the time. The way he wrote back to me, I kind of took it a bit kind of like, whoa, but if, when you've got things going on in your life, sometimes you say things you don't mean, don't you? Okay. Yours, well, the Blue Jays are horrible today, so I might as well watch Handsome Man. All right, thank you. Is that me? Is it the Handsome Man? I wish. I've decided now, guys. I lost that 23 kilos before I went to Thailand the last time, and during this long, dismal winter of discontent where everybody's been depressed, I've just been eating like a pig because there's nothing else to do. You know, sitting watching Netflix late at night. I'm drinking a few beers. I open the fridge. You know, my wife fills it with everything, and you know, I'll see something nice in there and I scoff it. You know, just before bedtime, and I've gone on some. I've been on 1 or 2 diets since over the last sort of month or two, but I haven't stuck to them for the simple reason. What happens is I have a few beers and then the resistance goes down. You know, in the daytime I'm good. I want to do a fasting diet where I only have 1 meal a day, and I was doing really well on that. I did about 4 or 5 days. But what happens is you have 2 or 3 beers at night, and I know before you say I know there's calories in beer, but you know I don't want to be a priest. I just want to lose a bit of weight. What happens? You have a few beers, and then of course the inevitable happens, doesn't it? You see some food, you eat it, and it's all out the window. So what I've decided to do now, I've got 6 weeks until I go to Thailand. I'm going to have a detox, and I'm determined to do it. I'm going to have a good drink tonight. After the stream, I'm going to go and watch a bit of TV, have a bit more to drink. And from tomorrow, I'm going to try. I'm not going to say I am. I'm going to try and give up drinking for 6 months. I gave up for 14 months about 2 years ago. Didn't feel any different. People said you'll feel great. I didn't. I just felt the same. But anyway, I'm going to try and have 1 meal a day at 6 o'clock. And I'm going to drink nothing but water in the evening. I'm going to try my best. And I'm going to hope in 6 weeks, I'm going to try and lose maybe 2 kilos a week for 6 weeks and get right down again, because I've become a real fatso again. And I don't like it. You know, I mean, I'm 62. I want to be healthy. You know, I don't want to be this big sort of lump of lard, as it were. It's the bigger you get, the harder it is to, you know, to lose it. Paul Shackleton, 23 kg. What's your secret? My girlfriend wants me to get to 70k. I was 85. Well, that's quite slim. I'm 110 at the moment. I've got a video on the channel. It says how I lost 20 kilos. No, how I lost 23 kilos plus in 6 months. That's actually on the channel. And if you look at that, I didn't give up drinking. I still drank, but I was, you know, it did work for me. That was before I went to Thailand last summer. Okay. Steve P says, we will pick up the slack for you not drinking. Very kind of you, Steve. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely, Chris. I'm not offended by that, because I am. You can see it in my face. If you look at, if you go back and look at any of the videos from when I was in Thailand in December, when I did Bridge on the River Kwai, and I was in Pattaya with a big beaming smile walking down the beach, you know, like I'd landed in heaven. You know, you can see it in my face. It's more squarer, whereas now it's chubby. And you've got to do something. You've got to get a grip, and you've got to, you know, you've got to just look in the mirror and say, you know, I'm going to do it, you know. Brian, thank you, mate, for that. Just here, roasting Ronnie, 504 hours to wheels up. Yeah, you're counting those hours, aren't you? Thanks for the super chat, Brian. I'll tell you what, guys, let's have it's early. I don't normally have one, but it's so, look at that, look. I've got 2 of them in the box, ice cubes. All right, let's get the beer. Let's have a beer. Oh, Paul Hoskins, give up drinking, and oh no, not for me. I'm not giving up, Paul. I'm just going to have a bit of a detox, because, you know, when you're sitting at home drinking, you're feeling fed up anyway. You think, what's the hell? I'll have a cheese sandwich, or I'll have a boiled egg sandwich, or I'll have a pot noodle, or whatever you want. And then, of course, what happens? I wake up in the morning, I feel really guilty with myself, and I actually feel angry with myself. I think, oh, you mug, why did you do that? You know, because I was all day, I was, you know, good, as it were, and then I let go at night. So we'll see. I'll let you know. I won't lie to you. When I do the stream on Friday, I'll be honest. If I didn't manage it, if I lasted a day and took another drink, I'll tell you. But if I do manage it, I'll also tell you as well. I won't bullshit you, because there's nothing wrong with failing. There's nothing wrong with failing if you try, is it? If you try, there's nothing wrong with failing, but I'll try anyway. Right, Black Bolt, good evening on the detox. Right, here's to the detox. Oh, brain freeze, but it is good. Cy London, you look 10 years younger on the bike in Thailand. Yeah, thanks, Cy London. I think it's how you feel when you're there, isn't it? You know, when you're in Thailand and you feel good and you wake up with a smile on your face, you know, you probably makes you look younger. Right, Richard. Chris Booth was the one to mention trace the Chris Booth. Yeah, that's it. Chris Booth was the one to mention to trace the 30,000. So, yeah, but the way he asked the question was a kind of wound Trevor up a little bit, didn't it? It wasn't, you know, he said his actual words. He says, "Do you think Peter was having a dig at you because you didn't get him on the stream?" And that was rubbish, absolute rubbish. Right, only in Thailand. Tip of the day: put a large bowl of kimchi on top shelf at the front of the fridge. Hopefully that will put you off. Yeah, because you know I hate kimchi because of the smell of garlic. Terry, good day. How you doing, mate? You're right. Right, Yoz Travels again says, yeah, I'm the same. I'm 120 kg, still do 5 miles run on the machine and get on the bike. I lost 4 stone over a year, but so much easier to put it back on. Well, do you know what frightens me? I mean, I've had them since my 20s. I get, there's nothing wrong with my heart. I recently had all the things stuck to me and the pulse, and you know, I bought a machine and they asked me to monitor my heart rate for a week and then another week, and I handed it in. They didn't get back to me. It's a little bit high. But the thing is, when you've got the weight, you know, that can affect your heart, can't it? Because the organs, all that fat around your organs, and you know, I get these twitters around my heart. They're muscle spasms. But I noticed I used to get them like the odd few seconds. But yesterday I had it all afternoon, and then I thought, right, well, shall I go out for my walk? And I might just about to have a heart attack. So I went out on my 3-mile walk as usual, walking up hills and stuff, and I'm fine. But you know, I'm going to see the doctor on Tuesday about something else. I might mention it to him again. Right, Thomas. Right, hi Peter. I listened to your last year about your weight loss. I stopped snacking and walked an hour a day and lost 22 kilos. Well done. It's very hard to lose weight. Geezers in North London. 1 day is enough, Peter. We are keeping eyes on you. Come on, gang. Let's help him get there in 6 weeks. He'll be a new man. No, I will. Honestly, I don't bullshit. If I fail, I'll just come on and say, look, guys, I tried and I failed. But I think I'll do it this time because going to Thailand is a great motivator, isn't it? You know, you want to be fit when you're in Thailand. You know, you do a lot of walking. It's not like, well, I do a lot of walking anyway, but you're doing a lot of walking in the heat. Okay. HMRC Benefici. You're bloody putting the flag out there. HMRC Benefici. Can you bar fine from stumbling and big dogs or just normal bars? No, you can bar fine. You can bar fine anybody in there, waitresses included, most of them anyway. Right, Matthew, how are you doing? Evening, guys. Dutch Rang, boohoo. Oh, nothing for me then, Matthew. I'm not here, right? Mark Hanley. Peter, according to some YouTube's ads, you can lose 20 kgs by drinking a bottle of water before bed with their special ingredients. Yeah, because you're up all night pissing out, aren't you? Yeah, no, I don't really. You know, all those kind of YouTube videos, the headline, the clickbait is kind of like lose 20 kilos in a week or something stupid like that. I do watch that. There is a very good doctor on there, and he does give out some good advice, and he does like 5 to 7 minute videos, sometimes 10. His name's Dr. Berg, and he gives out some sound advice. And sometimes some of his headlines will catch me, like detox, how to detox your liver, or you know. And he does give out good information. But you know, how many of those videos can you watch? You sit there for entertainment. You're watching like, you know, how to avoid having a heart attack. And yeah, it's good information, but it's hardly like a showstopper. And you know, it's hardly like entertainment, is it? Transparent media truth. Rational fasting is key with much water as you can. Yeah, and hence the lack of alcohol as well. I think that's very important. My wife said to me a couple of years ago, she said, I think you're an alcoholic. And I said, I'm not. And she said, you can't go without a drink. And I said, I can. And she said, you can't. And she said, well, prove it. And I thought, well, all right then. So I said, I'll give up for a year. And she said, well, you won't do it. And I did. I didn't have anything for 14 months because I got to the year and I thought, well, I'm not going to have one just because I got to the year. And I didn't have one. And then one Sunday evening, it was about 8 o'clock at night. And I said to my wife, I said, you know what? I'm going around to the co-op. She said, what for? So I'm going to get some beers. She said, oh, you're giving up? I said, I haven't given up. I stopped for a while to prove to you I'm not an alcoholic. I said, but I feel like a few beers tonight and I'm going down to get some. And I did. The problem is that was about 2 years ago and I've had them every night ever since. Jeff says lemon water will help you lose weight also. I think, you know, what all these things about, you know, drinking lots of water, lemon water, handfuls of peanuts and everything. The bottom line is you've got to stop putting food into your body more than what you need. You've got to reduce the amount of food, and that's the secret, isn't it? It's just fuel. And if you put a little bit less fuel than when you need, then your body's going to eat you. Let's move off the health thing because this is not Dr. Berg's channel. This is Thailand Bound, right? Black Bolt, I watched Dr. Bird as well. Intermittent fasting, a game changer. Yeah. And just the last thing on this health thing. Also, if you can, you know, knock the carbohydrates on the head as much as possible. I don't mean you need to go on a keto diet. I tried to go on a keto diet, but the problem with that is, you know, it's very hard to come up with meals because you think, well, I can't have pasta, I can't have bread. And, you know, you look and you think, well, what can I have? I can have an omelette, but how many omelettes can you have? So I just try to cut down on the carbohydrates as much as I can. Hi to check bound just into the stream. Good to see you. Running Man 21. I stopped watching Dr. Birds, started thinking I had every disease he had vids on. Well, that's the problem, of course, isn't it? When you start to self-diagnose. Yeah, and that's exactly what I've just said. HMRC, benefit sheet, exercise more and eat less. Although I'm overweight, I take statins, and I went to the doctors and I had a full MOT. They checked me up on everything, and my cholesterol was only 4.1. 5, it should be 5 or under. A long time ago, I was 7.5, and they put me on statins. And I said to the doctor, I said, well, I know I'm on statins, but how can it be as low as 4.1? Because I'm fat now. And she said, well, it's simple. It's because you walk every day. And I do relentlessly. And I've been doing that for years, half an hour in the morning, half an hour at night. To be fair, I haven't done it this week. I've got a little woods at the back of my house. And I've taken Benji in there just so he can do his business. But I haven't gone on my long walks because it's just ridiculously hot, isn't it? And she reckons that's what it is. If you have some form of exercise daily, it really helps a lot. Right, let's get off this diet talk now. Okay, Terry says, is the exchange rate better at the Bangkok airport? Well, when you say better, is it better than where? Is it better than the UK airport? Definitely. I would say if you're going into Thailand and you don't have any baht with you, just change it maybe £50 so you can get your SIM card, your taxi and all the rest of it. There's a place in the basement called Super Rich. That's supposedly the most cheapest place to change up money. I can't be bothered going down there, actually. There's another Super Rich in the basement of the mall next to Terminal. It's not in Terminal 20. It's the mall next to Terminal 21. But to be honest with you, Terry, just, what I do, because I know I'm constantly going to go back to Thailand, I always take baht home with me to the UK. They're changing the notes now to the plastic notes. But, in the UK, they give you a deadline, don't they? They say if you haven't used all the paper £10 notes by this date, you can't use them anymore. But they don't do that in Thailand. You can use them for as long as you want. What they do is they just, once them notes come in, they just don't circulate them again. And eventually they dry up, as it were. But in answer to your question, what I do, if you're going there regularly, bring some baht back to the UK with you. Like I've got 4,000 baht upstairs. And when I get back, I don't have to mess about going to change booths and all the rest of it. But just change £50 in the airport. And then wherever you're staying, don't change it in the hotel. There's change booths everywhere. If you're staying around Sukhumvit, there's a change booth at the entrance to Nana Plaza that isn't bad. There's one in the Arab Quarter. I forget the name of it, but in Soi 3 there, the back of Soi 3, that's a very good rate as well. And like I say, if you want to change a lot of money, the Super Rich in the basement on the mall next door to Terminal 21, that's probably the best rate in town. I knew a guy in Pattaya once. I went down with him for a weekend, and this guy, he'd walk around all afternoon to get the cheapest rate. And, I'd get sick and tired of it. I'd say, look, I'm going to go and have a drink. I'll be over here, come back. And he'd be gone for 2.5 hours. And he'd come back and he'd say, yeah, I got the best rate. He's on this road way down there. And I'd say, well, how much do you, he'd change £100, right? And I said, well, how much did you save? And it was like 100 baht, and it's like, big deal, you just wasted 2.5 hours for 100 baht, £2.50. Right, Cam the Cook, I find that when I walk daily, I'm more likely to eat well. One thing leads to the other. I've been walking 5 to 8 kilometers per day for the last 2 years. I'm 48, but haven't been more fit. And you know what helps a lot as well is if you get some headphones. You don't need these wireless £70 headsets. You just get a normal. Go on eBay, you get them for £5 with a wire. You don't have to keep changing them. I just plug them into the bottom of my phone. In the morning, I listen to London LBC. Is it Nick Farage? Yeah, Nick. I think it's Nick Farage. Very good broadcaster. It's on for 2 hours in the morning. In the evening, I generally listen to some music or a YouTube video. I'll see who's posted a video, and I'll listen to it. If it's half an hour, whatever, it's perfect. Right. The cheap Charlies in Pattaya are pathetic. Stay at home if no money. Well, yeah, I mean, they just, yeah, all right. I won't say anything about that. Right, Dutch Farang. But doesn't the Super Rich under the airport have better rates than the Super Rich in Pattaya? Well, I wasn't talking about the one in Pattaya. I was talking about the Super Rich in Bangkok. So where Terminal 21 is, next door to there. I forget the name of the mall. It might be Robinson, something like that. In the basement there in Bangkok on Sukhumvit, that's the one I'm talking about. And generally, that's the same rate as the one at the airport. The one in Pattaya, I've got no idea about. Only in Thailand says, exchanging money at the airport, the rate on the ground floor is better than the rate on the upper floor. I have found that both super riches, orange and greens, give top rates. Yeah. And at the end of the day, it depends how much you're going to change up, doesn't it? I mean, if you're changing up £50, it doesn't really matter, does it? Oh, that's going down well. And it's cold. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Nick Ferrari. What did I say? I'm thinking of the other fellow. I was thinking Nigel Farage. It's Nick. Yeah, he's a very, very good broadcaster. Very, very good. And he's on he finishes, I think it's 10 o'clock he finishes. And I used to get back from the school run about 9:10. I'd hook the dog up, go out for half an hour. Very interesting. The only thing I don't like about LBC is they do have adverts and they tend to go on. And when you listen to a subject about, people coming across in dinghies and stuff like that, and you get into it and people are phoning in and then all of a sudden it's like, Happy Meals are half price and all that crap. You think, oh God. Right. Put corporate Mahon. Can you eat Thai food without problems? I have huge stomach sensibility. I heard from Mike Litteris to skip the Thai street food and better go to a restaurant. What's your take? The street food, a lot of people do eat the street food because it's cheap, but remember the Thais, their stomachs are more used to that kind of food. I don't generally eat on food carts on the street. And I tell you why, it's not because I'm scared to eat the food, because they're very popular and the food changes very quickly. It's when you go to a restaurant and it sits there, it's quiet. So those food carts tend to be quite safe. But, the food is outside and you know what the streets of Bangkok are like. Me personally, I prefer to go to a Thai. If I go to a restaurant, I like to go to one of these restaurants where they serve, anything from Westin burger and chips to, kalpak gai fried rice or, some tom yum soup or, just personal taste. I wouldn't say you'll get more sick if you eat on a food cart. Myself personally, I prefer the small restaurants, they're that sort of thing. Okay. Transparent media truth, shopping for the best rates, splitting hairs. Yeah, I'm a bit like that. We all want to get the best rates, but I'm not bothered. If I go for 2 or 3 weeks, I take a couple of £1,000. I'm going to spend most of that during my holiday. And, if I lose 300 baht on that total money or even 500 baht, I'm not bothered. If I can just come out of my hotel, go to the nearest change booth within reason, I'm not going to go somewhere that gives very bad rates, but I'm not going to look all over town to get 100 baht. You know what I mean? It's just not me. I give more away. I give more in tips away than that. Right. Natural in the buff Vietnamese lady. Paul Muck. Yeah. All right. Said that the same thing about Ross. Is that his real name? Paul McCock. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Carl D says soy bakao market. Great. There's lots and lots of good markets for Thai food. I mean, one thing you'll never struggle for in Thailand is good Thai, is good food. Have you guys who hang around Sukhumvit and Soi 4, if you want some cheap food, have you ever tried Foodland in Soi 5? It's a supermarket actually, but they've got a 24-hour restaurant. It can get quite busy at when the bars close at 2, 3 in the morning, that sort of thing. But they're very reasonable. You can get a Thai dish for 100 baht. You can get a burger and chips for a couple of 100 baht, but the quality is quite good, and they've got a massive menu, and that's in Soi 5. So if you're ever around, around Nana sort of thing, you think, where can I go to eat? Because a lot of those restaurants, even the small ones in Soi 4, you're looking at 300 baht for a meal. And that's £7.50, isn't it? I know you're on holiday, but why waste money if you don't need to? There's a place on Soi 7 I like. As you go into Soi 7, the first establishment as you're walking on the right, it's a kind of Thai restaurant. And it's very, very good, actually. And it's cheap. I normally spend about 120 baht and I'll have a big plate of whatever, pad thai or something similar to that. Very nice. What I'd say, though, when you're in Thailand, if you eat Thai food, what you need to learn quite quickly is you need to learn to say no sugar, please, because they put a lot of sugar in a lot of dishes when they cook. And pad thai, they put a hell of a lot of sugar in there. So I don't like garlic. So when I go in, I'll say no garlic, no sugar in Thai. And so I'm keeping away from them. But, if you just go into Thai restaurants generally and just order off the menu, you do get a lot of sugar into your system. Diabetes is quite high in Thailand. So you've got to look out for that, especially if you're already diabetic too or whatever. The Bold Vlogger says, I was at a food festival today. I got a Thai meal, £12, prawns with noodles. £12, that's about £1.40, isn't it? 40, 80, 100, 20, 160, 200, about 500 baht, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. And it's the quality as well. You pay for what you get. You know, you can go to one Thai restaurant and get a huge meal, but the quality is a bit kind of scraggy. You go to somewhere else and it's all tiger prawns and good quality meat and good food. You know, I mean, that's what you pay for, isn't it? Boohoo. I only eat hare while in Thailand. Cuts expense drastically. Yeah, okay. What's that? Alpha Jim, is it good? Good late D inside, good land, soy 5, great entertainment as well after the bar closed. Yeah, so I think you mean Foodland. You put a G instead of an F. Yeah. So yeah, Foodland on soy 5 is great entertainment. Yeah, you see all the sights, you know, late at night, 3, 4 in the morning, you get all the girls from the go-go bars and, you know, with their new boyfriends, and they all come in, you know, and a lot of them are drunk, and it's it's something different. Okay. Hi, Scott. How are you doing? A lot of Thai street food looks so delicious, but are you ever conscious of getting food poisoning? I've had it many times in Thailand, many times. I got it. Well, when you say food poisoning, there's different levels. There's food poisoning where you have to go to hospital. That one is really bad, and that's quite rare, actually. Generally speaking, when you eat something not quite great in Thailand, you generally get the runs, you get cramped stomachs, but usually 2 or 3 days, and you know, even without any medicine, you clear up. But every pharmacy, you can get everything across the counter. So, you know, if I've got a little bit of diarrhea and my stomach cramps, I'll go into a pharmacy, tell them what it is. They'll give me some medicine and I'm fine. There's only once where I got it really quite bad. I was in Hua Hin and I went to the market village, which has a food court in it, and I had a kebab, a proper Turkish kebab. I don't know why I had that. You know, that's what they sell around here. And it just looked good. And I thought, oh, I'll have that. And I had it and I got really bad food poisoning. I went to a clinic in Hua Hin. I seen an English speaking doctor, and he put me on a course of antibiotics. The consultation and the antibiotics was about 1,800 baht. I was out of it for about 2-3 days, and then I was fine. Paul Hoskins, I don't like ginger. I'm not keen on ginger either, Paul. My wife uses a lot of ginger in her Korean cooking. Okay. Where are we? I've lost that one. Yeah, I haven't seen you in the stream before tonight. Corporate Mukhan, is it? Peter, last time I was at my lovely Thailand was January 2020. Ideally want to come back. Have things changed now? Mongering, dating girls, people. Yeah, it has changed. It has changed quite a bit. I was there in December, only 6 months ago. It's a lot better now because it's opening up. When I was there in December, it was grim, really grim. The bars were closing at 9. It was face masks everywhere. The Thais tended to think it was us foreigners who gave them, it was down to us that they all got it, which is rubbish, of course. It was very grim. But now, from what I'm hearing, it's a lot better. Pattaya's almost back to normal. A lot of the girls aren't back in the bars now because they did this live streaming, only friends and stuff like that. And I guess a load of them, especially the younger ones, have decided it's easier to make money in their room sitting in front of a camera like this than it is to dance around a pole all night. But generally speaking, prices are quite expensive. I think you watched that video with Trevor the other day when he was in Bangkok, and he was explaining he went to an Indian restaurant and he basically took a dive out of there because it was going to be like 600-700 baht for a meal. And I noticed that when I met Trevor, when I went to Pattaya the last time, I was in Bangkok for about a week, and I got used to the prices. And when I met Trevor in the Sailor Bar, in Soi 8, we ordered some meals and they were 100 baht each. And I was like, 100 baht? They must have made a mistake because, in Bangkok for a Thai dishes, you're paying anywhere between sort of 80 and 120 baht, depending on where you go. But Pattaya is really good value. And a beer, in Bangkok, you're paying anywhere between 160, 180 for a small Heineken. I'm talking about the entertainment areas, you go down to Pattaya and it's still 60, 70 baht a bottle. So it's good value. Pattaya is very good value. If I didn't have a YouTube channel and I just was going to live in Thailand on a retirement off savings or whatever, I would definitely choose. I like Hua Hin as well, but I'm probably somewhere like Jumped In because the prices are good. I've got to live in Bangkok because of my channel, but it's expensive. People say to me, oh no, Bangkok doesn't have to be expensive if you don't want to go to the entertainment areas. But seriously, honestly, who wants to go to Thailand and live like a Thai? In other words, you live right out on the edge of the city. You live in some apartment building that doesn't have any swimming pool or gym, anything, not even an elevator, you know, maybe fans on the ceiling, and you eat off a food cart every day. I mean, that's not living, is it? That's existing. Some people do it and they're very happy to do it, but it's not for me. Right, only in Thailand. Anybody around the Asok area that wants good quality food at a reasonable price, try the food court at Terminal 21. Choose from around 50 places, and a meal will cost you around 100 baht. I have gone in the food court Terminal 21 many times. I like the Japanese burger place down there. It's called Moss Burgers. I don't know if you ever tried it. I don't know what's in the burgers, but they taste all right. The only thing I don't like about the food court in Terminal 21, it is a bit slow compared to other food courts. So if you go to the food court in, for instance, MBK Centre, Mabu Kong, they've got, you know, you get your tokens, you pay for your tokens. They have some Indian food there. I like the Indian, an Indian counter for about 100 baht. You'll get like a madras curry, a piece of naan bread, and something else. I forget what it is, a little bit of chicken on top. But it's very good value. It's very tasty, actually. I always have that. But I just find Terminal 21, I find the food court is a bit slow. You'll go up to a counter, look at the menu, you order what you want, then you've got to sit there and wait while they cook it fresh, which is good. But, you know, when you go to the food court in other places like MBK Centre, you just point and you've got it instantly. That's the only downside I find with Terminal 21. Not that I'm in a hurry, but when I'm hungry, I want to eat. I don't want to sit 20 minutes watching the guy cook it, you know. Okay, Jay Marsh, Peter, you getting any more guests on the live stream? Yeah, I mean, I tried to get Ed on tonight. Oh, it's really good. I don't know who to get on. Who do you suggest? I mean, yeah, I like it. The thing about getting a guest on, it's a lot easier because, you know, when you're doing a live stream by yourself, I've been going 45 minutes now. You know, you have to constantly talk and answer people's questions. When you have somebody with you, like when I have Ed on, it's a breeze. You know, I'll do a bit of talking, and then Ed will take over. And while Ed's talking, I can mess about with my beers and check other things, and it's great. It's easy. Hence why I tried to get Ed on tonight. I was going to have Yoss Traveller on here, and I keep forgetting, and he wrote to me tonight. I should have asked him. Right, Chris says, only in Thailand, good place, T21, and it's right opposite Hustler's Pool Bar. I don't know Hustler's Pool Bar. World Traveller Forever. I believe 50k baht a month for spending money. 50,000 baht a month, excluding accommodation, is okay budget for long-term 3 months plus. It depends where you live. You know, I mean, I've got a friend who lives in Hua Hin. He pays 5,000 baht a month for an apartment, not a room, an apartment. I've got another friend who lives in Bang Na, which is about 12 miles away from Sukhumvit. Nice area, big sea, all that sort of thing. But what it is, he lives in I said this on Friday, I'm repeating myself now, but he lives in a small apartment I think it's about 35 square meters, but he's got a kitchen, a bedroom, a bathroom, small balcony. There's a big sea there, Thai markets, everything. 7,000 baht a month. So you're talking £190 rent for an apartment. His aircon is about 2,000-3,000 a month. He lives on 25,000 baht a month, and he loves it. He does all his cooking at home. Richard Woolley says, get Trevor on, Peter. It's really difficult with Trevor because of his schedule. You know, he's doing a lot of different stuff now, isn't he? And he has been on here before, and I've been on his before. But, you know, do you really want to see that, you know, YouTubers interviewing other YouTubers? I think people are getting a little bit bored. Nothing against Trevor, but I just think people are getting a bit bored of YouTubers interviewing other YouTubers. When I have Ed Sweeney on here, I don't look at it like he's my guest, he's an interview. I don't look at it like that because we stream very well together, Ed and I. I don't know why, we just click online. It comes across very good from me and Ed. Everyone said that, even Ed, even me. So when Ed comes on the channel, it's kind of just like a natural, it's just like a two-man stream. It's not like I'm his guest or he's my guest. But with Trevor, yeah, I mean, I don't know, that we've got a big time difference. Of course, he's 6 hours ahead, soon to be 7 hours ahead when we get to the autumn. I've had Brian Flowers on as well. Dr. Invis, I like Brian. Brian's a good guy. I text Brian nearly every day. You know, I mean, we talk to each other every day. Had a lot of good advice from Brian about Pattaya, some things I didn't know. But again, it's the time frame. I've had Brian. I might ask Brian again because Brian does 24 hours. You know, he doesn't sleep. Well, of course he sleeps, but you know, Brian doesn't drink at all, so he'll be on his computer at midnight. You know, so a lot of the other guys that try to get on in Thailand, they're either sleeping or working. But if there's anybody else, Another one I've had on as well, Bangkok Pat would be a good guest. I've had Bangkok Pat on before. If you go through the videos, you'll see I had him on. He was one of my first YouTubers I had on. So I've pretty much had them all on. I've had Trevor on. I've had Ed on, obviously. I've had Pat. Who else have I had on? I've had some American women on. I've had various people, I never say no to anybody. Who else? Get Ricky Drama on. Ricky Drama. No, I think I'm not that daring. Right, Parker says live stream guest. You should try to get Big Fat Betsy. He is YouTube God. I don't know him. I just don't know him. Who else? David Harburg says yes with Trevor and Ian. Yeah, I haven't had Ian on because he wasn't around when I interviewed Trevor. Trevor tried to catch me out on the Ladyboy competition, I remember, because he didn't tell me about it, but I was a guest on his stream. This was going back last year, and he said, so in the middle of when I was on Trevor's stream, in the middle of it, he said, so Peter, you like to try and catch people out on the Ladyboy competition, and he put 3 up for me, and I got them all right. I don't know how I got them right, but I did. Right, Bob Cassidy, thank you for that. Dr. Bird is a Scientologist. Dr. Eric Berg is a Scientologist. Shorts, his son threw him under the bus. I suggest Dr. Stern Elberg videos on intermittent fasting, lost 50 pounds and revised diabetes. Yeah, okay, thanks, Bob, and thanks for the super chat. Ben Dover, how you doing? Time to change the backdrop. Good idea. Okay, let's get something different on there. How about these two? Okay. Remind me later, I'll put something different on. Right. What about, I always laugh when I'm not taking the piss, but honestly, I always laugh when I watch Eddie's streams, He's got that lost in space background on there. It honestly, I've said this to Ed, right? It honestly looks like he's gone in, took his bedspread off, hung it behind him, done his stream, whips it off the wall, and puts it back on his bed. I know he is getting into the StreamYard sort of side of things. So hopefully, he did have one where he had a brick wall, didn't he? Okay, let's have a look. And as always, guys, if I've missed your chat, apologies. It's just they come in so fast. I do miss them. Let me go back, see if there's any I can. Let's have a look. Parker, live stream guest. You should. Oh, right, I've read yours out already. Okay, so I know where I am now. I'll tell you what, guys. Let me have another drink. Oh, I'll tell you what. I can't wait. I honestly can't wait until I move out there full time. I mean, I know you're probably thinking, oh, it's a novelty. You'll get fed up of it. And it's not that. I've lived out there before. I know what to expect. It's not like when you go on vacation. When you go on vacation, when you're on vacation, you sleep late. You go out and have some nice food. You sit on the beach. You go out around the bars, talking to the ladies in the evening if you're that way inclined. When you live there, you kind of do a bit of that, but not too much of it. Not as much. Hang on a minute. Bloody bin's falling to bits here. I mean, what I'll do, I'll join a gym, and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll go to the gym every day. I'll have things I do. There'll be certain days I go to the malls and do my shopping. There'll be days, you get into a routine like you do when you're in the UK. So it's totally different to when you live somewhere to when you go on vacation. But, guys, honestly, I really can't wait. When I was there in December, I was like, why am I not here? What am I doing in boring old England? That's actually what made me decide to sort of live there full time when I was there in December, because, previously I always said, well, I'll get a boat hole here and I'll just go over there for long vacations. But, when I was over there, I thought I've got to be there. I've got myself covered here. I've got a small house that I rent out here that it's a real nice place. And if I wanted to come back, I could just give them notice and, spend maybe 5-10 grand on it, make it into a little palace and move in there. But unless I suffer bad health, I can't see that happening anytime soon. Right, Boohoo says Carson and Ed McMahon, Peter and Carson. Okay, yeah, I remember them. I used to like Eddie, not Eddie Carson. What was his name? The Carson Show years ago. Very good. Right, Jeffrey Petrie, is it? Nice clean food in MK restaurants. They're everywhere. Yeah, they are. But I find the MK restaurants don't really fill me up. It's all that kind of barbecue and those dishes you put the fresh vegetable in. I mean, they have a lot more than that, but I always sort of leave them places hungry. But they are very it's good, healthy food. Daniel Mills, I've never known anything Pattaya to do any live streams. Well, I do watch his videos, everything Pattaya, and they are very good. Some of them. He does a lot of reviews of hotels and bars and things. But you never see his face, do you? The only time you see his face is when he walks past, if he's in a lift, an elevator, and his camera just happens to get the right angle of the mirror and it catches him for a couple of seconds. But not everybody does live streams, because when you do live streams, a lot of people dry up. They just don't know what to say. They're not for everybody. In fact, Bangkok Pat did a few live streams in the early days, and I think he knocked it on the head because he wasn't getting the response. I think he wasn't getting the response that he'd hoped for. But he does very good videos, doesn't he? Right. Yeah, I would like to get him on. I'm not sure if he'd want to come on my channel. But Tim has left the Tiger now, isn't he? I don't even know if he's in Bangkok. But I did like his style of presentation. I don't know who this is. A couple of guys said Ricky Drama. I don't know who he is. Is he quite a fat guy? Is that him? Yeah, Nick Dean. I met him when I was in Pattaya. I don't think he'd want to come on my stream because he's in Pattaya, isn't he? I'm sitting in my garden, in the UK. Why would he want to come on? He might when I'm in Bangkok. And he's very busy now, hasn't he? He's got 2 bars now. And I think, when those Pattaya guys were all I'm not talking about Trevor because that's all he does, but the guys who have got bars, when all the bars were closed and the restrictions were on, they had to do something else, and they all got into their own YouTube channels. But you'll see now the bars are opening. It's getting back to normality, and they're not so they're not doing so many videos, are they? Right, Dutch Farang. Trevor said today that Lita doesn't work at Buzzin anymore. I couldn't imagine Jason being disappointed. Well, I don't even know who that is. Only in Thailand. Chris J. Stone in Thailand. Good. I've read that out already. Okay, let's go down to some of the newer ones. Right, Paul. Is it Oldingle? Great stream again, Peter. Sunday is the best one. Keep it up. You see, I always hang on. Alexander the Great. I think Tim moving between Phuket and Bangkok. Yeah, I might bump into him when I'm there. Then I'll ask him, but not while I'm here. Yeah, the Sunday streams, I don't know when I do the Sunday streams, I always feel like they're a little bit boring because it's just me talking, isn't it? And when I do the Friday streams, I've got the Ladyboy competition, I've got the Spot the Thai Girl, the Manga Minute, the Joke of the Week, and all that sort of stuff. It's quite fast paced. And I always feel like the Sunday one is a bit boring because I'm just sitting here talking. There's nearly 400 in now. But, yeah, I mean, it's casual, isn't it? It's casual for me as well. Okay, Gemini Star 2, how you doing? Yeah, I don't really understand that. Sandra Taylor says, at least Eddie answers you. What does that mean? Who doesn't answer me? Yeah, I'd have him on. I don't know the guy. Try Everything Pattaya, but I don't know if he'd come on here. I don't even know. I could drop him an email and I don't think he'd come on and do a live stream. And if he was into live streams, he would do them himself, wouldn't he? Yeah, Jim Andrews, good channel. I've seen his channel. Jim Andrews, I tried to get Johnny. We nearly got him on when I was doing the YouTube channel with my friend Simon. We were doing a lunchtime stream, and we asked Johnny if he'd like to come on as a guest, and he agreed. And the day he was supposed to come on, he'd been out drinking all night. And he was absolutely hammered. And he came in the morning. He said to Simon, he said, "Look, I'm sorry. I'm totally, I'm legless. I can't come on a stream." And he didn't ask him again. Right, so Jeff Fried Rice. Hey, Peter, right? I'm falling asleep in the chair here. I'm slipping further and further down. It's because of the heat. Hey, Peter, I actually remember that live where you got the 3 lady boys correct. Yeah, that's right. And I didn't even, though you reassure me on this, I'm going to have to keep a keen eye open when I'm over there. Yeah, it was really weird, because it's really hard to spot the lady boys, isn't it? And I don't know what it was. So Trevor tried to catch me out. He said, you like to ask people, right? And how he did it, he had 3 cards and he put one at a time up. 1 lady boy, 1 female. And he said to me, right, here's the first card. He gave me 3, right? Here's the first one. Which one is a lady boy? And I looked at them and I don't know, I could figure it out. And I looked and I thought the hand was big or there was something about them. And I said, it's number 2. And he's like, are you sure? Do you want to change your mind? And I was like, yeah, I'm sure. And I got all 3 right. And by the 3rd one, I could see he was genuinely shocked because, you know, that's kind of a bit better than luck, isn't it? I mean, I'm not blowing my own trumpet. Maybe I was lucky, but then I did it to him, and I think he got 1 right and 2 wrong. I did it to Ed Sweeney as well. I can't remember how many he got. Right, I don't know what that is. Canary spreads his wings. No, please, not that Aussie horror. Oh, I like the Australian accent. Right, here's another one. Paddy Doyle. We asked him if you don't know, I had another channel called Thailandbound 2021, which I set up with my friend Simon, who lives in Bangkok. He's married to a Thai. They've got 3 children, so we decided to do this channel, and we did lunchtime streams because he's in Bangkok, and it didn't really take off really. But one of the people we asked was Paddy Doyle. We said, "Do you want to come on as a guest?" And he was like, "Well, I don't really go on other YouTube channels as a guest. It's just something I don't do." And then recently he was on Nick Dean's channel getting hammered. But we did ask him, and he didn't do it for whatever reason. You got to remember, the other thing is, some people won't want to come on this channel because of the style of what I do. Look at the picture in the background. You know, some people associate me as a monger, and, you know, I've been on other channels. Let me just say thank you to this guy, Archibald Cox. Hello from California. I enjoyed the one long story format. Cheers. Thank you, Archibald. I can only read out what people send me. If another Thai bar girl sends me a story, then I'll make a meal of that one as well. But thanks for the super chat. Now I forgot what I was bloody talking. This always happens. I say thanks for a super chat and I forget what I was talking about. Remind me and I'll carry on with it. Right. Paul Hoskins says, when I drink too much, I always wake up with a lady boy. Too much information there, Paul. Karam Farang in the jungle. Yeah, okay. Yes. Have ladyboys will monger. Anybody besides me can't tell the difference between Johnny Walker Black and Johnny Walker Blue. I've had Johnny Walker Blue once in my life. I was working in the Taj Mahal Hotel in Mumbai. It was Bombay when I was there. And you have a lot of rich Indians going to the Taj Mahal Hotel. And one of the guests bought a bottle of Blue Label at the time. I can't remember what it was. And he invited me over and he said, "Peter, have you, because he knows I like a whiskey. I'll have one now." He said, "I have had this in the freezer as well." He said, "Peter, have you ever tried this Blue Label?" I said, "No, but I've often drank Johnny Walker Black Label, and I can't actually stand Johnny Walker Red Label. For me, it's like drinking paraffin, right?" So I said to this guy, this Indian guy, I said, "No." He said, "Well, look, I've got a bottle of Blue Label. Have a seat." And he poured me probably half of that. Let's make it half. Right, we're really realistic now. And I took it, and honest to God, I can't give you a description of it, but I know why it's expensive. It's like drinking, it's whiskey, but it's not. It's just such a smooth taste. And you can tell, if somebody gave me it and blindfolded me, I would know it's not a regular whiskey. It's just so unique. If you ever get the chance, if you're a whiskey drinker and you ever get the chance to try Blue Label, I would definitely give it a go because it's excellent. My friend in London, Bob, he's been collecting miniature bottles of whiskey since he was in his bedroom, since he was a young man, and he's in the process of selling a lot of these on auction now. And I mean, they're such rare bottles. He's got as much as like £17,000. Yes, I did say £17,000 for a small miniature bottle of whiskey. But the bottle of whiskey was produced in 1889. The brewery has been closed down for nearly 100 years, and it's one of the rare. And he's got lots of whiskies like this. And I said to him, "Why are you selling them?" And he said, "Well, basically, I'm retired now, and I'm going out to Thailand, and you know, it brings in a lot of money like that." But yeah, Bob, if you're out there, say hello. I haven't seen you tonight. Right. Black Bolt. Well, that's crazy. I thought there's some chances. Yeah, okay. Right. I don't know why you say that, Gemini Star. You said, "Paddy Doyle, are you serious, Peter?" I don't know why would I not be serious? I don't know the guy. I don't know anything about him. I watched a couple of his videos, not all the way through, but he was in Vietnam. He was on a motorbike. He had some panniers on, and he is a real travel vlogger for sure. I mean, he gets about. He did every province in Thailand, so fair play to the guy. But I don't know why you'd say, when you say, "Are you serious?" Do you mean like, are you serious? Like, yeah, that'd be great to get him on, or are you serious? The guy sucks, or are you serious? He hasn't got time. I don't know. I haven't got, I don't really know him. But if he wrote to me tomorrow and said, "I'll be a guest on your show," oh, that's what I was talking about. I remember now before I got the super chat. What I was saying is some people, they don't want to come onto this channel because they associate me with a kind of like, all he talks about is bars, girls, mongering, you know. Yeah, well, it's probably true. But the thing is, some of the straight lace channels, the guys don't want to come on it because they think they'll get a bad name. And I've told you many times before, Bangkok Pat interviewed me on his channel, and he had to take the comment, he had to disable the comments because people were coming on and saying, "Oh, how can you get that guy Peter on your channel, Pat? He's such a douchebag, you know, and you make these wonderful videos, and you know, he really brings down the tone of your channel. And oh, I've unsubscribed. I didn't think you'd sink that low to bring Peter on, you know." And me and Bangkok Pat talk about it, and Pat's like, seriously? You know, it's not like you whipped your old fella out and, you know, ran around Piccadilly Circus with it in your hands. You know, it's just a YouTube channel. But, you know, people can be a bit strange. You know, this is, so some people, because of that, they wouldn't want to come on the channel. But, you know, when I was in Thailand, I did serious videos as well. I did Bridge on the River Kwai. I did videos in Pattaya. I did videos in Hua Hin, Sha'am. I mean, I was pumping them out. The only reason I'm doing what I'm doing now is because I'm in England. I'm in a room in England. What can I do? I can't go out and film Pattaya Beach because it's 6,000 miles away. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, yeah, Brian Street Mongers Unite. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Decan Ormara says, Peter, you're not a monger. Oh, not normally people say, don't lie, you are a monger, or they say, come on, you are a monger, or, you know, I mean, I'm married, aren't I? I won't be married this time next year, so, but I, you know, I'm kind of past it nearly, aren't I? Right, sure, no need to apologize. Good to have you in the stream. I think my beer's getting warm here. Oh. And I suppose they've got a point, haven't they? Because if you look at all my backdrops when I keep changing them, it's not like I put the you know, the King's Palace up there, or you know, a statue of Buddha, or a, you know, a nice mountain view overlooking the River Kwai or something like that. It's always pictures like you see behind me. But you know, who doesn't like to look at a pretty woman? Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that, Martin, because I haven't. I really haven't. We've all done at least one lady boy. Nothing against those who have, but I haven't, honestly. Yeah, I wondered about that. Richard Woolley says, the bar girl story made me cry. I must admit, I got a little tear in my eye. I mean, I'm a bit of a soft heart as well. You know, I mean, do you remember that story I read out about the Australian guy? He took his wife out on the boat and it tipped over and she drowned, and he was kind of, the way he ended talking on the video, and I put her picture up at the end with some sad music. A lot of guys wrote to me and said, Jesus Christ, that was a real heart-wrenching story. And the same with this story. You know, I mean, you know, when I first read the story, I don't know how they're going to end up. But what I liked about that story, we're talking about the story, Pattaya, a bar girl story, Lek and Paul. What I liked about that story was the detail, the honesty. You know, when she was saying, you know, the kind of guys we like, and she was explaining it, and she was saying she did the kind of guys they didn't like, the time wasters. And we've all seen it, haven't we? You've been in a bar talking to a girl, and some young dude comes in and sits behind you and kind of tries to give her the eye. And when you kind of win her over, they go out by themselves. It's just a big game to them, isn't it? And I really like the description of how she came across from when she left her village in Isan with her friend Jang, and how it all worked out. And you build up a picture. And, you know, the next time I go to Pattaya, I will be looking at them like they're all Lex and Jangs. You know, it was a great story, great story. Apart from the two guys who said I made it all up. But you can't please everyone. Okay, Black Bolt getting a bit frisky now. Great background, Peter. Second one from the left. May get my 401k. Second one from the left. So do you mean your left, or do you mean this one? That's second from your left, isn't it? If I had to choose, not being a monger, I think I'd go for that one there. What do you think, guys? Right. Hooters Pattaya. Are they in Pattaya? Are they? I've not actually been to the Hooters in Pattaya. I've walked past it, but I am a big fan of the Hooters on Soi 4. I often go in there because they do a decent pint. I think they're the only bar down there that clean their pipes out, actually, but they do a good pint. It's expensive. It's £5 a pint, but it's a good pint. And Bob was telling me there's a Hooter in Soi 15. I didn't know that, so I'm going to pop in there next time. Aya Manance, is it? I don't think interviewees want to have to stop halfway through for a monger minute. No, of course not. I'm not stupid. I mean, if you bring somebody on a channel, there wouldn't be any of that. I'm not going to say, hang on, we'll do a monger minute. It depends who it is. If it's Ed Sweeney, definitely I'll do 2 monger minutes because Ed loves it, doesn't he? No, there's certain people, you read them, you get them on, and you know what they're like, and you can do stuff like that. But people like say, for instance, Bangkok Pat, for instance, I wouldn't do a Monga Minute. I'd introduce him, we'd have a chat. And if I wanted to do all that, I'd say, well, thanks for coming on, Pat. Thanks a lot. I'd get him off and then I'd get into it. Nick T says, I chuckled when Paul Leck said, I don't know why I chose to go to Pattaya. I went to Las Vegas years ago and had no idea it was full of casinos. I kind of thought about that, but the story was from the heart, wasn't it? You know, I mean, let's not criticize it. It was a good story. Okay. Andy Ho says, don't change your channel too much. It works. I know you say there's not much you can do from England, but you're doing a good job. If it's not broken, don't fix it. You do a good job. Yeah, absolutely, Andy. In fact, look, I've said this a few times. Originally, what my plan was, these stories and all these sort of thing, I thought, right, well, when I get out to Thailand, I'll knock all this on the head and I'll just do travel vlog videos from Thailand. But you know what? I've seen those sort of channels and there's very few in Thailand that do very, very well. You know, I think what I'm going to do when I go out to Thailand, I'm going to keep exactly what I'm doing now, but I'm going to add to it. So I'll do motorbike rides from Hua Hin to Chatham with a GoPro. I'll film I'll hunt out all the naughty bars in Chatham if they've got them. I think they've got a street of bars. I'll do stuff like that, but I'll add to it, you know, so it'll only make it a broad, hopefully get a broader audience until this broader audience see the Monga Minute, then they'll all disappear, won't they? Right, David, that old saying, try something once, and if you don't like it, not to do it again, right? Yeah. Alexander, I will take the first one on the left. Yum, yum. The first one on the left, is that your left or my left? I think you mean that one, right? No, that one. Okay. Yeah, A then says, first time I've agreed on a background girl. I got to be careful what I say, haven't I? I'm still a married man. Right, Damien Smith, hi from Perth, Western Australia. Hi, Damien, good to have you in the stream, mate. Good to see you. Carlos, how to pronounce that last name? Carlos Quizroy, I bet that's wrong. I think he meant evening all. Yeah. Mark Nicholas, hi, Peter. How are you? Not been on for a long time. Hope you're well. Just come back from Thailand the other day. Very easy entry now. Yeah, all the restrictions have gone, haven't they? All you need is your proof of your NHS, you know, your jabs that you've had them. I mean, I keep saying I was there in December when it was really, really grim. Got through it though. Clive, I was only 50 minutes later, Pete. Bloody, I forgot how to pronounce it again. Saint Etiquette. Yeah, I got it. Right, Gary Russell. Hi, Peter. Be good if you go to Udon and do a video. I've been to Udon Thani and I've been to Udon Ratchathani, but I just didn't have a YouTube channel. It was when I lived in Thailand. And I will, because you think about it. I was talking to somebody about it today. Somebody said to me, look, I might be going to the Philippines for a month. Why don't you come with me? And I said, well, you know, it's a flight from England to the Philippines. I don't know what, £700-800, and you're committed to the Philippines. And I said, when I live in Thailand, when I'm there full time, to get a flight to Ho Chi Minh City return is $60, £50. I don't know what it is to the Philippines, but I'm guessing probably £100. So I can do all that sort of hopping. And yeah, Udon Thani, I can take a minibus up there or a bus, check into a hotel for 3-4 nights, rent a motor scooter and do some filming. You know, I'm going to do all of that sort of stuff. Right, I've asked him as well. I've asked him, he's another one. Brett Dev, he didn't even reply. I think Brett Dev's one of these guys. He's into his IT and his tech. I used to watch him, and I think he's just a guy. He's looked at my channel, thought, no, this is a Monga channel. I'm not going on there. But he didn't even write back to me. At least the other guy we were talking about, what's his name? The guy who was driving his motorbike all around. I forgot his name now. Christ, my memory. The guy we were just talking about, at least he wrote back and said, yeah, thank you, but no, thank you. But Brett Debbie didn't even reply to us. Right, only in Thailand. I was an apprentice to a guy called Jock, and his favorite saying years ago, you used to kiss a first girl first and then feel her. Now you have to feel them first just to make sure. Oh, absolutely. Desmond Castro, I'll probably stop tonight at the East Tropicana location inside OYO Casino. Lovely. Let's get down to some of these newer comments. Paddy Doyle, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, at least Paddy Doyle wrote back to me. 2 hands now, guys. Look. How long have we been going? Just over an hour. Cool, my back's wet. Right, okay. Sean, flights to Manila are about £1,200 at the moment. Yeah, but that's not the normal, is it, Sean? Thanks for the info. But generally, speaking, flights to Thailand economy are usually about well, they're worth 550, but I'm guessing now they'll be about they'll level out to about £700. And I'm guessing it's probably about the same to fly to the Philippines when it's all normal. Don't forget, even before all these fuel hikes, aviation fuel has doubled. Even before all of this, it's always been a busier time at this time of year because the schools are broken up and you have Thai women who live here, married to English guys, a lot of them, and they go back and see their families when the kids aren't at school. So it's always been an expensive time of the year to travel. Okay, so maybe he didn't get our email. Owen says, Brett Dev, yours does go on Bangkok Diaries. That's a manga for Bangkok Diaries. Is that Simon? He used to tell the stories, didn't he? Yeah, I know they're friends, aren't they? Maybe he didn't get my email, or maybe he just doesn't like me and he didn't want to come on. I don't know. You never know what people are thinking. Yeah, well, Clive, you come in late. I have had Brian Flowers on before. I might try and get him on. What time is it in Thailand now? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. It's 3 o'clock in the morning in Thailand. So I can't. What I did with Brian, I did an interview with Brian Flowers. If you go through the old videos, you'll see his handsome face there. And but to actually get Brian on a live stream, it's impossible because it'd be 3 o'clock in the morning and he's going to be asleep, isn't he? Okay, Brian Flowers could work as a guest. He's dull on his own, but works well with Mr. Egg. I've never actually met Mr. Egg. I know he does his own live streams. Karim Bangkok 112 was one of the first channels I watched. He has probably a new channel, Bangkok 113. Didn't check it out. Yeah, there's some shitty channels as well, isn't it? I flick through just to see what's happening. And there's a lot of cool channels, good channels, interesting channels to watch. But I look at some of them. Some of them are absolute rubbish, aren't they? They go there and think, oh, I'll start a YouTube channel. And you watch it and it's cringeworthy, isn't it? I'm not saying I've got the best channel in the world. Far from it. But some of them, they just need to sort of knock it on the head. Unjab, now you can enter Thailand. Yeah. Yeah, there's no vaccinations or anything now. You just need proof that you've had them. That's all. Right. Brian says, even if you got rid of the hot Thai girl thumbnails, someone would still call you a monger or come up with something different to criticize you. For some people, you want to be judgmental pricks. Anyway, yeah, you know what? People often say, what's that? Hang on. Only in Thailand. Thailand Times has a good Bangkok channel interviewing interesting people and maybe a good guest. Well, I'll tell you something interesting. Somebody sent me, I've never really watched his channel. I'm aware of it. I know he used to do a lot of cycling, but he actually mentioned me on a live. I never seen it, but somebody wrote to me and said, oh, you've just had a mention on Irish Times. I thought, oh, here we go. He slated me. I said, what did he say? And he said, no, he just said that he knows you're coming out to Thailand and he wouldn't mind interviewing you. So, yeah, I mean, maybe I'll be on his. Who knows? I don't know why he wants to interview me. I'm probably the most boring person on YouTube, but that's what he said. Right, Brian, back to your comment, Brian. Now, yeah, I mean, look, to be honest, the more popular you get, the more subscribers, the more haters you get. And I don't really like talking about this too much, but you know, there are people, what they do, they go on to other people's streams and they try to stir up, they try to shit stir, and they'll say, they'll catch you, like this guy on Trevor's. He said, Peter said this, was he having a dig, and all this. And of course, it gets people a bit excited. And, you know, it's the more followers you have, the more trouble you have in it. And sometimes you think, is it worth it? Right. Daniel Rubini, is it a negative test is enough for UK government? You still need to show proof of either a vaccine certificate or negative COVID-19 result. They will let you into Thailand even if you haven't been jabbed. The only thing is you've got to take a test at the airport, and if you came up Trump's positive, then unfortunately you're going to be banged up for a while. Cashier says Bangkok 113 is not the same guy as Bangkok 112. Bangkok 113 explained that he was just a fan that wanted to emulate. Well, that's such a polite word for copy, isn't it? Emulate 1, 2 and ran with it. Okay. Not seen his channel. JC is a good man, retired cheap. I don't know who he is. JC, what does that stand for? Is a good man. Oh yeah, of course I do. Actually, brilliant channel. Yeah, I don't think he'd come on here because his girlfriend's called Nat, isn't he? You just caught me there. Yeah, actually, I would say JC's channel. I've watched his channel more than anybody else's when I didn't have a YouTube channel because he's very practical. He does his videos about retiring. They're about health insurance. At the moment, he's got a little girl called Nat who he's been with for a long time, and they've got some kind of a farm. I don't know where it is, but a lot of his videos are about what's going on in his farm, and I'm not really interested in that, so I don't watch him. But he used to do videos where he'd stop on his bike, him and his girlfriend would sit and just talk to the camera, and he's very, very informative, very, very good channel. Yeah, Retired Cheap Asia, very good, especially for older guys, you know. And actually, I watched one of his the other day. I hadn't seen him for ages, and what was he talking about? He was on it. I wouldn't call it a farm. I don't know what it was, but he was talking about his land, and they were doing stuff. I'm not really into that stuff, so I didn't really watch too much about it. Okay, Bendover says, hang on, I've lost you. Jerome from Holland does the cycling global traveler, mate. I've heard of him. I haven't seen you. You got to remember, guys, I spend a lot of time, like a lot of YouTubers, I spend a lot of time on YouTube. Like I spent all day editing the stories yesterday. I've been recording the stories and editing them today. Tomorrow I'll be doing the manga minute. I'll be doing the competitions tomorrow and Tuesday. So I don't get a lot of time where I'm not on the computer on YouTube. And the last thing you want to do is sit and watch lots of YouTube channels. I watch a few and I've heard of a few more, but you know, I don't know them all. Right, Scott D says, Archibald Cox, I visited the Nixon Library Museum, birthplace. The reason I'm sitting forward like this is because my back's sweating. I'm trying to dry it out with a fan there. The bells. Right, 2 different times during the 1990s. It's a great new museum with awesome exhibits, including Watergate. You were an excellent prosecutor. Okay, that's not for me, that message, but fair enough, read it out. Right, I don't know that one. Mark Hanley says, the old man walking around Chiang Mai is the worst. Is that somebody who does a YouTube channel? What does he do? Just walk around? Well, Thai Cloud, you said Thailand can't afford to hold back on tourism now. Well, you see, they've had a double whammy, a kick in the nuts twice, because basically they do a lot of export into Russia, grain, cars, that sort of thing. And of course, that's all been put on hold for now. And, you know, and what with tourism, but the tourism's really picked up. I read some figures the other day, and in July, they had on one particular day this graph was done, or census, whatever you want to call it. They'd had 330 million visitors during July. I mean, that's very, very good. Okay, Jamjar Johnny says, get Simon on. If you're talking about the Simon, my friend Simon, who lives in Bangkok, the problem with Simon is he won't come on a Sunday because that's the day he spends with his family. He likes to cook. He's the Keith Floyd of Bangkok. Simon is. He's actually a very good cook. He likes his cooking, but he's Sunday. Forget it. He's you know, he's not around. And you know, but again, it's a time difference, isn't it? You know, when I'm in Thailand, I can ask a lot of different people, and but when you're 6 hours difference, it's a difficult one. And there's nobody really in the UK. Too many, one or two that I might be able to get on. Like I said, Yoss Travels. I keep saying I'm going to get him on, and I didn't. He contacted me earlier, and I should have said to him, I'll send you a link. Okay. Frank Trevor said, don't like the way JC talks to Nat. Well, that's his girlfriend. Okay, well, I haven't noticed anything sort of out of the ordinary. I know sometimes he'll be talking, he say, isn't that right? And she'll be like nodding. I haven't noticed him like sort of been talking to her in a bad way, but sometimes she does look like a little bit nervous. I don't know if that's just in front of the camera. Okay, Martin Ryder says, JC has no sense of humor. He's not really a monger per se, but has a girlfriend young enough to be his grand. Well, you know, I mean, it's Thailand, anything goes, isn't it? Yeah, quite a good point, Paul. No one has done a bike ride from the north to the south. There's a Thailand, I presume, right? Yeah, Terry, I know where you're coming from, and I'm going to do a bit of that myself. You said, I like watching the walk around videos, makes me feel like I'm there. Well, that guy we were talking about earlier, Bangkok 112, I used to watch a lot of his videos because he was one of the first, I would say he was one of the first Thailand YouTubers who got into 4K, really good quality. And what he'd do, he'd set a camera up out, he'd be in a bar next to Nana, and he'd have the camera at the front of the Nana hotel, and all the freelancers there, people walking down, he'd just leave it. And it was like a virtual night out in Thailand. And I used to watch a lot of his videos. And that's why I watched him. It didn't make me feel like I was there, but it was like a virtual night out. What I don't want to do, I don't want to walk around with a selfie stick around Thailand. I'm in Soy 6 and here we are at that bar. And that's all been done. I've got a GoPro that you guys bought for me. recently from donations. Thanks for that, guys. GoPro 10 there. Haven't used it yet. And I intend to shoot in 4K with this. And I've got a clamp. I'm going to put it on a motorbike. And what I'll do, I'll film like Huahinta Chatham, but I'll speed it up so it's done in about 3 minutes. I've just bought a new phone as well. I bought this. Yoz, thank you for your advice. I haven't written to you, but I've actually bought a Samsung S22 Plus, £957. Ouch. But like somebody pointed out to me, I was going to buy another S10 Plus because I've had one for 4 years and I think they're great, £400. But the guy said to me, if you would have bought that in 4 years' time, your phone's 8 years old. Good point. And talking to Yoz Travel, 6 days, then 28 nights, getting pissed and overeating, losing in the casino and sailing the high seas. Will watch the lives on my balcony. Yeah, I like casinos. I've been to Vegas a couple of times. I'm quite good at controlling myself as far as spending. I can have a good time in a casino without going stupid. But I do gamble. I like blackjack a lot, and it's a lot of fun. It's very exciting. Sarji says they still have tests at the airport if they select you, and then want if you test positive. Yeah, I mean, when you say select you, I think that's more for people who are going without they don't have the paperwork to say they've had the 2 injections. As I said earlier, you can go in, but they will want to test you. You might be talking about random selection. I haven't heard of that, but I'm not saying you're not right. I just haven't heard of it. Richard, Tim is back home in Phuket and his new channel. Check it out. Pretty good. He might be interested in coming on. Is that Tim from the Tiger? A while ago, it must have been 6 months ago. What's the name of the Jay on the Tiger? He actually said, somebody said, why don't you bring Peter onto the Tiger? Me on the Tiger, right? And Jay said, I haven't heard of Peter, but I'll look into it. And about a week later, I got an email from Jay, and he said, hi, I'm Jay from the Tiger. Would you be interested in doing some stuff with us? And I never followed it up. I don't know exactly what he wanted, if he wanted me, because I know Bangkok Pat did some videos. I didn't think they wanted me to do anything like that, but they just said, are you interested in some kind of collaboration? And I was really busy and I didn't get back to him, and I wish I had done. Maybe I could have, done something, but I didn't. But it was nice to get a mention on the Tiger. Alex, Peter, can you show proof of COVID jab through the NH app when you arrive in time? No, what you need to do is print it off. I mean, ideally print it off. I'm not saying no, you can't, but phones go wrong and things happen, and they do like to see a paper print off. If you haven't got a printer, there's lots of ways to do it now. You can go down to your local Tesco's and get it printed off. Get yourself a couple of copies and go that way, because when you get to the airline check-in, they're the people who check it, not at the other end. They don't check it. When you get to Heathrow, if you're in the UK, for instance, you'll give your passport, your boarding pass, electronic boarding pass, whatever, and they'll say, can we see your proof of, your NHS? And then when you get to Thailand, they don't want to look at it. I mean, I still look back to them grim days when I went in December, when it was hardcore. I got off the aircraft and we had to sit on plastic chairs 2 meters apart, and then all these people come around with guns on, temperature guns, and they had all the masks and the gear on, and we were sitting there. Then we'd have to go through another section, and then they put a sticker on us, and I had to sit in one section in the airport. I wasn't allowed to move. And then my driver came out. There was me and a Chinese girl from England. We were on the same flight. We went to the hospital together. Little girl, about 19, pleasant little girl. And no, nothing like that. It's just a little girl visiting her parents in Bangkok. And, they drove us from the airport in a sealed van. The driver there's like this glass window between us. And, we got to the hospital, the door opened, the side door opened, and these nurses came out. They looked like they were going on the NASA space shuttle. They're all covered and the thing up the nose, and the door was shut again. And, it was awful. But I did it. I wouldn't have done it if I didn't have a YouTube channel. I did it for the channel. And that was a really good stream. The first night when I was in Bangkok and I was locked. No, I'd been released that day then. I did my first stream on a Friday night, and I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning in Thailand to start at 4 a.m. in Thailand, which means it was 9 a.m. in the UK. I had nearly 1,000 people in the stream. It was a fantastic stream, and the quality was crap. But, obviously people wanted to know what was going on. Only in Thailand. About 3 or 4 years ago, I watched a lot of 112 videos from some of the best adult entertainment venues in Bangkok, like Nana, etc. but I guess that they would not be allowed now on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, the negative side of what he did, he was very, very good, but he did upset a few people because obviously bar owners, they don't really want people filming in their bars, showing their girls, that sort of thing. And obviously he was filming people without their permission, and it wasn't a popular thing to do. Maybe that's one of the reasons he stopped. Maybe people just, he was warned. I don't know. Right, Jeff said, what's your thoughts on buying a condo or a house in Thailand and renting it out when you're not there? Well, my thoughts are very to the point on this because I've mentioned it lots of times. I would never, ever buy a property in Thailand for several reasons. One, rent is very, very cheap, okay? It's very, very cheap. You can get what you want. Two, you're not tied down to anywhere. If you live in an area and you think, I've had enough of this, I want to move tomorrow to Pattaya, I want to move Warhin, you give me a notice, you move, end of, no other problems like that. Three, you're dealing with paperwork that's in Thai. The lawyers are not like they are in the UK. Like, okay, I've gone to the lawyers, I know I'm safe because the lawyer's looking over the paperwork. It's Thailand, guys. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say anything more than that, right? Many people have been ripped off. Why would you want to buy a condo in Thailand and rent it out? What I would tend to do is buy the condo or house or flat in the UK and rent it out here, because a contract does mean something here. If a tenant doesn't pay his rent, then you can legally get him out. Yes, it takes a long time, and the courts can be arses, and they take their sides, these wasters. But, I would strongly advise against getting a property in Thailand. Honestly, as a business proposition, I would say it's a much safer bet to buy some. I've got property to rent out here in the UK. When I go to Thailand, I'll keep renting it out. But I would, even if I had the money, there's no way I would buy a condo in Bangkok and try and rent it out. Some people do it. Some people have lost a lot of money. It's just you've asked me the question, and that's my personal opinion, my answer to you. Okay, right. Sean, I find the guys with hidden cameras and no chat is the dullest channels, but someone must like it. Well, they are interesting because they show you all the the night scenes. No, I haven't, Clive. Have you said it won't be a late one tonight? But I was very good last week. I ended after 2 hours on the Friday and 2.5 hours the Friday before. So, I've been gone for an hour and a half now. As much as I'm enjoying it, I'm having a nice drink and everything. I got a fan going. I am very hot. The air in here is very thick. There's no windows. I'm not complaining. I'm just, touching what you said. I'll keep it going for a while longer, but I can't stay here for a long time because I get used to it to a point, and I know when I step outside, it's like fresh air. It's lovely. It's wonderful, actually. And, yeah, it won't be a long one tonight. Right. This is weird. A lot of people are saying this to me, and it's kind of, Richard said, like the Sunday one best, much better flow. But it's really strange for me because I put a lot of work into the Friday night streams. Like I said to you before, the Manga Minute takes me a couple of hours to do, and it's a minute long. The Ladyboy competition, the finding the joke of the week, the spot the tiger. it takes a long time, and it's fast flowing. And this one, I'm just sitting here like talking and drinking. Maybe that's what people like. I don't know, but it's yeah. I mean, what do I do that's different on a Sunday other than not doing the competitions? Yeah, Simon Land of Smiles still around. So with Simon, this Land of Smiles, when I started my channel and started telling stories, I got a lot of flack because I just started and people said, "Oh, you're copying Simon Land of Smiles," and I wasn't copying him because he has a completely different style. I used to watch Simon's stories. He's a very, very good storyteller. The problem is they went on for episode after episode after episode, and I've sat up till 4 o'clock in the morning, honestly, listening to his stories. And as I said, he's a very, very good storyteller. He told a series called Solomon's Tales. They were actually about him in the end. And, he was living with some go-go girls in an apartment and a lot of detail. And they were very, very good, very good. And I used to have my lap because my wife wouldn't let me drink at that time. This was before we decided to separate. So I used to sneak in my cool box in the bottom of the wardrobe. And I used to put my laptop on a little table. I'd say good night, but I'd be watching this with earphones. I'd be like, psst, under the blanket, and that's sad, isn't it? Anyway, I used to watch his videos, and it'd be like, episode 422, and it'd be, right, what happened, son? What's the end? What happened? And it get to the end, and I'm thinking, well, did it happen? Did he marry her? Did he go? What happened? and we'll leave it there until next week. And I'm like, no, So in the end, I had to stop watching him because they just went on and on and on and on. And as I said, he's a great storyteller. His stories are a lot better told than I can tell them. But I wasn't copying his format. That's what we started off saying. My format is guys send me in stories. I read them. I edit them so they're easy for me to plot. And I simply read them out. And I know for a fact a lot of guys don't. I put all these nice backgrounds in, and but I know most of the guys who watch my stories, they don't actually sit and watch them. A lot of people write to me and say, "Oh, I'll walk the dog and have the headphones in, or I listen to it in the gym, or I'm driving my truck and I listen to them." So most people are not actually watching me. I could be sitting there reading the story, doing cartwheels, and nobody would know. But yeah, Simon came back with his wife. They got a job in one of these tents where they check the give you the jabs or they check the paperwork. I know he is going back out there. Okay, right. I hope I've answered that. Right, Dr. Inviso. I love the picture, by the way. I bet Pattaya 4K Walker has a story to tell. Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't know him either. I've heard the name, but I've not watched his videos. Then I watched the videos where the guy walks the Sukhumvit Sois. Not for everyone, but it's a bit like being there. Yeah, there's another guy called Bangkok Walks, and all he does, he'll say, "I'm walking to Lumpini Park today," and he'll just film himself walking. And yeah, some people, you would be surprised what people like. I came across a channel that had 1 million subscribers. So you're now going to say, "Oh, what was the guy doing? Was he cooking? Was he up a mountain in Switzerland? Was he skydiving?" Do you know what he was doing? Well, you don't, because I haven't told you. He was reading manuals. When you buy a vacuum cleaner, you've got a manual. He'd have a video and he'd say, "Right, today we've got the new Dyson vacuum cleaner, the 200 Ultra mode. Let's see what it's all about. Page 1." And he'd open it and he'd sit there and say, "The new Dyson motor is much improved because," and I'm like, "Really?" And that guy's got 1 million subscribers. There you go. You want to start a YouTube channel? Just read out, manuals. Right, let's get down to some of these new ones. Right, I don't read these comments. So before I put this up, if it's anything negative, I don't have time to read them and then put them up and read them a second time. I just put them up, okay? Nick T says, "I bought Simon's book, extremely large print, finished it in an hour, gave it to a bloke on a plane in February who was Bangkok bound." I've had some good feedback on my book. I don't think the print's overly big, but the margins are a little bit wide. I don't know why. I did mention that to Andrew, who edited it, but he didn't see it. Oh, right. Daniel Rubini, is it? "So good that you, Peter, are not one of those YouTubers that when they have subscribers start behaving like Hollywood stars." I'm not sure what you mean by that, Daniel. "So good that you, Peter, are not one." Well, I'm a down-to-earth guy. You know that. I'm not. I don't have any. I don't think I'm some kind. I'm 62, for God's sake. What am I going to boast about? Then your story sent in is a real feature on your channel, Peter. It's your brand, features Simon's a personal stories, and it's not really the same thing. I tell you what I've noticed, then, is there's guys in Thailand who have YouTube channels, but they're in Thailand. They do filming, and they're running out of content. And think, "Oh, what can I film now?" And I'm not going to name names because that's not fair. But I've come across 1 or 2 Thailand-based YouTubers have actually come out and said, "Oh, I'm going to start telling stories. If you've got stories, send them in to me." So I guess there's guys who have come across my channel and thought, "Hey, this guy's got 40,000 subscribers. And all he does is read out stories." So they want to jump on the bandwagon, right? And they think, "Oh, I'll get another 40." But it doesn't work like that. I don't think, these guys probably think you get a story, you read it, and it's a half-hour job, and that's it. I don't think they realize what's actually involved. But we all read out stories differently. I've come across a few guys who do sell stories, and some of them are good, and some of them are just kind of like, "Well, I think you've made that up, mate," because some of them are obviously made up. But there's a younger guy who's recently come out and said he's going to tell stories, and I watch his videos. He's not bad, but I think he'll hurt his channel because he's got a unique. Excuse me, burping with a beer. He's a younger guy. He's got a unique channel. He does a lot of hotel reviews and stuff, and he's a very, very good channel. And I think to sit there and read stories like I do, I just think he'll spoil his channel because for me personally, I don't think it will suit him. But it's down to him. Let's see. Right. Adrian Smith, "Your second book should be the life and times of an international hotelier." Do you know what? what I'd like to do, which is nothing to do with the subject you've just said, I'd really like to bring out a book on audio with me actually speaking. It would be a lot of work, but maybe when I'm in Bangkok, I'll dedicate one evening a week and I'll do 30 stories and I'll read them out because it costs a lot of money to have people do it. And if you could buy the book with my voice reading it out and you could be in the car and just listen to me, it might be a bit more nicer to listen to. We'll see. I haven't done it to make loads of money. I mean, I haven't sold a huge amount of books. I think I've only sold not even 100, like 76 or something. If I'd been on, in Bangkok airport on one of those carousels in a bookshop, I'd probably be choosing a new wardrobe. But, I did it just for, somebody suggested, I thought, why not? It doesn't cost me anything. Andrew gave me a hand editing it. People have bought it. I've had some good reviews. If somebody would have told me a year ago, 5 years ago, you're going to have a book with your name on it, I'd have laughed and said you need to put a bit more water with your drink. But it's nice, it's something to be proud of, isn't it? It's a book. It doesn't matter what the book's about. It's a book. It's got my name on it and my little smiling face on the back. So I'm proud of it. Right. Black Bolt says, your channel is unique, Peter, because of your personality. Checks in the post, Black Bolt. Thanks for that. Let me just say hi to this guy. I think I'm getting a cold. I'm sniffing. I should really go out there and do that, shouldn't I? Right, I'll try not to do that again. Apologies. And somebody came on here and said, you apologize too much. You know that? Right, Leroy Oates, £5. Been watching you for a while now. Your words of wisdom. Oh, wow. It's my lucky night. Words of wisdom and experiences. Great help to me and your followers. Thanks, Leroy. And that will get me 4 beers, but I'm giving up drinking for 6 weeks. So I'll buy them in Bangkok. And if I ever see you there, you can have one of them. All right, how's that? On the stories for next week, which I'll release to the members on Tuesday, the gold members, there is a guy, the last story, the 6th story is going to be for next Saturday, so I've had a bit of a clear out. And the last story, I thought it was some kind of a joke. He was saying, oh, I was down and out and I was listening to your stories and I have been to Thailand, but I've learned so much. And it was so complimentary that at the end of it, I thought, has somebody winding me up? But the guy was serious, so I never thought about that. When I started this channel, I did it for kind of entertainment, but I didn't realize it would actually help some people out. People get advice and stuff. So that's a good thing, isn't it? Right. She had a hairy muff, and this channel isn't a manga channel. Apologizing too much is part of being English. Don't worry. Yeah, it really is. It really is. No drinky. Not for 6 weeks, but tonight we're still going. Okay, let's change this picture again. I'm running out of sexy pictures. Okay, there we go. Right, Saji. I used to get Viagra when I went on a border run to Cambodia. Okay. I was going to tell a corny joke there. There was a guy told me a joke when I was in Thailand. He said, yeah, I swallowed the Viagra, but it wouldn't go down. I had a stiff neck all night. I know. I'm not. It wasn't a joke. Right. I can't pronounce that name. So no more silverware. That's a bummer. Back in 2010, they had that. I thought it was so cool. I bribed the waitress to let me take it as a souvenir. Okay. I would, one of the stories I was reading, that, the stories I do every weekend, I was reading one from a guy who was in Thailand in the 80s, and he was explaining how you did the mongering in those days, and it was so different to it is today. And what he was saying is, most restaurants, especially in a place like Pattaya, most of the girls who worked in the restaurants, they would come out with you to keep you company. You know what I mean? And the way that you kind of told them you were interested, what he was saying in his story, the room keys in those days, they had a big wooden, they weren't plastic keys, they were real keys that you put in your door in the 80s. And you had a long piece of wood, maybe 2 inches, what's that in centimeters for the non-English? Let's say 3.5 centimeters wide by 20 centimeters long. Okay, big piece of wood. What you do, you drop it in the, some hotels still have it. One in Pattaya still have it. I was staying in the Flipper Lodge in Soy. They still have it. You come out and you drop it in that kind of envelope chute, and I don't know what it is. It's so satisfying when you come down from your room and the receptionist's sitting there and you say bye, thank you, and you hold that key. You always hold it by the top of the wood and you drop it and you hear it slide in to the it's a very satisfying feel. You see, I'm easily pleased. But anyway, this guy was he was talking about the 80s and waitresses and stuff like that, and he said it was so simple in those days. He said we'd leave our key next to him on the table with the number facing up, and they knew that was enough. that was it. You know, very, very simpler times. Somebody else saying, somebody else talking about Viagra there. Right. Leave the goggles on, baby. Yeah. You know, it's really weird when you get talking to people. Sometimes you don't really know them. I've met a lot of people on this channel, and I've spoken to guys. You know, first by WhatsApp, email, and you get to talk to them, and then you know they feel more and more at ease with you, and they start confessing. Oh, you know, when I'm in Thailand, I like this, and I went to this place, and I did that. And sometimes I'm like on the phone, I'm like, really, you did that? You like that? And I'm like, geez, you know. I mean, but each to his own. Right. Hi, Eddie. Hi, Peter. Oh, that's your username. Hi, Eddie. Mugshot there. Hi, Peter. First time to Bangkok next week for 2 weeks. Hope will be fun and will be a frequent visitor. I'm 33, love the channel. Okay, Ed, look, you'll have a great time. Don't want to lecture you. Just keep your sensible head on, all right? You've watched all the videos. It's a great place. The people are fantastic. It's not any more dangerous than it is anywhere else. You'll have a good time. Just don't go there frightened. Don't have your guard up all the time. That's not the way to have a holiday. Just be sensible. Yours travels 50mm. Are you talking about the key? Right. Oh dear, oh dear. John Miles off to Thailand in April. Unfortunately, the wife's coming as well. That used to make me laugh, you know. When I was in Pattaya in the early days, when I lived there, I'd be, you know what it's like, the scene. Set the scene, right? It's 7 o'clock in the evening, the beach road, all the bars are buzzing. You come down from your hotel, freshly showered. You think, I'll go and have a bit of dinner, but I'll stop off at a bar. And everybody likes to sit at a roadside table. Yeah, and even me, I'll sit there. So here I am sitting down. Here's the road, and there's the beach there, you know, and everybody's strolling up and down the beach. And you'd be sitting there, and you could always tell the guys who had never been to Thailand before, and they were walking down with their wives, arm in arm, or long-time girlfriend, arm in arm. And you're sitting there, and there's all these screaming beauties in bikinis available for a game of Connect Four, right? And you know, you see these guys walking down with their wife on arm, you know, and they're strolling, taking in the sea air. They've never been there before, and you can see the eyes are looking that way. His head's that way, but he's looking that way, and you can see the look on his face. He's like, Jesus Christ, what am I doing with her? And I remember one time I was in Jumtien, and in those days in Jumtien, I mean, it's everywhere, the bars now, but in the old days, I'm talking 20 years ago, maybe 25 years ago, as you come down the hill into Jumtien, you know, you turn, let me just get rid of that comment. You know, as you come down the hill in Jumtien, you turn left and you're on the beach road, aren't you? Well, as you come down the hill, in the old days, you just had a few bars on the right. So I keep saying this, as you come down the hill, police box in front of you, you turn left and you're on the beach road. Well, just there were 3 or 4 bars. And I remember going in there one night it was quite early. It was about 4 in the afternoon. And you know, guys, I don't drink in the daytime. I went in there. I was bored. I just had a Sprite or a Coke or something. The girls come over, Connect Four and everything. And I got friendly with them and everything. And there was a guy who I'd met in there. And I'd had a brief conversation with. And I said, look, I might be back later. I went off and I came back about 7 o'clock. No, it couldn't have been 7 because his wife was still on the beach. Maybe say 5:30. Maybe the first time I was there too. I can't remember the exact time. But anyway, I went back into the bar and I said to the girl, I said, oh, where's, just say his name's Pete. I said, where's Pete? He said he'd be here. She said, him upstairs. He goes short time. Him wife on the beach. So this guy had said to his missus, oh, I'm going to go and buy a packet of cigarettes, or I'm going to go and do a bit of shopping. You're all right on the beach. Do you want anything? Some sun cream, darling? Something like that? No, I'm all right. I'll see you. I won't be long, 20 minutes. And he's upstairs, you know, giving the old Connect 4 hell for leather. You know, funny stories from Thailand. Right, okay, let's get back to some serious stuff here. Filth, absolutely filth. Right, Jay Frost. All right, let's have one from you. Peter, I really think you should do private investigation work, time checking on bar girls for their boyfriends out of town. Might be a good extra bit of money for you. Right, okay, let me tell you, Jay, seriously on this. I have been asked about this before, and I wouldn't do it, and I'll tell you why. If I wanted to, I could go to Bangkok, set up an office, make myself. You don't need any license there, really. You just, you know, I'm a farang, right? I just am a private investigator. Pay me whatever it is, you know, and you know, I know a private investigator, and he says 99% of the emails he gets from foreigners is, I have a girlfriend in Thailand. She told me she's not working in the bar. She told me she's in a village. I want to know for sure. Can you check? And that's not something I'd like to do, because you could actually come home in a body bag. And I'm not exaggerating, because, you know, these girls, look at the story of Lek, right? They're doing it to support their families. And, you know, you start grassing them up, you start telling tales, catching them out. It doesn't take long before people know who you are. And I wouldn't want to live in Bangkok and the bar girls in Nana and Cowboy know I'm the guy who's going to cut off their monetary supply from overseas. I'm the guy who's got his eye on them and reporting back to the boyfriend in France or England or whatever. And I just think it's a very dangerous game to play. I mean, I'm going to Thailand for a good time, you know, and it would be an easy business for me to set up, and I could use Thais as well. But the thing is, people talk. You couldn't keep it a secret. And once it got out that you're the guy who, wherever you're going, you're spying on those girls, it's not a good way to live in Bangkok. It's really not. So I wouldn't do it. I could go there and make a decent living doing it. I'm sure I could. And I could have people work for me. And I would get plenty of work from people saying, I've got a bar girl. I want to know if she's been straight or not, you know, but it's not for me, really. Okay, Black Bolt. Who in their right mind retires with their wife in Pattaya? That's just crazy. Well, yeah, maybe not Pattaya. I see where you're going with that. Yeah, Pattaya probably wouldn't be the right place to retire with your wife. I'm smiling because, you know, as I'm trying to be sensible and answer these questions, I've got other things going in my mind. When you said who the hell retires in Pattaya with their wife, my instant reaction is what I'm thinking, but I can't say. So I give you the sensible answer. But in the back of my mind, I'm smiling because I know what you're getting at. Right. Yeah, happy. You don't take sand to the desert. But a lot of these guys, honestly, they don't know. You know, maybe the wife picks it out. Let's go to Thailand. Let's visit this beautiful Pattaya. You know, and the guy's walking up Soi 8 and is screaming on each side of it. I'm sure a lot of these guys, they get back to the hotel at 9:30. They go out for a dinner. You know, I don't know. I mean, I've been to Thailand with my missus, but I wasn't, I was quite happy to be with my missus, actually. She's Asian. She's Korean. You know, we had a good time. And, but I can just imagine, you know, some old German guy with his missus who looks like a bloody warthog, or an English woman who looks like a warthog. And, you know, she's back at the hotel, you know, after, you know, clearing off the buffet, half of it by herself. And he's there and he's thinking about all these little slim petite Asian girls, you know, and he's there and he's already got a semi on and he doesn't want to sleep, and she's there watching, you know, Soldier or whatever's on the TV that night. And he's like, oh, you know what, I forgot my cigarettes, I'll go out and she's like, no, you're not, you got cigarettes in that drawer. And he's like, oh yeah, thanks for that. And then 5 minutes go by and he's like, you know what, I think I'll have a bit of fresh air. All that drink, I'm going to have a little stroll. I'll be back in 10 minutes. She's like, oh, I'll come with you. I could do with a bit of fresh air. It must be so frustrating, really. I'm smiling, but it's cruel. It's cruel. Sadist. Right. Okay, let's get serious. Richard Petra, Tiger, good morning show. Is more entertainment now with Jay and the two girls. Tim was kind of pushed out. Oh, I watched it the other day and I liked it with Tim. I know what you're saying, but I think the other way. I think Tim brought a little bit of character. I know he wasn't totally popular with some of the people that I've heard. I don't know for sure. Hang on, because this is getting really warm. You know, his nickname was Colonel Clink, wasn't it? Because if you've ever, do you remember Hogan's Heroes? It was a comedy about, I mean, of all the subjects, it was a comedy about a Second World War POW camp, and Colonel Clink was the commandant, and he does look a bit like him. Tim did look about him. If you put a monocle in, you could all, and he put the uniform on, he would fit the part. But I thought he was a very good presenter. I watched him I've watched many of his presentations, but he did one in Soy Cowboy and he was talking, and he came across great. And I think now, the personal opinion, it's only my personal opinion, right? I think the Tiger have lost a great asset. I really do, because Tim was a very, very good presenter, and his Nitty and Jay, yeah, they're good. But I just think them two being kind of Thai, who speak great English and they report very well, they present very well. But I think with Tim, it was a great compliment to the show. And I think Tim will be missed. And I think it's a big part of the Tiger that's missing. That's just a personal opinion from me. Right, Yost Travels, that's a long one. What are you saying? What makes me laugh that everything that happens in Thailand happens in all the places I go like Vegas, London, Barcelona, Miami, Mexico, etc., etc. It's just so much cheaper in Thailand. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Right, let's do another one of these changes. Right, oh, I've done that one. Okay, let's have that one on. Right, thank you, Risky Sunak, is it? Risky Sunak? Rizzy Sunak. I'm guessing that's an Indian name, isn't it? Thanks for the, you said great stream. Thank you for that. And by the way, if you are Indian, I'll put that up there. If you are Indian, I was in India for a year, had a fantastic time, great people. I found the Indians in India were totally different to the Indians in the UK. I'm not saying the Indians in the UK are bad. I've got Indians friends here, but they're just different. Hard to put my finger on it, but I had a very, very good time in India. They made me feel welcome, made a lot of friends, had some good times, and I'd go back tomorrow. Right, okay. John, is it millennial or millennial? Only in Thailand, very true. Time is run out, enjoy life. Yeah, absolutely. I've got a few years left, guys. I don't want to sound morbid, but I'm 62. If I make it to 70 and I have to come back, or I make it to 75, it's the golden years now, isn't it? I've had a great life. I really have. I've been around the world. I was in the hotel industry. I traveled for 30 years. I've been to all over Southeast Asia. I've been to the Middle East, Norway. I'm not going to start crying. I've just got a bit of an itch here. I've had a great life. I've been blessed. I've got 2 healthy kids. I'm separating from my wife now. Fair enough. That's understandable. But I'm 62. I keep saying that. I shouldn't keep saying it. But, you know, the future now, I think I left school when I was 15. I've never taken a day off work. Even when I was sick, I went to work. I think I deserve a few days in the sunshine before I pop my clogs. You know what I mean? Why not, right? Okay. Right. Black Bolt again says, I miss Tim on the Tiger. I don't watch it as much anymore. Yeah, it really, I mean, Tim was a great contributor to that channel. Right. Nara 12. Tiger was good, but the presenter now trying to put on posh force speak. Can't watch anymore. That's funny. Right. I'm not going to criticize them, but what I'm going to say is I look at a lot of their news items because they're quite a good channel for news. I look at many news channels, Bangkok Post. I used to do a weekly news roundup on this channel, but I got bored with doing it because it's too much work. I might do it again when I'm in Thailand. But I don't know. Is it just me? I looked at their news the other day and I couldn't actually find the print. It was all videos, you know. Right, Nick T. Peter, you mentioned before you would document the process of leaving your family, etc., and the emotional side. I wonder if Mrs. Hopkins would come on. The high respect, no, she will never come on. One, she's got absolutely no interest in what I do on YouTube. She's not nasty. She's just got no interest in. She's now watching her Korean dramas. I've tried to say, why don't you come on the channel and say hello? Secondly, now at this stage, I don't really want her to come on here because as far as I'm concerned, we're already finished. There's no nastiness, like I keep saying. Let me just say thank you to Big Tinge, great channel, Peter. Creep personality. You, oh, thanks. I don't know about the best YouTube, but thanks for the compliment. I'll write the check out in a minute. Hang on. I've said this many times. I'll be brief because I don't want to bore you. Okay. With me and my wife, we've been together 33 years. We've raised a couple of kids. Right now, the sparkle has gone out of the fit. The fizz has gone out of the glass. Okay. I don't hate her. She doesn't hate me. I still love her. She still loves me. But we've just decided the time now in our lives, she needs her space. She wants to buy her own house. I'm going to provide for her, obviously. And, you know, I want to go and live in Thailand. She doesn't want to live in Thailand because of our daughter. She doesn't want to leave our daughter. I can buy a ticket for my daughter to come and visit me. But it's just got to that stage in life. And yes, I will document it because it all sounds fun in games. I'm going to Thailand, you know, soapy massages and all the rest of it. But, you know, think about it, guys. 33 years with a person living in a 4-bedroom house. It's a big change. I mean, the one thing I've got on my side is I have lived there many years. And so I've got this. I'm not going to fall into any illusions where I'm going to go there for this, but I get caught up with a bar girl scene. So that won't happen. Okay. But what will happen, I'll get there. It'll all be new. It'll be fun. But there will be days when I'm sitting in an apartment on my own with Netflix on and a beer, and I will get a bit depressed. I'm going to miss my wife. I'm going to miss my kids. And there will be some emotional things going on. And what I want to do is I want to share that with you guys. So I want to make some videos, and I'm not going to just say, look, I will make videos like this, but I'll say, here's my apartment, here's the kitchen, blah, 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 I paid this. But I want to make some videos and say, well, this is how I feel now. I've been here for a month. I haven't heard from my wife and kids. This is how I'm feeling. This is what you're going to go through if you do it. Because there might be guys out there who are living with their wives and they're thinking, hang on, this guy's speaking some sense. Not that I often speak sense, but you know, just because you're 60, your life hasn't ended. You don't have one foot in the grave, right? There's a whole world out there. Thailand's a wonderful country. You can become a young man out there again. right? I know that sounds a bit corny, but you really can. And here for me, for instance, what am I going to do? Am I going to go to the social club, as Ed likes to say, get into the local draw? I'm not. There's another life there. So if you're one of those guys and you're sitting on the fence and saying, you know what, I'm in a comfort zone, I'm scared to do it, I've been with my missus 30 years. I'm not encouraging people to leave their wives by no means. But what I'm saying to you is, if you're in a rut and your wife's kind of fed up with you being around and you're fed up of being around, perhaps it's a good time to shake hands and say, well, it was good while it lasted. I'm off to Thailand. Here's a house. If you're in a financial position to do that, you know, and I'll share my experience with you, and hopefully I'll help you make a decision. And again, I'm not shedding a tear. I've actually got an itchy eye. There, it's gone. Right. Okay. We're coming up for the 2-hour mark now. Won't be much more. Yeah, I'm not really a book writer, Paul. Like Andrew Hammond helped me out with that last book. Right. John Miles. Hello, Peter. Apart from the obvious, how will you keep yourself occupied all the time when you move to Thailand? Great question, and I've got a great answer for it. Okay. So something I've said many, many times, if you relocate out to Thailand, if you don't have a hobby or a business or something to do, you will end up in the bars, because what will happen, you're so bored, you can't sit in your apartment 24/7, right? You can't have a life of just going out and drinking in the bars. You've gone to Thailand, you don't know anybody, you can hook up with a bar girl, but she'll suck all the money out of you. You'll lose a gold in your teeth when you're asleep. That's not the way to go. You can meet a nice girl in Thailand, okay? I've got no plans, but who knows? You've got to occupy yourself, whether you play golf or you make matchstick models, it doesn't matter. You know, I've seen guys in Thailand, they're hanging around malls in the afternoon. They're looking at their watches. It's 2 PM and they don't know what to do with themselves. So in answer to your question, I'm very, very lucky. I'm blessed, actually. And I'll tell you why. Because YouTube takes up a hell of a lot of time. And when I'm in Thailand, YouTube will become my full-time job. I will get a work permit. I'm not going to tell you how I can get a work permit, but I can, guaranteed. But I will be doing a lot of traveling. I will be making a lot of videos. I enjoy it. It's not just about the money, but it will help me have a much better life in Thailand than if I didn't have it. And in answer to your question again, I'll enjoy Thailand for what it is. I'll have my apartment. I'll go out for some nice meals. I'll go to the beach like everybody else. I'll do the normal things, but I will be spending a lot of time making videos, editing. Because when you have a YouTube channel, it's not just about filming and putting up a video. It's easy to take the video. The time is in the editing and the uploading and the thumbnails. So I hope that's answered your question. Dulce Volt, Peter, you mentioned your age a few times. 62 is not getting old. I'm 76. Good on you. I'm 76 and have been coming to Thailand since 1970s. One life, live it. You have many years ahead of you. Good luck. Yeah, thanks and well done to you. But you know what crosses my mind? When you get to 60, your body starts to pay you back for what sort of lifestyle you've had. And you know, you don't know what's around the corner. And I'm not paranoid, but I'm not 21. I'm not 31. I'm not even 51. Okay. I know what you're saying. There's a lot of guys in Thailand who are 60, 72, 80, and they're still going strong and they're still playing Connect 4 every night. You know what I mean? But it's a worry, isn't it? You can't ignore it. And if you're 76 and you're still at it, as it were, out there, then fair play to you. Well done. And I really genuinely hope, touch wood, I hope I follow in your footsteps. But for now, I'll have a little whiskey on you. With you, not on you. I'm not going to throw it at you. Right, there you go. I don't know how to pronounce your name. And again, being English, I'll apologize. But 76 in Thailand, Das Fault. Cheers. Here's to you. Okay, let's move on. I'm forward again because of the bloody fan. I get wet, I dry with the fan, and then I get wet again. So there we go. Right, okay. Frank Travel, right. So the last comment said, Peter, you're not old at 62. I'm 76. And Frank Travel says 62 is old. Okay, what do you want me to do? Shall I go to the bingo tomorrow and never go to Thailand again? Okay, don't worry about it. I'll get by. Right, Crypto Rocketeer, single life is great until you realize that you miss what you had before. Hopefully it's not like that for you. Well, you know what, Crypto Rocketeer, it's not like I've made the decision and I've said to my wife, you know what, I've had enough of you. I'm off to Thailand. See you later. That hasn't happened. She hasn't given me a choice. She's actually the one who's instigated. She said she hasn't got a boyfriend or anything like that. And if she did, it's not my business. She just wants some space, you know, and we've discussed this many times. You know, when I was younger, I did put a lot of pressure on. I wasn't the easiest person to live with because I'm very finicky. And I'm the sort of person that if she's cooking in the winter and she opens the window to let the smells out and she leaves the heating on, I'm like, what the hell? You know, you're opening all the windows and the bloody heating's on. I'm not heating the squirrels in the woods, you know. I'm the most popular guy with the squirrels, you know. I'm paying for them to, you know, and things like that, like wore her down because she's like, oh, you're always moaning. Or she'd be, you know, my daughter would be throw the clothes straight on the floor. And I'm like, why you throw your clothes on the floor? Just put them in the basket. And to them, it's like I'm a moaning mini, you know, I'm always telling them off. So, you know, I'm very regimented, you know. I like everything in its place, you know. I don't like clothes on the floor and pictures that are like that. Right, Leroy Oates. It's what's around the holes that change. Okay. I've got to be careful when I read some of these out because some of you guys, you're like me. I'm sitting here having a beer, having a little whiskey, and you know, the more you have, the more sort of outspoken you are. And it's the same with the comments. Some guys start off really polite, really sensible comments. By the end of the stream, like, shall I block him or not? Right, bottle baby. Became a beach vendor. There is always work there. Maybe a vendor, blogger, live stream. Yeah, I don't think I want to be a beach vendor, but you've got to do something, haven't you? Nick T, 62 is a good age because you're set up for financially. If you're not 62 at 62, then forget about it. I don't have don't get me wrong, guys. I don't have a hang up about being 62. It's not like, oh, I'm 62, I'm going to be dead soon. It's not that. It's just that I'm realistic, and I realize that I'm not a young man anymore. I need to start looking after my health. You know, I'm going to give up drinking for 6 weeks tomorrow. I hope. I'll tell you if I don't make it. And you just got to be aware. You know, you're not young anymore, are you? It doesn't mean you know, you need to sort of get all depressed about it, but you just got to be aware of it. Right, only in Thailand. Have you? Okay, you're talking to someone else. Yeah, absolutely. Danny Ho, 62, gone on 16. I mean, don't forget, guys, when I first went to Thailand, I was about 30. And if you don't believe me, I think I've showed you this before. Here's my old passport, James Bond passport, right? Let's have a look. Let's see what we can find for you. China. Malaysia. Just trying to find an old stamp from Thailand. What's that? Visa, immigration, Singapore. Where's Thailand? I've showed you before anyway. I've got stamps, you know, I've got stamps here from the early 90s. I mean, look, when I first got to Thailand, this is what I looked like when I first got to Thailand. Look, like a bloody mugshot. Look, hang on. You can tell about my nails there. Look, can you see that? Hang on. So that when I arrived in Thailand and I was working in the hotels, that's, look, I've got the tie on. That's what I actually looked like, you know. So when I was in Thailand, when I was in Pattaya, I got a little bit of attention. Now I'm like, you know, handsome daddy, they call me. Right. Okay. I'm also a pendant, Peter. What do you mean I'm also a pendant? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, do you mean independent? Martin Ryder, it was called Siam in those days. Yeah, yeah. Do you know what Ceylon means? You know, every Thai, all the names of Thai people have got a meaning to them. And I just found a few years ago, Ceylon actually means 4 winds, because sea, like Noon Song Sam Si, Ha Hok, right? So Noon Song Sam Si. So Si is 4 and Lom is wind. So Ceylon, 4 winds. Interesting, isn't it? Right. Okay, Farang Travels, off to bed. Bye-bye. Yeah, thanks for coming in. Sunday night, we've still got over 433 in. If you've just joined us, good to have you in, guys. It's a little bit of a late one, but we'll keep it going for a while. Right, Chris, how are you doing? Hi, Peter. Wow, that was a young fella. Yeah, I wasn't born looking like this. You know, I was a young man once, and there is the proof. And you know what? If I could get a genie and rub the side of it, and the genie came out and said, "What would you want?" I'd say, "Can you have a look at this picture? Can you put me in Pattaya looking like this, but lose a tie?" I'd have a great night, wouldn't I? Right. And you know what pisses me off? I didn't take advantage of it. When I looked like that and I went to Thailand, I didn't take advantage of it. I took it for granted, you know. And, you know, the older you get, the more knowledgeable you get. But you can't go back in time. You can't go back in time. Oscar Wilde said, a great fan of Oscar Wilde, his plays and what have you. I've watched a few remakes of them. Oscar Wilde once said that youth is wasted on the young. And I think I know what he means by that, because when you're 16, you're youthful, you've got your looks, you've got no wrinkles, but you don't know life, do you? And when you're old, you're a life experienced person. Nobody's going to trip you up, but your youth has gone. You're a tea bag already, aren't you? Christ, that's depressing, isn't it? Let's change the subject. Crypto Rocketeer. Pending is when everything has to be put in its place, like you're explaining, that they thought you were just angry. Yeah, exactly. I've not heard that saying before, but that is what I'm like. Everything has to be in its place. I don't like waste. But, you know, it can come across as nagging when you keep telling people, oh, look, pick things off the floor, shut the windows, the heating's on. Oh, look, when you went up there and you bumped that picture, why don't you put it straight again? You know, it's important to me, but to other people, it's just nagging, isn't it? Taxi to Lao, how was the salary when working at the hotel? It was pretty good, actually. Let me try and remember what sort of package I had. I mean, you're going back many, many years. I was paid in US dollars, not Thai baht or pounds. I think when I was in Khon Kaen, what year was I in? I was in Khon Kaen in the Pullman open. It was called the Sofitel, but I think it's called the Pullman now. I opened that up with some other people. We opened the Pullman. I think it opened in 1996. I got there in 94 because it was just the foundations. They were just building it. I was part of the opening team of the Pullman, which was the Sofitel in Khon Kaen. I believe it opened in 1996. So I arrived there 2 years prior. I was staying in a Thai hotel. And I think at that time, US dollars, I mean, it doesn't sound a lot today, but it was a lot at the time. I was getting, let me think how much it was now. I think I was getting about 60. It doesn't sound a lot, but listen to the whole package. I was getting 1,600 US dollars, but I was paying no tax on that. So at the time I smoked, so I took $100 for cigarettes and beer on my night off, and I took my wife to a restaurant. My wife was with me. So 1,500 US dollars was going in the bank every month. But on top of that, I lived, all my hotel expenses were paid for. Then when the Sofitel opened up, I had a guest room in the Sofitel. I used all the laundry, the coffee shop, room service, so everything was free. We had a full medical package, and I had an air ticket to the UK I didn't come back sometimes. It was wasted. I didn't have nothing to come back for. But it was a very, very good career. But the problem is in the hotels, you're never off. I'd have a Sunday off. The general manager would say to me, oh, Peter, I was in food and beverage, right? So they'd say, Sunday, I'm off, right? So they say, oh, Peter, there's a small function going off in one of the banquet rooms. Can you just pop? I know you're off today, but can you just pop your head in, make sure everything's okay? Well, that's it. If it goes wrong, it's your neck, right? The general manager has said to me, can you just pop your head in, make sure everything's okay? Well, you can't. You've got to basically supervise it. So I've had to say to my wife, look, I'm sorry, I've got to look after this function. I'll be done by 4 o'clock. Day off ruined. But that's the business. That's the business I was in. Right, be more on. What would you have done differently in Thailand when you were younger? What did you take for granted? Well, I was married. If I was single, I think I would. There's a lot of things I would have done differently, and I don't really want to get into that. But nothing really. I just think more on the sort of side with the ladies, you know. But I was already married, so I didn't make any mistakes really, because I was in the hotel and they kind of looked after me. You know, I was under their umbrella, so. You know, there's some quite powerful people on those hotels, the Sofitels. I worked for a company called Accor, which they ran Sofitels, Novotels. They were the management company. So, you know, when you work for a Sofitel, for instance, when I worked for the Sofitel Khon Kaen, the actual owner of the hotel, because Accor used to just manage the hotels, the owner of the hotel was a very, very powerful Chinese businessman, and he owned every single Honda dealership in Isan. Right, so you know when you're driving through Isan, you see a Honda showroom with all the Honda Civic cars and all the other cars in there, and then down the road you'll see a Honda motorcycle shop, and there's hundreds of them. He owned at that time every single one in Isan, and he was Chinese, right, Chinese Thai, and he wanted to build this 5-star hotel in the center of Khon Kaen. You know, it's face, isn't it? And at the time we advised him it should be a Novotel, because in Khon Kaen the Novotel's a 4-star hotel. You didn't really want a 5-star hotel in Khon Kaen in those days. But he wanted the best of the best. He wanted face. It was his money, multi-millionaire. I want a Sofitel. He got a Sofitel, and that's what we built for him. It should have been a Novotel, you know. But yeah, well, how did I get into that? What was the question? I went off on one there. Okay, let's see what else. Cashier says, hey, then you can be young and cheap or old and wealthy, but Western girls don't want either. Right now, I won't go into my personal life too much about Western women. Right. I've been with this one 33 years. I always said to her, when you get to 40, I'm going to trade you in for two 20-year-olds. Never did. Right. Leroy Foy 20. I hate set menu crunked up. It's always the most work. A Utia is easy. I haven't been to a Utia. A Utia was the original capital of Thailand. A very interesting place, apparently. I should go there. Yours Travel says a core is still going strong. Absolutely. I worked for their Bangkok office. When I first went out there and I worked for their Asia Pacific office, I wasn't working in Thailand. They sent me to a place called Yogyakarta in Indonesia. That is a real name. It's not Jakarta, and I've made a mistake. It is called Yogyakarta, where my first daughter was born, and I was managing a Ibis hotel. I don't know if you've heard of Ibis. They're 3-star in Asia, but they're 2-star here in the UK. 200 rooms, coffee shop and a bar. Very, very good hotel. Very nice. Basic, but okay. Martin Ryder says, off to demolish a bottle of red. Have a good mongering week. All right. Well, you can demolish it here. We're all having a drink tonight. Let me just have another one here. Oh, it won't be a long one tonight, guys. It really won't. You know what I've got to hang up about tonight? I'm sniffing. I don't know why, and I'm aware that nobody likes to hear you sniffing. If it comes across on the microphone, it's horrible, I know. So I think I'm all right now. I've got people who talk to me on the phone, and I wear headphones when I'm on the phone, and they're constantly snorting. And I'm like, I say to them outright, I say, do you know what? Can you stop doing that? You're making me feel like vomiting. And they're like, oh, can you hear it? And I'm like, yeah, of course I can hear it. I'm wearing headphones. Right. Okay. We've got a fresh beer, a fresh whiskey, and we'll go for a little while longer. Let's talk to you. Let's see what's going on. Right. Bottle baby again. I'm going from the bottom up now. Right. I hate old passport pictures. They looked horrible at the time and really good looking back then. I like my old passport picture. I really do. I mean, I look back on it and it's like, is that really me? It was, you know. Right. Welsh 32 says, I stayed in an Ibis in Blackpool. They're not the same in the UK, in Asia. In Asia, they're quite nice hotels. They're very basic here in the UK. I think that means Peter, right? Ken. Peter, are you good at pool? Do you know what pisses me off about pool? I really like pool. And when I'm in Hua Hin is a big pool town, okay? They have a league and everything. I'm not in the league or anything like that. But what pisses me off about pool is I'm not consistent, right? So I play with the girls in the bars because I go in on my own. And when I'm in Bangkok, I'm in Soi 8, across the road over the SkyTrain, Soi 7. There's a couple of bars down there. And you just go in, there's a couple of pool tables. You see a girl, you say, you want to play pool with me? You want to play with my balls? Remember the Nat and Dave video? And they'll say, yeah, and I'll buy them a drink, only one, and then I'll give them a tip. I'll have 3 or 4 games on. But you know what pisses me off about pool? Sometimes I play, and I'm not blowing my own trumpet. I'm like Steve Davis reincarnated. I can't miss. Now, why has that gone off? Hang on. And I think I'm good to, and I've actually had people come up to me in the bar and say, you play some good bloody shots there, you know, and I'm like, everyone goes down, and the bar girls sit and they said, oh, you're very good at playing pool. And then I'll have another game and I'm shit. I can't get a ball down. And that really pisses me off, because if I could play consistently, like when I'm playing well, I think I could join a league and be a really good pool player. But I don't. I play 1 or 2 good games where I don't miss anything and people compliment me, and then I can't get shit. Simple shots. You know, really, I don't know why. I've always been like that. Paul Hoskin, did you see anything interesting in the hotels? Yeah, lots of things. I'd need to do another 2 hours, Paul. Let me give you an example of one thing. What did I see interesting? Do you mean interested in shocking or interested as in funny? Okay, here's a little story for you. No, I can't tell you because it's very personal to somebody else. Okay, sorry, Paul. If I ever meet you in Bangkok, Paul, and we sit down, ask me that question again. I was just about to tell you a story, and it's a real good story. And what it was, I don't want to give you too much detail, and I don't want to give you a tease, but I'll just tell you briefly what it was. We had a band, and the lead singer was an arse, an absolute arse. He thought he was George Michael. He thought he was God's gift to women, and he thought he was unreplaceable. Okay, he was a Thai band. Okay, he's a lead singer, and I was in this hotel, and we were paying a lot of money for this guy, and they were coming in late. They were supposed to start at 11 o'clock. The stage, they're supposed to be on stage, handing over from the DJ, and he was just a total arse. He told it to me. He used to speak to me like I was some kind of arsehole, really. And you can't really give them written warnings and stuff like that. That doesn't work in Thailand. And I had to get rid of this. He thought he could never be sacked. He thought he was friends with the owner. He had a head this size. He had so much attitude. He wasn't a particular brilliant singer, but his band around him made the whole package good. And this guy was just a total disrespectful arse, right? And he was insulting people, and they didn't want to get rid of him because his band was good. He was actually the band, not manager, but it was his band, right? If he goes, everybody goes. And I made it my mission in life to replace him. It was such an arse. I went to Bangkok on my own time, and I went around a lot of places in RCA City, other areas, entertainment areas. I spoke to a lot of bands till I did a deal with the right band, because I had that influence so that I could actually make an offer, get it approved later, but I knew it would be approved. And I went down to Bangkok, and I watched a lot of bands. I listened to a lot of bands. I had a lot of bottle of black labels with a lot of band leaders. And I found a great band at the same price or slightly cheaper. Asked them when they could come up. And what I did, and this guy was such a, I know the word I want to say, but it's YouTube, right? He was such an arrogant prick. He really was. And I hated him because he used to talk to me in such a way like, oh, you're a Farang, you can't do anything to me. And he used to cause us problems, all the management. So I thought, right, I made it my mission in life. And what I actually done, I got this band, and I had the full backing of my boss at the time. And he was a bit nervous, but he said, look, Peter, if you're confident, do it. And I spent my own time in Bangkok, my own money. And I got this band lined up. When can you come? And the plan was, so they were out all day. Their equipment was on stage. This band, their equipment was on stage. They'd roll in about 10, 11 o'clock. They go on stage. The disco would be going. And at a certain time, the disco stopped. They introduced the band would come on, and they'd go off for a while, and that was it. And I went down to Bangkok, and I hated this guy. He was such an arrogant prick, right? He really was disrespectful, and like I say, he wasn't that great a singer. I'm answering Paul Hoskins' question about unusual, but I'm making a meal of it, right? And I went to Bangkok. I sorted out with this band, so they'd come in about 11. A lot of equipment on stage, but I planned it really, really well. It was a mission, right? And what happened is I got our security team in the hotel, said, right, this band's, they're going to turn up at 1 p.m., but don't do anything until they turn up to make sure they're here. Good to their word, they turned up, but they're Thai, so they turned up at 2 p.m., not 1 p.m., but it was 2 p.m., not the end of the world, right? So 2 p.m., they turned up with their minibus with all the gear inside it. The hotel security team, which I could not order around, but they were with me, you know what I mean? Do this, guys, do that. Got them a bottle of Black Label afterwards, good guys. So anyway, I said to the security team, I said, right, as soon as they arrive, you're in there, box it up. And we got all their equipment, guitars, drums, a whole lot on the back of, we took them to the back entrance, the loading area where they bring the meat and the bread and anything that comes into a hotel, it comes in the back entrance. It doesn't come through the front doors, right? And I was a little devious sod, right? So what I did, I got this band, 2 p.m. they turned up. Security, I said, right, get the gear off, unplug it, bring it all out, put it, don't leave it on the back area where they unload. Put it on the road at the back. And that's what they did. They put it in a pile, right? This band set up. We did the sound checks and everything. I'm getting excited now. I need to have a whiskey. Hang on. Now, don't forget this first guy with the arrogant little sod doesn't come till about 10:30, 11. So the band were there at 2. By the time they were set up, to be fair, it was about 6 p.m. Okay. I ordered them food. I said, whatever these guys want, have it. I ordered them a load of food from the coffee shop, Thai food. I signed it off, no problem. So they stayed in the disco, such an old word, but they stayed. They carried on setting up. They took 15 minutes to eat the food, cigarette, whatever. No problem, guys, go for it. Right, set them up, sound check. They had a Thai manager, perfect, ready to go. They went off about probably 7 o'clock to relax, change. We gave them a room that they could shower and get ready and all the rest of it. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. Such satisfaction. So what happened was, this arrogant prick turned up with his band, that probably his fellow guys who were, you don't need to feel sorry for them because they were all arrogant little shits. They really were, right? And they thought that there's no way we could conduct our business without them, right? They thought that the hotel couldn't run the entertainment area without them. They couldn't be replaced. But I did this in a stealth way, right? Oh, it was like going to heaven. This guy comes in at 10 o'clock, and this other band, they're on stage live and they're playing. I can't remember the times. I might have screwed up with the times, right? But the new band is on stage. Well, we had speakers outside so that if people, not like booming, but if people went by, they're like, oh, this music must have a nightclub and all that. It was all promotion, right? So you could hear it. So these guys turned up and they could hear this music and they thought, what's going on? Cameras, we had cameras with the band. They were like, he went ballistic, absolutely ballistic, but he couldn't get at me because I told the security, right, when he turns up, don't let him inside the hotel, okay? There's his gear. Tell him, there's your gear. You know, you got to bring your van, whatever you want, but you're not coming into the hotel. You've got no personal effects. We emptied their lockers. Everything was on the back. So the security, all the doors were covered. They couldn't come in. It was comical. What happened is the owner, who I was just speaking to before, he comes up the front of the hotel in an English Jaguar. That's the car he's got, right? He's driving an English Jaguar. This guy, the twat, the idiot, he jumps on the bonnet of the Chinese owner's car to stop the car midway through. Say, he's thrown us out. He's thrown us out. The Chinese owner, the guy who owns all the Honda shops, get perfect English, right? Pulls me aside, says, get in the car. I get in the car. They drive around the corner. He says, what's going on, Peter? I told him the story briefly. I said, look, Kun, whatever his name was, give him a proper, really low Y. I don't know if you know, there's three kind of Ys in Thailand. One is like the normal one. Second one is like you put your thumb on your nose. The third one is like you only give for like monks and people of very big faith, right down. Anyway, I gave him number 3, right? So he knows I'm serious. And I told him the story and I said, look, your business is in jeopardy. This guy's messing about. He's insulting the customers, blah, 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 blah. This is what I've done. I've solved a problem. The band's on. Listen to the crowd. They love him. Do you know what he said to me? He turned around and said, whatever, no problem. In Thai, in English. He said, yeah, that's fine. No problem. Okay, see you later. And he went off. And these guys, do you know what? That was one of the best experiences of my life. It really was. I bet you wish you never asked me, Paul Hoskins. Okay, right. Right, Cashier says, stories like this are why I come to the live stream. I mean, I kind of went on about it, but I was self-indulgent there because it really is a good memory. And Paul Hoskins' story was, do you have any good memories in the hotel? And I could make a 3-hour video about stories like that, but I don't want to be negative, but it's just this guy, when you meet somebody and you just think, God, I'd love to give you a kick in the nuts or get revenge, but you can't. And I couldn't, but I did. You know what I mean? It was like, I was like a cat who'd had like 10 pints of milk, cream. Okay, right. I'm getting carried away now. Okay, right. Dutch Frank, 100% import tax on cars. I haven't seen your conversation with other people, but somebody once said to me, why don't you set up a business bringing cars into Thailand? Because they love the Mercedes and the BMWs and things like that. It's just not viable because the tax is so high. But by the time you bring it into Thailand, it actually works out more expensive than if you bought it in Thailand. And I'll give you an example. For instance, cars are so expensive in Thailand. A car that you can buy here in the UK for £2,000, you'll pay £15,000 for in Thailand. They're just really, really expensive. Dutch Frank says, English Jaguar, that must have been a huge import tax. Yeah, but don't forget, the guy's a millionaire. He's Mr. Isan. He owns every Honda dealership. He's built a 5-star hotel. His budget for bloody is to fit out the. I'm going to get knocked for how I say karaoke now. People say I don't say it right. Karaoke or karaoke. The budget just to put the software in there, like the record, not the hardware, the software and the disc was 250,000 baht just for that. He wasn't worried about money. That wasn't his concern. Yeah, then you said you told that story with real relish. Well, I did because I enjoyed it. He was an arse. And you know what's really nice? I'm not on a power trip. But you know what's really nice when you've got everybody on your side, right? When I was in the hotel business, I know how the Thais work, right? So, in the UK, they're on a salary. And if somebody does something special, you think, well, he's on a salary. It doesn't work like that in Thailand. I'd get a couple. I used to have a case of Black Label on this. Because I was in food and beverage. I always used to manage to get a free case of Black Label from the brewery because we used to buy so much. I used to keep that in my office. And if our security team, if I got them to do something like they did and it was successful, I'd get the chief of security and I'd say, "Can we meet up later?" He'd come up and I'd be like, "Yeah, thanks for that. That was a great job. Bottle of Black Label." That was it. Your passport's stamped. You don't need anything more than that. Taxi to Lao, don't get me going. Okay. Alan Clark says, "Peter, I'm still waiting for the night you tell your supernatural ghost story. Maybe you can." Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. I won't tell it tonight. It'll be because if I tell, I was saying I've seen a ghost a couple of times in my life, and if I tell it now, it's just like, oh, he's letting the stories go tonight, isn't he? So I'll give that a miss. At a go, same as Malaysia, a new Toyota Camry. Is it a Camry? Is about 69,000 Canadian. Yeah, they're expensive, guys. I think the tax is like 4 times. No, I've got that wrong. Let me just change this. As lovely as they are. Okay, here we go. How about these ones? Short hair. Love short hair on a girl. Really like it. Not for everybody. Wow, still got 420 people in, so we'll keep it going for a while. Right, dog. Hi, Peter. Why are cars more expensive in Thailand than in Europe? It's import tax. Simple as that. Imported EU or US cars, okay, but what about the Asian cars? It's all import tax. I don't know the reason. I can't give you the numbers, but they're very, very expensive. And as I said earlier, you can get a car here in the UK for £2,000. A BMW, for instance, an old one with 100,000, it'll cost you 12, 15,000 in Thailand. It's all to do with tax, nothing more than that. Clive, weirdly, there's a guy in Dudley that imports and sells German cars from Asda. How the hell does that work? Who knows, Clive? Who knows? Capio, how you doing, mate? Good to have you in the stream. Let's get you up there. Thais are terrified of ghosts. Every time the wife annoys me, I tell her I'm buying a house opposite a graveyard. Yeah, nice one. I don't know if it's Capio. I don't know if it's so much the same these days, but in the old days, I'm talking 30 years ago, if you whistled in Thailand, you got a lot of nervous Thai people around you because, the Thai culture, if you whistle, they say that you're asking for the ghosts to appear. Now, I've said that on a stream before, and one guy said, "Oh no, I told my wife that story," and she said, "It doesn't matter. We don't give a shit." Right, Mark Hanley. Hey, Capio. Yeah, I mean we've already been going for about 2.5 hours, Capio, but it's good to see you in. We won't mention Mr. You Know Who, but I've had some very interesting talks with Brian Flowers, and he makes me laugh. He sent me some stuff on that subject. You know what I'm talking about, right? And he's put a smile on my face. Right. Dutch Farang, they got a deal with the China. I don't know what you're talking about, Dutch Farang. Who? Why? When? Right. Soothing medication import tax is 3% on products not made in Thailand. Is to encourage factories to be built. Okay, right. I'll take your word for it. I don't know, but it sounds about right. Josh Travel says import cars from Asda. Do you know? All joking aside, there is actually there's a mall. You will believe it because I'm telling you. There's a mall in Thailand called Siam Icon. Okay, it's a high one of the most. I think it's the most expensive mall in Bangkok. I was there with Michael last time I was there. It's right next to the river. They have shops, not one, several. You walk into a shop, there's a couple of Porsches in there. You walk into another shop, there's a Lamborghini there. They actually have a mall that has all these different shops, and they've got shops with luxury cars in them. The fruit shop, every piece of fruit has been polished. And when you look at the rows of apples, the stem is like that. Every single apple. I mean, unbelievable. If you're ever in Thailand, try and have a look at Siam Icon. It's very, very interesting. Right, Capio, I almost forgot you had a comment there. The Americans played whistle. Yeah, that's really interesting. That is true. You know me, I'm a Second World War buff. I love anything World War II. I find it so interesting, especially aviation. I'm not boasting here. I'll just tell you might not know. I've actually got a pilot's license. And the reason I got it is because I like to go and explore old airfields. I've got a video on this channel about an airfield that's 4 miles away from me, an American airfield. But I got pissed off because I couldn't get into them in the end. So I took up flying and I used to fly over them. And I watched a couple of YouTube videos where they did, because the Vietnamese were really scared of ghosts, and the Americans played these tapes, and they were like, oh, I'll try and mimic them now, but they were saying things like, "Oh, why you're in the jungle doing this? Go home! You're making me suffer." However they did it, and it was really scary for the Vietnamese. But you know, in war, love and what is it they say? Right, David again. I know a young guy in his early 20s. He thinks he is God's gift to all girls, etc., as he is the son of my two old friend, or so is it son? I left the Elvis holiday in Hemsby 1 year as he wanted to rip his head off. Yeah, I mean, do you know what? That story I keep mentioning today, Lek and Paul. You know, one of the best bits of that story, she's talking about the customers she likes and the story she doesn't like. And what I really enjoyed is when she was talking about, she said some of the worst, I won't say who they are in case there's anybody here, but she was talking about the worst customers they get. And she actually explained why. It was really good, really good. Okay. Oh, let me just wet the old whistle here. She's really cute, this girl here. For a married, can I say that as a married man? I think it's a short hair, though. I've got a thing about short hair. You know, some guys, when they look at women, they just have to have that something. It doesn't matter what they look like. They're turned on. And with me, it is short hair. And that's lovely, isn't it? Right, Prior9 says, all is fair in love embargoes. Yeah, absolutely. Right, Nick Franco, how are you doing? Haven't seen you for a few weeks. Tell the story you mentioned on your interview with Trevor, the one about someone screaming in the hotel lobby out of anger. Yeah, no, yeah. That's another stream, I think, because you know when you're telling stories about certain things, I've been telling stories about the, you know, my business was, I was in the hotel industry. I've done other things since. I finished that into when did I finish it? About 97, I think it was, just after the Conken one. That was the last one. But you know, I'm on a flow with the hotels and them sort of stories. I will do a stream and make it, maybe on Halloween we'll do a ghostly theme, and I'll tell you a few stories and what you're asking there, what I was talking to Trevor. But at the moment, I just want to say thank you to it's not on it. There we go. I won't try and pronounce your name. Is it P? I just said I won't try and pronounce it. I'm trying to pronounce it. I can't pronounce it, but thank you very much. I do appreciate it. 7, 8, and I know you probably gave $10, but YouTube take their little bit off the top, don't they? Thanks for that. Right, Crypto Rocketeer, Peter, you can say what the hell you want, being you are not married, you are separated. No, I'm not. My wife's upstairs. She's watching videos. I don't want to make her lose face, do I? Maybe her friends are watching this. Hey, then. Where are you? Why aren't you going up there? Right. I'm a long hair face here, Peter, but we agree on another background girl. Yeah, I can't really explain it here about the short hair, but I'm smiling. You know what I mean? Looks like a Polish Peter. What does? What looks like a Polish? Not me. I've got a lot of respect for Polish people, actually. I'm going off on a different subject now because, you know, I said I was a bit of a World War II history buff. I'm not saying it's good war, but I like to read up and watch videos about World War II. I find it fascinating, especially the aviation side of it. And with the Polish people, we had them here in the Second World War because when their country got run over by the Nazis, a lot of the pilots came to the UK and they were flying Hurricanes and Spitfires. And I can't remember, there's a documentary about it, but I can't remember the group, the name, but the Polish pilots had the highest kill rate in the RAF in the Second World War, in the Battle of Britain. And the reason being is because they had such a hatred of the Nazis because they'd run over their country, killed their wives, their daughters, their children, all that sort of thing. They'd come over to the UK after losing their families. If they ran out of bullets, the Polish pilots, they'd ram the planes, you know, and they had a really high success rate. It was so high that the English commanders didn't believe it. And what they did, they thought they were making the numbers up. So what they did, they went up on a flight with a few flights with them to witness it from a distance. And they seen it. They were like, yeah, they're doing it. They're not bullshitting. They were fantastic. Right. Okay. Pete Bailey, I like the Vietnam stories too. In Royette, there is a soy nickname Soy Hello. The story is that the Yanks used to go to Royette for R&R. The soy had lots of bars with the girls calling out, "Hello, handsome man." That's an unusual one. Right, here's something interesting. If you're into your World War II history and Thailand, okay, I can't remember. I think it's Udon Thani, not Udon Ratchathani. But if you go to Udon Thani, which is close to the border, one thing you'll notice, and you'll kind of look at it and think, why is that? The roads are extremely wide, really wide. Anywhere in Thailand, the roads are the same. But in Udon Thani, the roads are extremely wide. And the reason for that is because the Americans made those roads, and because it was an unofficial airbase. It wasn't an airbase, but they could land aircraft in an emergency. So they did have an airbase in Udon Ratchathani. So the theory was if the airbase got bombed, they could actually land the aircraft on the road. And they made if you ever go to Udon Thani, have a look at the width of the road. You could land an aircraft on there, and that's why. And not a lot of people know that. Right, Bottle Baby says hotel employees also have bucket loads of interesting, funny stories. Yeah. Yes, J Frost Peter, have you looked into the Nazi Foo Fighters? Yeah, they were kind of like some people thought they were spaceships, didn't they? Yeah, I have. I can't get it. I can't explain what I want to explain, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. On internet, yes, Polish people are great. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of complaints here about people coming over in dinghies, and we all know the different nationalities. But let's be fair. I mean, I've had Polish people rent out my property. Polish people don't come here to sign on to benefits. They don't come here for a free ride. Polish people are hardworking. Other people might be, but I'm talking about Polish, right? They come here, they want to work, they want to better their lives, they want to look after their families. They don't come here for a free ride. Okay, that's understood. We know that. Okay, Bend Over. Are you watching just planes YouTube? I watch a lot of aviation on YouTube. There's such a lot of YouTube's fantastic. I actually pay, even though I've got a YouTube channel, I pay £11.95 in the UK to have a YouTube Premier account, because I don't want the adverts, because I look at so many YouTube videos that I don't want to sit through the adverts. And if you don't like to, I would strongly advise it. The last time I watched terrestrial TV was probably a year ago. There's nothing on. It's crap. I watch YouTube, Netflix, a few free movie channels, but I pay for a premium with YouTube because I just don't want the adverts. Tony Brennan, how are you? Hi, Pete. Do you know about Operation Paperclip? No, I don't. I know about Operation Mincemeat. Pray, tell me more. Right, Paul Hoskin. The police are so lucky. All the go-go girls dance around. The poles are so lucky. Paul, Jesus Christ, that's the worst joke you've ever told on it. Somebody said to me once, they said, why don't you ban Paul Hoskin? His jokes are really corny. And I said, no, he doesn't hurt anybody. He doesn't do any harm. He's just having some fun. But jokes like that, Paul, I might have to consider it, mate, honestly. Right, Capio, here we go. We can't get enough staff in the UK here now. Polish people work hard. We wish we could kick out the Brits who refuse to work and get some hard-working Poles in. Yeah, you know what? Absolutely, absolutely. They work. They want to look after their families. You look at some of the people here, the entitled people. God, it makes me sick. Right. Right, yours travels. Took loads of Polish girls out the past 12 months. Great girls, very polite, cracking lip. They're good people. They're good people. Prior9 says, I put a few posts on Facebook in the last week recounting down to when I visit Thailand. This weekend, my regular bar girls in Samui and Pattaya have been in contact. They sure are clued up. They are, absolutely. Right, Mercy Pool, how are you doing? Google Chrome browser and YouTube ad blockers. I never see commercials. I'm a dinosaur. I can't work it out. I make my own backdrops and videos and all the rest of it. I'm not going to change this backdrop because I think the girl with the short hair is really cute. Right, it's all coming out now, isn't it? Right, Crypto Rocketeer. Peter, I know and I understand that you want to protect the wife, but you have said a million times that you are separated and still friends. So why should you say it's your wife to protect her? Well, why would I not protect her? She's a mother of my two daughters. Why should I expose her to anything? Somebody put out my full address on Ed Sweeney's stream last night, but they actually messed up and put my old address on there. So I'm not worried about it. But in answer to your question, I mean, what do you want me to do? Start slating her, slagging her off? I mean, she hasn't done anything to me, you know. I mean, we're ending in a mutual agreement. She wouldn't do anything to hurt me. She's not interested in what I do here on my YouTube channel. Protect her. I'm not going to go out of my way to not protect her. You know, I mean, yeah, she's not my wife anymore, but you know, she's my friend, and I cherish my friends. You know, I do anything for my friends. Daniel Mills, you put. You ever looked into the MH370 disappearance? Yeah, I think that's down to Russia, isn't it? You know, right. Only in Thailand, Peter. I worked for the Chinese community for many years, and they are the same. They come to the UK to work and not to see how much they can get in benefits. Yeah, and you know, a lot of my work ethic, I've done very, very well in life after I left the hotels. And a lot of that is down to my wife, because I thought, it's 6 o'clock, I don't want to work anymore. And my wife has sat me down and said to me, look, you know, what are you doing? And I said, well, it's 6 o'clock now. And she's like, so you haven't, you know, you've got your business, what, you know. And without going into too much detail, she kind of helped me be successful in other things. And the Asians have got a whole different way of working, haven't they? Right, Alan Clark, Peter, no terrestrial TV. There are no visits from those famous BBC. I like those videos, actually. BBC licensing goons, that there are so many videos of them getting the... Yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah, no, thank you. I'm not contracting with you. I mean, I love those videos. I don't have a TV license. I wouldn't buy one. But I don't watch the BBC. Wow, time goes quickly when you're having fun. Okay. Nick Shipman, Operation Paperclip is the American government bringing the Nazi scientists to America. Okay, I do know all about that. I just didn't know it was called Operation Paperclip. I mean, one of the worst disasters in World War II was Operation Market Garden. I won't get into it here because this isn't the History Channel, but that was a disaster. And some of the leaders had real, not attitude, what's the word I'm looking for? They were just big-headed, you know, and they thought they'd get everything right, and they didn't. Future, how do you know it's a future? Right, Prior 9 again, bit late in the stream. You were in early, you must have gone off for a cup of tea or something. Bit late in the stream tonight, but congratulations on the 40,000 subscribers. Huge achievement. Yeah, it is. It's 40,300 now, yeah. Right, Sheila, I see you on that screen. Let's see if we... I always like to say hello to you. What are you saying now? We've been gone for nearly 3 hours, Sheila. I'm half cut already. Right. Yes, Steve, I refine monger. I'm the making. Sheila, when are you going to be in Thailand? Because I'm there in October and November, and you invited me for dinner with you and your girlfriend. I'm going to take you up on it, and I won't be eating noodles on the street, okay? Right. Right, Crypto Rocketeer. I didn't say that you should not protect her. I think it's your duty. I asked why you should say it's your wife's. Well, she is my wife. I'm not divorced, because you are saying that you are separated at the same time, just confused. Okay, so let me unconfuse you. So what I'm saying, that wasn't meant to be sarcastic, right? But let me unconfuse you. Right, so legally, she's my wife. We are married together, okay? But we have made a joint decision that we want to separate. We're not going to divorce because there's no need to divorce. I don't particularly want to get married again. Neither does she. When I pass on, I want her to have all my worldly goods because she's with my daughters, right? Now, if she's not married to me, it's going to be a lot more difficult for her to claim my goods, property, stuff like that, all right? So in answer to your question, to unconfuse you, is she's my wife legally. We're separating by agreement. If anything ever happens to me, anything that I've got in my name legally will pass on to her automatically. I hope that's answered it. Right. Sheila again, in the making. What? That's very cryptic. What's in the making? Right. John Paul. I'm an Irish guy living in Poland for the last 10 years. I took 40% when I moved here, but as a single guy, this place is paradise. Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, it's not only Poland, is it? A lot of those countries in Europe, especially East Europe, you know, they have our old way of doing things. I said on the stream on Friday, Norman Wisdom was very big in Albania after his career kind of was finished near enough here in the UK, because the Albanian government kind of watched Norman Wisdom films and seen him as the downtrodden, everyday workman that they would have over there. And they thought, hey, this is good. We'll show this every week. and they've been shown Norman Wisdom films every single week for the last God knows how many years. But Norman Wisdom, when he was, when he kind of finished here, he became a big star in Albania, and he went to Albania. He even made a record with what was his name? I can't remember. Tim Rice was involved. Tony Hawk. Tony Hawk did he had a one-hit wonder, and somebody bet him he couldn't have another hit, and he did in Albania. And Norman Wisdom was like really big over there. But back to what you're saying there, the East Europeans, they have a different. They're still kind of in how we were in the 50s in the UK. Looking after neighbours, taking care of old people, all the good things in life. Preston Monroe, Peter, it's not one's business about your business, especially about your wife or family. I don't mind, honestly. I mean, I'm the one who brought it up, okay? And I don't need to explain myself to anybody. You're absolutely right, Preston. But the thing is, I brought it up. I've got nothing to hide. People might be thinking, well, hang on, you're married. Why are you going to Thailand on your own? And I like to explain to people. So thanks for that. I do appreciate your input there, but I really don't mind, honestly. John Miles says, Peter, have you made a will so your stuff go? Yeah, I have made a professional will with a lawyer. It cost me 120 baht, Robin Bastard. Right. Danny Ho. No, it's okay. He's a TV star, right? Okay, right. Right, Crypto Rocketeer again. Okay, thanks, Peter. I said that to my wife too, but then we decided to get divorced anyway. But we don't have kids, which is huge fact. Yeah, I mean, look, it's simply down to the fact that I still love her, but I don't want to stay with her, if that makes sense. She still loves me, but she doesn't want to stay with me. We've got different lives now. When I met her, I must have been 29, 30, right? When I met her, I'm not the same man I was when I was 29, 30. And when I met her, she was 19. Okay. She's a fully grown, that sounds like she was a dwarf. She's not the same. I mean, I don't want to keep talking about this with my wife. Let's move on. Right. John, you okay? You're talking to someone else? Danish Bacon, I know where you have been. We haven't seen you in here for a while, but it was I won't name the channel, but I know where you've been because it was the pool, wasn't it? Sudden Death. Was it good? Right. That clown who put your address on Ed's stream didn't even check it was currently for sale. Rookie trolling. Laugh out loud. Yeah, absolutely. But it was my old address. I told you it was my old address. Prime 9, who would love to hear Peter's 100 baht saga story again? I can't tell that again. I've told it about. If you're talking about the 100 baht meal, I can't tell it again. It's been told too many times now. Everybody's heard it. Let me just. I'm going to try and get Ed on here next week. I like doing streams with Ed. I tried to get him on tonight, but he's having his bloody suckling pig or whatever he has on a Sunday. Right, lots of comments from Crypto Rocketeer. Aha, don't think for 1 minute that I'm disrespectful. No, it's fine. Look, Crypto Rocketeer, it's not. You don't need to defend yourself. You're not the one who asked me. I brought it onto the channel, right? I told everybody my personal business. I said, I'm breaking up with my wife, 33 years, blah, 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 blah. And people come back at me with comments. So it's not you who's instigated, it's me. So absolutely no offense. Don't worry about it, honestly. Right, Danny Ho says, will your kids visit you in Thailand? My older daughter actually hates me. Maybe my younger one will. I don't know why she hates me, but she does. Right, Preston. Okay, cool. I like your channel. Any more animation planned for the future? Do you know what? I wish. I can't. There was a guy who did it for me called Simon, my friend. He just stopped doing it. He got a bit lazy, to be fair. He's got other things going on. Well, I'll take that back. He wasn't lazy. He's got other things going on in his life. And I got him to commit to one. He was doing one a week. And I said, look, at least do one a month. And I'll give you, I paid him to do them in the end. And in the end, I got so frustrated chasing him that I thought it's easier, just give it up. So in answer to your question, no, not for the moment. Right, Dutch Frank, Peter, who was a viewer you unbanned? I can't really say, because if I say it, he'll hear about it and he'll get pissed off and he'll start trolling me. And if he doesn't hear about it, you'll go and tell him. he's a guy who's on here every week, just like you are, just like Danish Bacon is, just like Clive is, a whole bunch of people. I think Clive's gone off to watch the pool. But what I think it is, I think people have a drink and they get carried away and they start leaving comments, and some of them become a little bit like, come on, mate, that's a bit too strong. And I blocked him. And then I thought about it the next day and I thought, well, you know, he's been here a long time. He's like you. It's like me blocking you. Right? I'm not going to block you. Of course not. But just imagine you came out and said something and I blocked you. I'm going to come on tomorrow. I'm going to think, well, Dutch Farang, he's been in the stream for a long, long time. I'll probably unblock him and monitor him. So since I've unblocked him, he's been good as gold. He hasn't left anything negative. He's not here now. He was here earlier. But I know which channel he's gone to watch now. But I don't want to tell you. I hope you respect that. Okay. Andy Holmes, Peter, what is your absolute go-to bar in Pattaya and your favorite restaurant? Well, I'm not really up on Pattaya anymore because I hadn't been there for years. I went there in December. I can tell you Bangkok, where I like. But you see, the problem is in Pattaya, anywhere I recommend is old school. You'd probably think, well, why do you want to go there? When I lived in Pattaya, where I love to go, Go-Go Bar, I like the Happier Go-Go on Walking Street. Loved it. Best place there was. But they've got a lot of new kind of go-go bars coming up now. So I wouldn't know, to be honest with you. Only in Thailand. You will never guess who was performing in Hua Hin at the tender age of 86 last week. The Nunanoni. Oh, really? Really? What a start. Really? Wow. That's amazing. Oh, I'm drinking out of an empty glass here. Hang on, that's bad, isn't it? You know, my problem is I do like a beer, but I love whiskey. I love it. Love it. Absolutely love it. Right. Okay. Mario, is it? Let's get you. Where are you? Holy smokes, the bird behind you head, Mamma Mia. Hang on. Yeah. Have you seen her behind you? I'm just looking at my CCTV there. Oh, we're all right. Which one? This one? I think she's a real cutie. I'm looking at my CCTV because somebody's just stopped outside my house. Hang on. Oh, it's a delivery. My daughters are terrible. They order bloody food. What time is it now? 10 to 11. I just seen a car pull up on my drive. I thought, who's this? Ed Sweeney gave out my address last night. I thought, oh, they're here. They're here. Baseball bats and machetes, but he's carrying a takeaway. Right. Bernie, Peter, have you given up on the idea of going out to Bangkok now for a quick 2 weeks? I haven't given up, Bernie. What it is, the tickets are ridiculously expensive. I've got no commitments here now. My money's okay. That didn't sound right. Okay. My money's all right. And I've got 6-7 weeks till I get to Bangkok. And I thought, you know what, sod it. I'll go on Sunday for 2 weeks. I can't get an airfare under £2,000. I'm not going to blow money like that. That's just ridiculous. Danish Bacon, Peter, thought you were off watching Thai girls play pool. Yeah, I did. Yeah, absolutely. Because I know on one channel tonight it's a knockout. And you know how I know that? Because the same guy who moderates for me moderates for them, and that's Franco. I went for a pizza and chips with Franco earlier. I always buy him a pizza on a Sunday because I'm not paying him, but he does the moderating on Sunday on the stream. He enjoys it, I think. And I always take him for a pizza on Sunday. It's just a kebab shop with tables, but they're pretty good pizzas. And, you know, we sat there today. I had a pizza and some chips, and he had the kebab, and he's had a heart attack, you know, just eating kebabs, you know, fair play. And but we walk out of there, and it's like, Jesus Christ, you know, never again. Right. Right. HMRC benefit sheet. I was last in Pattaya 2007. Happy Go-Go and Peppermint Go-Go. Do you know what? I've got such great memories of Happy Go-Go. I mean, it's been there for got to be 30 years. You know that photograph I showed you, that young handsome guy in the passport? That's what I looked like when I used to go into Happy Go-Go. And you know what, guys, died and went to heaven, honestly. Yeah, another good one. Happy Go-Go. Let's go back to Pattaya in the old days. I used to like the Classroom Go-Go bar. Yeah, a great little go-go bar. On the same street, there were several small go-go bars that were open all day. One of them was called Rawhide. Do you remember that one? and then on the end you had something with the name Blue in it. I can't remember what it was called. John Paul, thank you, mate. Pete is the modern day Terry Wogan. How dare you? But you've given me a super chat, so I'll let you off. Terry Wogan, great show tonight. £5 for the high road Peter taking with a Belgian fool. Am I still? Yeah, I just clicked onto that. Am I still not slurring? Right, thanks for that, John Paul. Appreciate it. And it's not the first time. I do remember. Right, Sheila, Peter, how are the Thai lessons going? I need you to come around here and give me some Thai lessons, Sheila. They're not going very well, actually. Fancy practicing a little sometime. Haha, I will be up in December, so I have been brushing up on my Thai. Less flirty, more controversial. Right, I've got to be careful what I say here. Hang on. How do you mean fancy participating a little sometime? Yeah, Sheila, you know where I am, right? What can I say? Right, okay. Right, Gerbin, this is going downhill, isn't it? Gerbin post, Peter, do you know details about the Thai elite visa? Are under the visa scheme additional requirements like approved medical insurance required? What I know about the elite visa, it's all out there. You can go. I mean, you don't want to get your information from a YouTuber and go with it, but you can get some general information. The Thai elite visa is an expensive visa which lasts for 10 years. There are some privileges with it. But the Thais change their mind every day. You could pay for it, get 10 years, and they cancel it the day over. I personally wouldn't go for it. Your other question is, are under the visa additional requirements like approval medical insurance? Yeah, well, of course you will have to prove all that. Of course, it's like a normal visa. I don't think you'll have to prove anything more than a normal visa. You just show them you've had the jabs. Paul, dare I, Paul Hoskin? The bar girls always say you're a handsome no matter how you are. Yeah, absolutely. And I am, yeah. Right, okay. Baz69, Pete, can you move over a bit so I can give... I've already done that, you dirty young man. Filthy. Shall I take the comment off so you can see everything? There you go. Disgusting. Don't leave any more comments. Right, Danish bacon again. Here we go. Cruise ships in Phuket usually... Yeah, actually, you're right. For a while, I worked on a cruise ship. It was called the Starline, and it was based in Singapore. And I was on the Aquarius, and they were planning to have one star sign for each cruise ship, 12 of them. I was on, again, first on the ship, the first ship. And we used to sail from Singapore to Penang to Phuket. Yeah, good memories. Prior 9 again. Happy A Go-Go is fantastic bar. Girl in there with dyed blonde hair, so absolutely fantastic. We negotiated on £5,000. Is that £5,000 or baht a night for a week? But honestly, was best money ever spent. So you spent 5,000 baht a night, which is about 100. I mean, look, come on. I mean, people are about 1,500 baht, 2,000 baht, but even 5,000 baht, right? You go to London and get a girl that looks like that, right? I won't say anymore because it's YouTube and they'll start saying, well, you talked about this, right? But you know where I'm going with it. The general shown as amateurs, how's it done? All right. Right, Sheila again. You're getting me going now, Sheila. Right, Bless McLaren. Oh, okay. Bless McLaren, he's had a few, but hey, if I get permission from my missus, she might let me dust off her webs. Yeah, I hope I meet you and your girlfriend, Sheila. I really do. Be honest, Sheila, how many times have you listened to your story? When I read your story out on the channel, I bet it's not once, right? And did your girlfriend like it? Okay. I said to myself tonight when I came in, because it's quite warm, I thought, it's Sunday. Should I do a stream or not? It's 3 hours. I mean this now. I'm going to go for 5 minutes and I'm going to call it a night because I'm really knackered now. I really am. It's been a great stream. Paul Hoskin, the bar goes always... Oh, I've done that one already. Oh, yeah, Clive, absolutely. I used to be a filthy young man. Filthy old man now. Running out of comments now. Steve says the fun is just starting, but I'm not getting many comments here. Why is Sheila a male? I'm so she isn't. Sheila's a female. She lives up in Scotland. Nice lady who is into ladies. Right, Leroy 420. Dutch Frang, all your comments are blocked. No, they're not. Why would you say that? Look, who's that? They're not blocked. Who said that? Why would you say that? Right, JS. Peter, do you know if you can travel to Thailand if you're unvaccinated? Absolutely, you can, honestly. But what will happen when you arrive, you'll have to take what do they call it? AKT or ATK? You know, the little plastic thing, 5 minutes. But if you come positive, then you're in trouble because you'll have to get banged up for 10 days. But yeah, you can come in unvaccinated. They take the test. Chances are you're okay and in you go. That's it. Nick T, good night, one and all. Have a good week ahead. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that. He's blocked on Trevor's channel. No, I'm not. Right, okay. What is your favorite festival and your thoughts on Christmas in Thailand? Well, if you're a single man in Thailand, I would strongly recommend getting down to Pattaya because they have some great parties. A lot of places do Christmas lunch. You won't be lonely. There's a lot of other guys in your situation. Pattaya is a good place to spend Christmas. Okay, let's get somebody new here. Big Tinge. Hi, Pete. Are you planning to stay in Thailand forever or you plan to come back home at some point? No, I mean, when you say forever, let me redefine what you're trying to ask there. So my plan is to give up everything here. I've got some property that I rent out. I get a little bit of money from YouTube. So I'm going to go out there and live, get an apartment and live. And my plan is to go out there and live as long as my health will let me live out there for. One day I'll have to come back. I've got somewhere to live if I have to come back. And yeah, that's it basically. Sheila again. Look, I show you all your comments because you're the only woman in here tonight. I've honestly listened to it about three. You're talking about your story, right? I've honestly listened to it about 3 times. She's probably listened to it more. She's a typical Thai girl, sweet and sentimental. Hey. Right. I'm up in December for a month, forbidden from any more ping pong shows. Is she jealous or, you know? Right. John Mile, is it? Hot young girls, growing handsome old men. Yeah. Okay. Andy Holmes. When are you in Thailand? Are you going to think about doing a meetup for the subscribers? That's not really what I'm into, Andy. I'm not a snob. I've met a lot of people in Thailand. I don't know what most of you guys look like. So if I'm in a bar, and I've had this before, people will come up to me and say, "Oh, you're Peter," and I'm like, "Thanks for that." No, I'm just joking. So they'll come up to me and introduce themselves. And normally what happens is we'll end up having a drink together. We'll talk whatever we talk about, and then we go off on a separate way. But as far as like organizing a group and saying, let's all meet up here now, it's not really me, to be honest with you. But I do hope to meet a lot more people when I'm there. Right, Daddy, I'm at Susie Wong's watching this. Really? Turn it off. Watch the girls on stage, honestly. Right, I think Clive and Sheila, the semi-foreign, got something going here. Aya Manot, you're buying property in Bangkok or just rent? I would never, ever buy property in Thailand. I've already gone through this earlier in the stream, but very, very briefly, Thailand, property is very, very cheap to rent. There's no need to buy it. You know, when you're dealing with Thai lawyers, it's not the same as lawyers in your own country. I'll just leave it at that. Kakaraka. It is unbelievable, but there are so many places in Thailand, Bangkok, Nana Plaza, Soi Buakhao, Pat Pong, Carlson Road in Pattaya. There are 3 times more places to celebrate. You're talking about Christmas. So really, you know, if you're a single guy and you're in England, you're gonna have Christmas by yourself. That's a fact. In Thailand, the only reason you're alone in Thailand is if you want to be alone. Passimo again, been lurking most of the stream. Thanks for it, and hope you enjoy the rest of your evening as you finish up the last few minutes. Yeah, I think I'm nearly there, actually. Let me just say hi to Antonio, because we've had a few emails back and forth. How you doing, Antonio? I can't wait to offer you 100 baht lunch, but you're determined to get that story. I can't tell again. Everybody knows it. That's the guy in Pattaya who invited me for lunch, kept saying, come for lunch, come for lunch. And when I got there, he threw 100 baht on the table and said, that's towards your lunch. And I'm like, what? Put it back in your wallet, mate. I'll pay my own lunch. Sheila again. She's not jealous. She finally agreed to go into one. It was horrific. She made me sit through it all and was enjoying watching me almost puke. You're talking about the ping pong shows. I'll tell you what, I mean, I've been going to Thailand for over 3 decades, and something, there's not much I don't understand about Thailand, but something I really don't understand is this. It's offensive to touch a Thai on the head. Everybody, all the videos you watch, don't touch a Thai on the head. Don't show the soles of your feet. But yet, it's okay to shoot ping pong balls out of places that ping pong balls shouldn't come out of. I don't get that. Honestly, I'm not joking. I really don't. Right, okay. I can't pronounce the name. I think you're doing better at Sundays versus Fridays. People keep saying that. I don't understand why. I mean, Fridays, there's so much preparation. There's so many games and laughter, and and everybody keeps saying Sunday is better. Maybe it's because I'm getting drunk. Right. Okay, we've done that one. Hey, Matthew, you're back again. Where you been? How much of that whiskey is left, Peter? That much. I'm giving up drinking for 6 months, Matthew. I'm going to detox. I've decided I'm really fat now. I want to lose the weight. I'm good in the daytime. I'm really strict with myself. But I have a drink and it's like cheese and onion toasty. You know what it's like in the UK. Preston Monroe. Peter, do you go to Taiwan? Do you have to be back? Do you know what? That's one place I've never been to is Taiwan. I don't think I want to go there for any. There's nothing that appeals to me there. And nothing I've seen on YouTube that makes me think I want to go to Taiwan. Ed Sweeney was talking about Siam Reap. I've not been to Siam Reap. I've been to Cambodia. But based on what Ed said, I now want to go to Siam Reap. But I've decided not to go there until I'm in Thailand because it's like a £40 ticket to get to Siam Reap and back. Something like that. Anyway. Right. Danish Bacon says, finish the whiskey, Peter, then dry 4 months start, then dry 4. No, I'm going to be dry for 6 weeks, Danish Bacon, because I'm going to Thailand in the first week of October, and I've just decided to have a detox. I want to lose my weight. I've lost 23 kilos. I put it back on. I'm ashamed of myself. I hate it. I want to get rid of it. And the problem is when I have a drink in the evening, all my resistance goes and I start eating things. So I've decided the only way I can do it is to drink water instead of beer. I'm going to miss alcohol. It's been a good friend, but I'm going to have to do without it. Big Tinge says, Peter, do you have the phone number for the girl on the screen on the right? Yeah, I do, and you're not having it. Not just joking, but if I did, you really wouldn't have it. Right. Darren Drew, thanks for that super chat, mate. Hi, Peter. Did you not know you did Sunday streams? I'm just back from the pub. A little something for the Cronenberg. Right, Darren, the thing is with the Sunday streams, they're not, they're not guaranteed. Some Sundays I won't be doing them. It just so happens the last 6 weeks I've done them every week because I do enjoy them. The Fridays I'm committed to, but I'm getting a little bit pissed off now because, well, not pissed off, that's the wrong word. Everybody keeps coming on here and saying, oh, I prefer the Sunday streams because they're much more laid back. And I put so much work into the Friday streams. I don't do anything on the Sunday streams. I just turn the camera and say, hi. But people are saying they're much better. I don't get it. Do you know what, Sheila? No, you won't do it because you told me the reason why, and I know why. But wouldn't it be great if we could get you on as a guest on this live stream? I know you won't come on because I know what you do for a living. I know you don't want your colleagues to see you. I know about you. I know about your Thai girlfriend. I know where you are. I don't want to sound like a stalker, but we've had this conversation, right? Wouldn't it be great if you came on here as a lady who likes other ladies in Thailand, your girlfriend in Thailand, and we could have a discussion. Everybody could listen to us. They'd love it. But I know you won't come on because of your job and your colleagues and all the rest of it. But if you change your mind, let me know. Maybe we can do a bit of a disguise, like what was that play, the Mask? I forget the name of it. Maybe we could do some of that. Have you got my phone number? My WhatsApp? If you want to have a bit of a private chat to talk about that, look, I'll just put my email address up there. Look, you can contact me and we can talk about that, an interview, something like that. Yeah, Sheila? You can pause that and rewind it. Right. Right, Danny Ho, I know this is going to be offensive. You say months, you say 6 months. Now can reverse this. I don't understand what that means. Right. HMRC benefit sheet, hard to give up booze. I did it for 14 months. It's not No, I was going to say it's not hard. It is hard. You've got to want to do it. Okay. My wife said, I said this about an hour ago. My wife said to me, "You're an alcoholic." I said, "No, I'm not." She said, "You can't stop." I said, "Yes, I can." And I stopped for 14 months and I had another drink because I wanted to have a drink. But I will do it. I'm going to look in the mirror tomorrow and say, be strong, do it. You got 6 weeks of Thailand, detox, go there with a smile on your face. Right. Then. I do like the Fridays, especially the competitions, but Sundays are just community. Yeah, they are. We've had over 400 in all night. It's down to 355 now, but I'm not getting paranoid about that. What that is because people have to work tomorrow. It won't be a long one tonight. I've been gone for over 3 hours. I want to stop. I keep saying I'm going to stop, but I'm talking, I'm having a drink, the stream's going, and it's flowing. Why not? Right, Prior 9 says, let's get someone on the chat on the stream next week. Who's up for it? Yeah, I don't want some like nutcase who comes on and starts like, I don't want to say, but it's kind of scary. But yeah, we'll have a think about that. Right, David, the drink is getting to you, as you said a few seconds to a minutes ago. You're giving up drinking for 6 months, and a few seconds, as you said, no, it's 6 weeks, David. It's not getting to me. What it is, it's not that I've had too much. I'm talking in a serious way now, right, David? What it is, I'm actually going to give up for 6 weeks because I'm going to Thailand first week in October, and I want to lose a lot of weight. And what I was doing was one of these fasting diets, and I was very good in the daytime. I didn't touch food in the day, and 6 o'clock I had a meal, and I was actually happy with that. And what happened, because I have a few beers in the evening, and I have lost weight by stopping eating so much, dieting, but I still had a few beers, and I lost 23 kilos. And in relation to your comment here, what you're saying, it was just a slip of the tongue. What I actually want to do is stop for 6 weeks, and I'm going to stop the drinking because I don't want to eat at night. And if I'm sober, then I won't be tempted to eat. I will be tempted, but I can say no because I'm still in the daytime frame of mind, if that makes sense. So as far as your comment is about the 6 months and the 6 weeks, it's always been 6 weeks, just a slip of the tongue. Okay, right. Only in Thailand, you have willpower, nothing hard to give up. Yeah, I've got willpower, absolutely. Moldy, what is that? I can't pronounce that. Is more FU, Peter. That's why Sunday. I really don't. I want to understand what you're saying, but I don't get it. It's okay. It's more of you. Okay. So you like watching me get pissed, right? Okay. Next Friday with a spliff. Yeah, God. I had a spliff once in my life. No, it's YouTube. They'll catch it on the algorithm. I don't want to say what I was going to say. BT901, laugh out loud. A bunch of suckers in here going to Thailand to leave with their wallets. Okay, so bye-bye to you. Hang on a minute, guys. Let me just... Oh, dear. The children are out playing. All right, okay. Another one here. Karaka. If you drink Fridays and Sundays during the stream, it's okay. During the week, make some sort of sport more. I do a lot of exercise. I do a hell of a lot. Yeah, Innovations Reality. I did. I made a video. It's on the stream, how I lost 23 kilos. But that was in the summer when I was excited about going to Thailand. And I've just put it back on now, but I will lose it again. Clive, you're a bad influence on me. Have a drink, the will to drink, laugh out loud. Yeah, I know you drink a lot, Clive. You've told me you do. Right. Raf San Diego. I changed my diet to a fruit shake diet and a cheat day on Friday. I had a cheat day on Sunday and it does work. Strawberry or blueberry or green tea shake. Use my Vitamix. I've lost 45 pounds in 6 months. Well done, mate. Well done. The only problem with fruit, it does have a lot of sugar in it. And I know it's natural sugar, but it's still sugar, John Paul, you've already done this second time tonight. 352 viewers. Great show tonight. Only 172. What's that? Thumbs up. Yeah. Why am I only giving a thumbs up? And let's give Peter the thumb. Yeah, I do like a good thumbs up in a nice sort of way. But thanks for that. Right, a wallet is for life and not just for Thailand. Only in Thailand, yeah. I think what it is, that comment I had that was a little bit negative. I think what it is, every now and again you get somebody, they're just surfing on YouTube and they come on, oh, what's this about Thailand? and they expect to see somebody walking down Soi 6, and they see me sitting here, so they don't like it, and they're like, oh, he's a cheat. Let's leave some nasty remark on here. But why do they do that? I just move on. I just say, oh, I don't like this, and go and watch another channel. Yeah, right. HMRC benefit. That's such a hard thing to get out. I'm going to call you HM. Okay, you are HM from now. Right. Are thunderstorms expected in the UK later? Okay. Let's give it a best shot. Good evening. Welcome to the weather forecast. No, they are. I've watched it tonight, and they are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We're getting storms, lots of rains. Thank God. Right. Fast Eddie 906. This is knitting class, mate. All right. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment, Clive, or a poke. Kippo Macmag. I'm in your camp, Peter. Flying to Bangkok October 6th and dieting until I get there. But with the heat, it's difficult not having a drink. You're right. You're flying on the 6th, okay? I'm not going to tell you what flight I'm on, but let's have a drink together if you see me. Hey, I'll give it away now. Jason Finch, you should bring on Bargos. I'm in Kettering in Northamptonshire. The nearest we've got a Thai massage up the road. But yeah, I'll do all that when I'm in Thailand. Alexander de Grey. Good night, Peter and lads in the chat. Yeah, thanks for being here tonight. Big Tinge. If you want to lose weight, think about the girls looking at your six-pack slavering in Nana Plaza. Yeah. The last time I had a six-pack, I was carrying it from the supermarket. I think it's Heineken on the side of it. Right. Uncle Nene, I stuck you with my thumb. Okay, nice one. Thank you, mate. Deke the Traveller, you're not parked up yet. I've been driving this thunderstorms. Where? There's nothing here. I'm looking on my camera. There's no rain. We need rain here. I've been driving this thunderstorms all night. It's awful. Whereabouts in the country are you, Deke? We need thunderstorms here. Right. Only in Thailand. The UK is obsessed with the weather. Yeah, why not? Why not? We've got nothing else to talk about. It's boring in England. Yours Travels. I honestly want to get involved in a live chat, but I'm not going to beg. We'll start my own live chats once I get go. Well, I'll tell you what. Come into the next one, okay? I'm sure you're tech savvy, right? What will happen is I'll send you a link. Click on the link and you'll come. Do you want to come in now? Right, let me send you a link. I don't know. I don't really know you. I don't know what you're going to talk about, but I'll bring you in. Let's bring him in. We've been going for 3 hours, 20 minutes. It's going to be a short one. I'm not going to go much longer. Invite. Hang on. Let's see if he comes in. Let's see if he's got the balls to come in, all right? How do I send it to you, though? I'm just trying to think. I have got your WhatsApp, haven't I? Right, hang on. Let's see. Let's see what goes on here. Right. Because it's Steve. Your name's Steve, isn't it? Hang on. Yeah, there we go. That's you. Right. Be prepared. Right, I've just sent you a link, and if you click on it, Steve, you will come into this live stream. Have you got the balls to do it? Challenge. All right. Let's see. You've got the link. Will he come in? He'll come in the back first. I have to bring him in. Let's see if he comes in. I mean, it's a bad time to bring people in because I've been gone for 3 hours, 20 minutes. I was going to pack up soon, but why my bloody email keeps coming up? Hang on. I don't know what. Let me get rid of that. There we go. Hey, he's there. Let's have a look. Smile then. How you doing? You're on. You're live.
I'm in.
How you doing?
I'm well.
Let me just say hi to Innovations Reality. Super sick of that. Thanks. How you doing, Steve? You okay?
I'm just sorting the audio out. Yeah, all good.
Just what?
Sort the audio out.
Yeah, you're all right. You're a bit low volume. When are you traveling?
November.
Yeah, okay. Looking forward to it. You've had more than me tonight, haven't you?
No, I haven't. I'm just trying to get used to watching the mobile phone screen and me 55-inch TV screen.
All right, don't boast. Try. Are you on your phone now or on a computer?
On the phone.
Try turning it horizontal. There you go. There you go. You're live.
Sound.
Right. So this is Yoz Traveller. He's a regular viewer. He spent a lot of time in a camper van. He's on a cruise soon. When are you actually going? Tell us about your trip.
So I go on the cruise in 6 days' time.
Yeah.
I'm on a cruise for 28 days, 2 ships.
Right.
Then I'm back home again for a month, and then I shoot off to Singapore for 5 days, five nights, and then Thailand for 6 weeks.
Have you been to Singapore before? Because I used to run a nightclub in Singapore called Top 10.
You know what? I've never been to Singapore before. I've travelled all over the world. I've been to South America. I've been to Mexico, the USA, all over Europe. But this is probably this is the first time that I've actually been to Europe. It's Europe to Asia.
Steve, would you be more comfortable if you set your phone down somewhere, or are you okay?
Yeah, I will do. Hang on.
Just, if we're going to have a chat, it's a bit difficult for you, isn't it? I'll just read a few comments out while you're sorting it out. Chris says, Peter, I would love to be in the live stream sometime soon. I'm married to my Thai wife in Thailand, who is 12 years older, but been a long distance marriage since. Yeah, Chris, that'd be great. You got my email address. Write to me, because now it's late. I've had a lot to drink. I want to bring people into the stream, right? All you guys are interested in. Steve, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Steve. Yeah.
Yeah, so Steve calls himself Yoz Traveller. You see me answer all his text messages. He's here now. Look, he's live with me. But if you want to be in the stream, yeah, why not? I'd love to get you in, Sheila. Living the dream, Yoz. Sheila says, living the dream.
See, this is very like normally I'd set up in the conservatory or something like that. Now I'm just in the bedroom.
Yeah, that's all right. You haven't been to Thailand before, have you?
No, never.
Never. Jesus, you got a lot to look forward to.
I've lived in places in like Mexico City and places like that, which probably is sometimes rougher than Thailand. So,
can I ask you a question? Right, in Mexico City, I heard, well, that sort of region, I heard that the girls have got big butts. Is that true?
A lot more shapely, a bit like Chile, a little bit like Chile.
Yeah, because my sort of take on women, I like girls who have got a full figure, if you know what I mean. Not like fat, but a little bit. I'm not into petite girls, if that makes sense.
Chunky, thick.
I wouldn't even say chunky. I would say full figured.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just how you like it. Caribbean girls and girls like that they're built like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you hang on, let's have a look what Sheila's saying here. I'm trying to get her on the show. We'll sort something out, Kun Peter. Well, listen, Kun Sheila, do you want to come in now? I'll send you a link with me and Steve for a few minutes. I mean, look, it's 11:20. I shouldn't think any of your colleagues are looking now. Have you got the bottle to come into the stream now? I'll send you a link. Oh, I don't have any contact details for you, so I can't send it to you. Hang on, we've got a WhatsApp message here. Who's this from? That's from Bobbin. We'll get you on, Sheila. We'll get you on one week. Not today, because you don't have any details for me. Right. Sheila says, look, living the dream, Yoz. Living the dream. Oh no, that's not him. Hang on. Right, there you go. Living the dream. So, Steve, when you go to Thailand, when are you actually going to be there? What date do you actually fly?
I travel to Singapore on the 2nd of November. Stay in Singapore for 4 nighs.
Yeah.
Then over to Bangkok for 5 nights. Then Pattaya for a week. Back to Bangkok to fly to Phuket for a week. Then from Phuket, I go to, I think I'm not sure I'm going to PP or I'm going to an island, and then I'm going to Krabi.
PP. Is it PP?
Yeah, it might be PP, but then I go to Krabi for a week.
Okay.
And then I hop along all the islands for about 3 weeks, and then back to Bangkok, and then back to Singapore.
Yeah. So is there anything, I mean, Singapore is, they call Singapore Singapore is very, very, very modern, very, very expensive. Sorry, how many days did you say you were going to be there for?
So I'm in Singapore for 4 nights to start, and then I go there for the last 2 nights.
Do you know what area you're staying in Singapore?
I'm going Chinatown.
Chinatown, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Chinatown.
Yeah, I know where you are. That's a bit out the main part of
It's
town,
about
but yeah.
20 minutes. It's about 20 minutes from the marina, the Bay Marina.
Yeah, well, what the main sort of run where you'll want to head out for entertainment in Singapore, you want to head out to Orchard Road. Years ago in the 80s, early 80s, I ran a nightclub called Top 10. It's in Orchard Towers. It won't be there now, but it was on the 4th floor. But I've got to be careful what I say here because it's YouTube. But let's just say it's 4 floors of everything you find in Pattaya. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I watched the YouTube videos on that. It's
Oh,
a
have
little
you?
bit. Yeah, it's like a different flavor on each floor.
Yeah, exactly. Hang on, what's Sheila saying? I'm trying to get her on here. Next week, we can find a loophole around my contract with a very strict social media. Can't you wear a mask? I'm trying to get Sheila on here, Steve. Can't you get like a mask and like pretend you're Janice Street Porter or something like that? We'll get you on here. You could sit next to me here, Sheila. I'll give you my address. Come round. I'm divorced now, nearly. Right. Just joking, Sheila. Right. So what's the date that you actually fly into Thailand?
The 7th of November.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll be there. Oh, I think I'm coming back about October. Hang on, first week in October. Yeah, I'm coming back first week in December. So we might meet up when I'm there. So
Yeah,
look, you've
from
never
what
been there. You've not watched all the videos. You probably follow a lot of channels. Is there anything that you're a bit nervous about? I mean, you're going to Thailand for the first time. Is there
no, you know
anything
what? I'm not nervous. None of it. It's funny, and over the life I've had of being married, single, and travel is like one thing that releases me. It's funny. It's so funny. It's like travel just makes me just not nervous. So me going to Thailand, it's just it just feels normal.
Yeah, I mean, you've watched a lot of videos about Thailand. Will you be looking for love when you get there, or
Not at all. No, I can find love anywhere I want. I can find love on a dating app. I can find love.
anything else? Will you be looking for anything else?
Not really. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna enjoy myself. I'm
And
gonna
let's dig down. How would you enjoy yourself in Thailand?
anything from visiting a very good looking temple to a very good looking set of legs.
Exactly what I do when when I land in Bangkok. What I think to myself, the first thing I've got to do is visit an ornate temple that I haven't been to before, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? I can't believe you're actually on here. We keep saying every week, I got to get yours travels on here, and here you are.
Well, I'd normally get set up properly, but you've got me like.
No, you're all right. You're all right. You got the camera around the right way. That's it. That's what it's all about. I'm just trying to. I wonder if I can bring anybody else in here, but I don't know how to get them the link. Matthew Cartwright, let's get you in. How can we send you a link? Problem is, I can't. I've got an email here, but I can't. Hang on, let me just. Hang on, I'm checking loads of things. Bear with me, Steve. Right, okay. Well, we should get you on here one week. Let's see who we can get on. Matthew, Danish Baker says, yours looks a templist kind of guy. Yeah, he looks like the sort of guy who goes to temples. Yeah, I believe it. Let's have a look. Just got to read a few comments out here, Steve. Make sure to visit a temple followed by purchasing a genuine Rolex. Don't forget that, Steve. Prior 9 says, this guy does not go to temples.
I'm just a big temple myself.
Yeah, there you go. Peter, this lad would benefit from a consultation. Well, I don't know. He's probably clued up because he's watched a lot of videos already.
No. Says, I don't. To be honest, I don't need a consultation. I enjoy getting tips from yourselves and stuff. But look, I've traveled in Brazil. I've been to Mexico. I've lived in Mexico. I've been all around the Caribbean, the USA. I don't need to know the tips and places that I need to, things I don't need to do. Don't worry about that. I'm a Scouser. What do we do? What do we do in Liverpool? We can survive anywhere, mate.
I know, I know. Do you remember the old Bernard Manning joke? I don't want to offend you, but do you remember the Bernard Manning joke when he went to Liverpool?
Don't worry about the wheel trims.
That's it. No, Bernard Manning used to say, "Oh, I go to Liverpool once a year to visit my hubcaps." I mean, it's quite clever. Right, Leroy 420. Why do you use a mask to go on YouTube? No, because the thing is, you're talking about Sheila. What it is, Sheila's got a kind of high-powered job. She's a bit of a mongeress, I think, and she's got a girlfriend in Thailand, but she's got quite a high-powered job, and she doesn't want to go on a stream like this. Well, she does, but she doesn't want her colleagues in her workplace to see her and say, "Hey, I've seen you on that stream. Get a Hoskin on, Paul Hoskin." Oh, I don't know about that. I might have to ban him for life if I got him on. Who else we got? Shalonga Peter. This lad would. Oh, I've done that already. We should bring a load of people into the stream now, shouldn't we? Hang on here. Let's have a look who we've got here. Right. Big thank you to Stephen Johnson, who just sent me a tenner, I think, or he's robbed me of a tenner. Right. What I'll do, let's put it up for a laugh. Let me put my email address up here. And if there's somebody out there who, yeah, it's up there now, look. If there's somebody out there who wants to come into the stream for a laugh, I don't know how this is going to, I'm not going to get rid of Steve. He'll stay here. Right, there's my email address. I'll keep checking it every sort of 20 seconds. If you send me your email address and you want to come on the stream, I'll ban you. If you come on here pissed and start swearing and getting your old fella out and shaking it around, I'll bang you. So be careful, right? But if you want to come in for a laugh,
how good it looks.
Huh? Say again?
It depends how good it looks.
Oh, exactly. I watched a documentary about Jeremy. What was that porn guy called? Oh, what's his name? The hairy guy. The most unlikely.
The very old guy.
What's his name? The most unlikely.
The very old guy used to always have the young girls.
What's his name? My memory's terrible. I only watched him yesterday. Ron Jeremy. I watched the video about Ron Jeremy's lifestyle, and you look at him. He looks like he's fat, he's hairy, and he gets all these beautiful women. Mind you, he's. Let's just check the email, see if there's anyone who wants to come in. It'd be great if Sheila came in. Right, 4 unread emails. Let's have a look. That's a story. That's a joke. That's a newspaper article. Bear with me.
I think it must be hard for people to actually come into these streams, though.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's like Matthew Cartwright here. He's always in the streams. He loves it. But he's just said to me, I said, "Why don't you come into the stream?" And he said, I'll put it up here. Look. He said, haha, I would need to be more pissed. No, that wasn't the first one. There's another one. Right. Would love to come into the stream, but my wife would kill me. Yeah, I kind of get it. And he did say cheers to you. I'm going to put this.
Well, I'm divorced now, so.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I want to get some other people in the stream just for a laugh. Let's see. I'm checking the email again. It's one of those nights, isn't it? Come on, guys. There must be somebody who wants to come into the stream. Not yet. I don't think anybody else will come in. That's all right. Good to have you in anyway, Steve.
So here's a question for the guys that are in the stream. What do most of you guys do for actually a living? What do you do for work? All the guys in the stream.
To be fair, I think going on experience from talking to people, I think most of us are semi-retired or retired. I mean, for instance, do you mean how do you support yourself in Thailand financially?
No, not that. Is it just the guys that live in the UK? What do they do for a living?
Oh, it's right across the board. I mean, a lot of them are everyday sort of people, from driving a lot of taxi drivers.
Now, hang on, don't bring taxi drivers in, because Ed Sweeney.
Is he a taxi driver?
I'm not gonna say.
Okay, he's a taxi driver.
He doesn't like to say, but he did do one live stream, and he had some very funny looking perspex screen in the back of his car.
Do you know what? I knew it, right? He always said, I love Ed to bits. He's been on this stream more times than I, can remember. I tried to get him on tonight, and I said to him, look, I'm not going to ask you what you do for a living, but I kind of guessed. I said, you go away January, February, and March. So you're either a black cab driver or you're a gardener. And he just smiled. And A lot of people come in and say, I think Ed Sweeney is a taxi driver, and you've kind of basically confirmed it without
Well,
grassing them
I'm
up.
not going to confirm it, but that's what I think.
No, I know. I hear you. I hear you.
But
Right, let's get into
to
some
be
of these
honest,
comments. Mike 81. Sorry, go on, Steve.
yeah, no, go ahead, go on.
Right, Mike 8134. Anyone stay at the base in Pattaya? Are they cool with bringing company over? I think, look, I haven't, Mike, but to be honest with you, most hotels in Pattaya, they're cool. They'll let you bring anybody back. Some of the higher class hotels, like 4 and 5 star, they will charge you a joiner's fee. But I'll give you a top tip. Book a room where it's a double room. So you're actually booking a double room, like a double bed, and you're there on your own. But if you bring another person back, as long as they leave their ID at the reception, that's the second person. So you shouldn't be charged more.
To be honest, Peter, I took your tip actually. I actually cancelled my hotel in Pattaya, which was a really nice 5-star hotel. Right. And I ended up booking a condo for 7 nights instead, just because of that reason.
Was that the video where I said clip clop across the marble floor?
Yeah, that's the one.
Guys, if you don't know what that's about, I mean, some guys can afford luxury, right? They're saying 5-star hotels. But, you know, if you're going to Pattaya and you want to take a girl back to your room to play Connect 4 and have a drink, you got to remember, when you go through a 5-star hotel with a marble lobby and people who open the door for you and receptionists who are over there, those bar girls are wearing high heel shoes. And when they walk across the marble, it's like clip, clop, clip, clop, clip, clop. And it goes on forever, ever and ever. And then they're all staring at the lift when it comes down. It's like ding dong, really loud. A budget hotel, they have a back door, side door, a sneaky way in, something like that. I mean, it's just a game of Connect 4. Why people worry about it, I don't know. But you know where I'm coming from. So you've booked into a apartment because of that reason.
I've ended up going to Airbnb and booking a week's Airbnb in a condo, which is a very nice condo, and it's probably cost about £200 for the 7 nights.
That's a good deal. That's a good deal. Yeah. I'm staying on Soy 7 when I'm there, right next to Nick Dean's bar. Right. Yeah, somebody else. I think he's a taxi driver. I'm pretty sure he's. I speak. Do you know Ed out of the streams at all, Steve? Have you ever spoken to him, or you just watch his streams?
I've never spoken to him out of the streams, but I've been watching him for about a year or so now, and we've kind of got a good relationship, like myself and you. And I just kind of get the feeling he's a very private person.
He is. He's a good. I like Ed a lot, and we've done several streams together. And I tried to get him on tonight, and he said, "Look, I'm having my spit roast tonight. My mate's coming around, and I'm putting him on the spit roast."
Yeah.
And but the thing is with Ed, you're right. He is a very private person. He doesn't like to get involved in all the bitchiness that goes on YouTube. We got
it's
on
the best
really.
Way. It's the best way.
Yeah, it is. Ed and I get on extremely well. When we do a live stream together, it's almost like, I mean, this sounds really corny, but it's almost like no, I don't want to say the word because it does sound corny, but we get on so well on live streams. We just click. It seems like we both know what we're both thinking, and I'd like to do more live streams with Ed. The only thing I don't like, I don't agree. Well, I don't really want to say it. There's somebody. No, I won't go there.
But Pete, I think that myself and all your viewers would probably agree that you should not bring his name up all the time.
Shouldn't bring what? Sorry?
You shouldn't bring the guy's name. You try not to bring the guy's name up all the time who we know you're talking about.
Yeah.
So don't even put any innuendos about the same guy.
Yeah, I know. You're right. I mean, many people have mentioned this to me, but you see, the thing is, Steve, what you got to remember when you've got a YouTube channel and people have a dig at you, this is something I've been working on for 3 years, and I put a lot of work into it. And you are absolutely right. And a lot of people said to me, don't feed this guy because he gets off on you reacting to him. And it's absolutely true. But when you've been doing something like this for 3 years and, somebody comes in and starts jabbing you with a sharp stick, you want to bite, It's very hard to just ignore the stick. And you are absolutely right. Many people are
yeah, but you ignoring that stick is going to make you look a lot better.
I know. Right, Matthew, we need people to come in and tell their bar girl stories. Laugh out loud. Don't think I would be brave enough to do that. I don't think I'd be brave about that because it'd all be. I'll probably get the YouTube channel taken down, wouldn't I? People get really into the nitty gritty.
Maybe
Yes.
next year I can tell you them stories.
Yeah, hopefully. I'll give you a few tips before you go. Right, Dutch Frank says, yes, don't mention it, Peter. Maybe even bury the axe. Yeah, I'd love to bury the axe, but it wouldn't be in a block of wood. You know where it'd be, and I'm getting into it now. Right, I've had too much to drink tonight, Steve, but I'm still going. Right, Andy Holmes. Is there anybody left in the stream? Anybody watching? Oh, there's over 300 in. Right, okay. If you just joined us, guys, good to have you here. And I've got Steve here. He's got a channel. You got a channel, right? Yours Travels.
So it's not really a channel. I kind of joined YouTube, and then I put one video up, which was a cruise ship video, of like some suite that I had, and suddenly it's not like massive. It got like about 4,000 or 5,000 views, and I had like something like 300-400 subscribers off that one video, and
that's really good.
I wasn't quite confident enough to carry it on.
Yeah, no, that's really good. 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers. You're saying it like,
no,
that's a lot.
Yeah, about 300 or 400 subscribers and about 4,000 or 5,000 views on the video.
That's good. That's good. How many views?
About 4,000 or 5,000 on the video, but it was a very boring video. Good.
I mean, are you planning to sort of do a travel YouTube channel, or what?
I'm
what
not
do you think?
sure.
Well, what I would say to you, yours Travels. What I would say to you is, don't do YouTube with money in mind. Don't think, I'm going to make it. I can't get the lid on.
That wouldn't bother me anyway. Just get the lid on, will you?
No, I mean, most successful YouTube channels, they do it because they like making videos and the money follows. It's not big money unless you've got millions, which I haven't.
To be honest, Peter, I come on YouTube because I'm bored.
Really? And then you get me.
That's it.
It's not much compensation, is it?
No. I enjoy watching you and Eddie. You and Eddie are funny. You're good guys.
Right, Cashier says, still here, but got to pick up some groceries. I keep checking the emails, hoping we get a few in tonight. Have a bit of a party mood, but let me just check one more time. You've got to be brave to come on here. You've got to be single and brave. Right, okay. Let's have a look what people are saying. Yeah, Canary spreads his wing. He told me he has a channel, and he's actually just confirmed what I've just said to you. He says, that is amazing. I got 10 views. I mean, you know, you were talking about in the thousands. He got 10 views, and I believe him. It's very, very difficult. You know, I've known people. I spoke to a guy and I said, oh, what are you doing? He said, I'm going to retire. Well, not retire. He's working. So I'm going to go and live full time in Thailand. And I'm like, oh, that's great. What are you going to do when you get to Thailand? He said, I'm going to make a YouTube channel. I said, oh, that's good. Hobby. He said, no, I'm going to live off it. And I looked at him and I thought, really?
Yeah, but Peter, I've been trying to tell Ed that, because Ed's saying that he might actually go on a cruise and vlog a cruise. And you wouldn't believe how many people actually go on cruises and vlog. There's a massive audience out there. But Ed would have to kind of maybe tame the way he eats food, and he puts food in his mouth and says, yummy. But he'd have to tame things, but there is a massive market for people to vlog cruises.
Yeah, I know. Did you ever see that video that a regular viewer called Damon made about Ed Sweeney? Where he's like,
yeah. It was that
was
pretty funny. Yeah, Ed's brilliant. Like that's what I like about Ed. He'll grab a sandwich in the airport and he'll eat it in front of you, and he'll spit half of it out, and he'll go, "Oh, that wasn't a rocket to the moon."
I know.
Hilarious.
I know. He's good. He's
hilarious.
Right. Somebody said here, Leroy Photo. I think you've answered this. You said, what does yours work at?
No, so by trade, I'm a joiner, but for the past 20 years, I've fitted kitchens.
Are you still doing that?
Up until 5 weeks ago, yeah. So, yes.
Fair enough. Pete Bailey says, I left the stream for 50 minutes, came back, and you're still going. Great stream, Peter. Well, what can I say? It looks like a 4-hour stream tonight. I mean, we're not hurting anybody, are we? I mean, why not? Right, Javier, how you doing, mate? Hi, Peter. Sorry I'm late. You are very late. Go and stand in the corner. I'm late. Hello, Steve. By the way, I'm a chef. Oh, Javier's a chef. Is a chef. Okay. Right.
I tell you, there's one thing I'd like to talk about is what gets brought up all the time is, even though I enjoy my food, as you can tell, I have a little bit of a dicky stomach, so when I travel to Egypt and Mexico and Brazil, I always tend to stay away from, as we always talk about, the street food. So it's going to be funny in Thailand because I enjoy the street food, but I think I'm going to have to stick to restaurants.
Yeah, definitely. People ask me about food carts on the streets of Bangkok, and I sort of say the same thing. Like, don't stay away from them if you don't want to, but obviously you have to take a bit more care. Have you heard, Steve? Have you heard of this? Look, this is Chris. He's a regular contributor. He said, "I know this girl Emma, and she has the blog. I don't know what that's called. Emma Cruises, and makes a lot of money from her blog."
Oh, yeah. I know Emma Cruises. She's from down south.
Any good?
Yeah, she's not a bad channel. She sounds very posh, but most people on a cruise do sound posh. That's I've got to get used to that. Even though most people on a cruise will sound posh, but in effect they're not really posh. But yeah, Emma Cruises is good. She's got a good channel. She's got a lot of followers, and it's a good channel to actually get introduced into cruising. Yeah, it's not a bad channel.
Okay. Someone's just sent me a message saying shot you an email. So let's see if we can get this guy on. I mean, I should have done this like 3 hours ago. I can't even get rid of my bloody email address now. Hang on. You stay around, Steve. You don't have to go anywhere. Hang on, mate. But it's a good. I haven't come across her channel, but she's quite good. You're saying she speaks with an upper crust accent?
No, that's just me taking the piss because I'm Scouse. But
all right.
She does speak like very well. She's very well spoken. There's tons of cruise channels though. There's tons of them out there.
But let me just see if this guy gets on. Okay, Sam Moffat, I've just sent you a link. If you click on that link, you will join me. I don't know how many people I can bring in here, actually. You can come in. I'm here with Steve from Yost Travels. He's enjoying his drink like I am tonight. Cheers, Steve. Good to have you in finally.
You know what? If I need to replace this drink, I've got to go for about a 10-minute walk down to the kitchen.
Why 10 minutes? You're living on Balmoral or somewhere?
Well, this is kind of, this is not my house. It's like my mum's house, but it's massive.
Peter Bailey, could be a record tonight. What is the longest stream today? What is it with Ed a while back? The longest stream I've ever done lasted for 5 minutes and 16 minutes. It was with Mr.
5 minutes, 5 hours.
5 hours, sorry, 5 hours and 16 minutes. Me and Mr. Sweeney on our first stream. And you know how we started the stream? It wasn't rehearsed. He came on and said, "How you doing?" And he said, "How you doing?" And we both started and said, "Cheers." And it went on for 5 hours after that. It was brilliant. Right, somebody sent me an email now. Let's have a look. I'm tempted to come on. James Duggan. Right, let's send you a link. Wouldn't it be funny if we had about 15 guys on here tonight and I'm pissed already? Hang on. Right, I've just sent you, James Duggan, a link. Anyone else for any more?
It's funny because this is the first live thing I've ever done, but it feels pretty easy, to be honest.
It feels what?
It feels pretty easy.
It is easy.
So anyone that comes on, just relax.
Right, look, this is going to go all tits up tonight. I'm sending out all these emails. Hang on. There's another one. We might have hang on. Someone spelt YouTube wrong. Hang on. Bear with me, Steve, because I've got all these.
Okay.
Hi, Peter. I heard you mention tonight's stream you would like to go to Thailand for 2 weeks. $3,000. Okay, that's an email. Hang on. Clive. All right, let me send you a link, Clive. Don't say anything naughty, Clive. If you come on, I'll have to block you.
I tell you what, if that's Clive F1, I'd like to have a little chat with Clive F1.
Oh, I'm worried about him. He's gone through the same thing. Hey, we've got someone else here. Hang on, who's this? Hey, Pete.
Hey, good day, mate.
Well, how are you doing? Nice to see you.
It's Sam, not Pete. But anyway, how's it going?
Yeah, it's
This
going
is
good.
crazy.
Whereabouts are you located, Peter?
I'm in San Jose. It's Sam Pisamio.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, did you say Sam?
Yeah. Pisamio in the chat. You got Pete Bailey up as the message.
Sammy, so where are you based? Where are you based in the world?
San Jose, California. So it's
California.
like 3:48 in the afternoon.
Yeah. one of my favorite places. One of my favorite places in the world is San Diego.
I used to live in San Diego. It was great. Brewery on almost every corner, it felt like. It was wonderful.
Yeah. What a place. So many nice beaches, and the weather is amazing all year round.
Perfect one day, better the next. Every so often it might rain on the coast, but give it 5 minutes, she'll be right.
Talk among yourselves. I'm going to see if I can get somebody else in as well.
I think when I was logging in, StreamYard said that there was like a 10-person limit or something like that. So we got space. Let's bring it in.
Oh yeah, we've got another 7 spaces.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But I'm just looking at emails. I haven't got anybody else who's taking the bait yet, as it were. Let's have a look.
So did you get a chance to go to Vegas much?
I try to avoid Vegas. It's kind of a bit of a trap, to be honest.
No. In the UK, we love Vegas.
Yeah, I've been to Vegas. Great place.
Anyway.
But to be honest, I love San Diego. I love San Francisco. There's a few nice places in California.
The only problem with this state is it's overpriced.
But that's probably only been the past few years. It was a lot cheaper years ago.
Yeah, I mean it's been expensive. I live in San Jose, one of the most expensive cities in the world, which is kind of scary when you think about it that way.
Yeah.
Hang on, guys. Hang on. Let's bring somebody else in now. Who's this? Is it Jamie?
Yeah, Jamie.
How you doing, Jamie? Nice to have you in the stream. Yeah, good. We're on a marathon tonight. We're seeing how many people we can bring in. Good stuff, yeah.
Mate, how's it going?
Jamie?
I'll be brave enough to come in.
Yeah, Jamie, whereabouts are you?
England, Wiltshire.
Oh, Wiltshire. Yeah, whereabouts in Wiltshire?
Just outside Warminster.
Okay, nice one. Right, you guys talk among yourselves. I'm going to try and bring some more people in. We'll break a record tonight. Hang on, who else we got here? Hang on.
Oh, he's going with record tonight. So
I want to see if Clive comes in. Hang on, I'm still checking the emails.
So where you are in California, you're not far from Tijuana.
Yeah, well, I mean, even worse when I was in San Diego, it literally got signs on the highway telling you how quickly to get into TJ.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy how close you are to Tijuana and the way things are so different.
Yep. Well, and you have the taco trucks crossing the border every day. Well, let's slow down a bit with COVID, but all that sort of crazy sort of stuff. Great tacos though. I miss the tacos from down there.
Trump's wall would never work there.
Guys, let me just cut in here because people are saying send me a link. Like, what you've got to do is I'm sending you. I put my email address on the screen, and then you send me the email, and I'll send you the link. Then you can come in. Is that Clive? It is Clive. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Nice to see you. Let me just Jan K. Let me put my email address up for him. You're still sober. How you doing? Nice to see you. We're getting smaller and smaller here. How many have we got in there? 4. Oh, we've got someone else here. Hang on. What's this? Hang on. We're going. Someone's in the caravan. Who's that? Hang on. Jan Bob. Nice to see you, mate. Good to have you. This is crazy stuff. Right. Keep talking. I'm going to see if we'll bring some more in. Hang on.
This must be a record.
We're going to break this thing.
This is great. Hang on. Right, if you want to come in the stream, guys, hang on. I'm going to put my email address up there. There it is. Send me an email. I'll send you the link. You just click on it, then you'll be in here. Guys, I don't have to put the buffalo on tonight. I'm going to go and water the daisies, but you guys can carry on with the stream. You know what I mean?
No, Peter. I'm going to go and water my daisies.
Well, that's all right. Plenty of people there.
Jeez, Peter's a brave man. He lets all of these blokes into the stream, and he just walks
carry
off.
On
and he's
with
like, you know what, you blokes have got it right.
Just carry on.
Carry on. So come on, guys. What's the bar story, right?
Yeah, well, he's gone.
Yeah, while he's gone, right? We can get away with it, didn't you?
I only went to Pattaya for the first time this year. Oh, Thailand, first time this year.
So what's your craziest story then?
Yeah, I don't know what I should mention too much. But it was, the craziest 3 weeks of my life.
Always the way.
It was
For
good
me,
though. I loved it.
My first trip
that someone else
was
there?
back when Thaxton
my
got
God,
deposed,
chaos.
and there were like tanks in the street and everything. It was bloody crazy, I tell you.
Yeah. I'm going back in, I think I'm due to fly out again in 5 weeks. My second trip already.
Nice.
I'll tell you what, hang on. Let me just say hi to Capio. What's he saying? People on the panel, you need to meet. Right, yeah, there's a little bit of feedback, guys. Let me just read this. People on the panel, you need to mute YouTube and listen to stream, otherwise you get echo. Yeah, so if you're on YouTube, guys, not everybody on here, mute the YouTube and just watch it through StreamYard. There's a lot of echoing going on.
Yeah, what I've done, guys, is I've actually published it on the YouTube and then just doing it on StreamYard.
Yeah, because you get the feedback. I think a lot of guys have done it already. It's quietening down now. Thanks, Capio, because I know if you've ever watched Capio's channel, he brings people in like this. I've never done it. Say again? I don't know who I'm talking to. Silence of the lambs now. Right. We've got Kasia says Mongos are all uniting and consolidating power. We really are, yeah. Yeah, Capio, thanks for that, because I haven't had a live stream where I've had so many people in here, and I did notice some echo, and it's going now. We need Stefan in now, don't we, so we can all beat him up on stream. Right, couldn't resist that. Let me just see if there's anybody else wants to come in. Hang on, Mike B8, what I want in. Who's this? Please send me a link. Okay, hang on.
So,
right,
guys and Peter, everyone that's on, all 6 of us now that are on this link, have we all got trips to Thailand booked?
Yeah.
Yours, you're a
came back
natural.
from
You could
Singapore.
have your own YouTube channel. You really could, honestly.
No, I'm just trying to keep everyone talking.
Right, yeah, Capio says good now. Yeah, so if you come into the stream, guys, just turn down your YouTube volume and just watch it on StreamYard. I think we might have somebody else in a minute. Who's that in the caravan? Jan Bob, what are you doing in the caravan?
Yes, I live in a caravan.
What, full time?
Only in the summertime. I stay in Thailand in the winter.
Okay, so may I ask whereabouts in the world you are?
Huh?
Where do you live? Which country are you living in?
In Norway.
Oh, you're in Norway. Whereabouts in Norway?
About Drammen.
Okay, I spent some time in Bodo, B-O-D-O.
This is a long way north. I live in Drammen, about 40 kilometers south of Oslo.
Right, okay. We're getting a little bit of feedback here. Somebody needs to turn down the YouTube.
It's already slow. It's slow.
Yeah, have you got your YouTube volume turned up because there's a bit of feedback?
I have turned down the YouTube down.
Okay,
It's not
no
me.
worries. Okay, we're all right. This is great, guys. I've never had so many people in the stream.
What's the guy's name in Norway?
Huh?
His username is Jan Bob.
Yeah,
Jan Bob. So I'm going to Norway on a I'm visiting Oslo and a few other places in about 4 weeks' time. So are you far from Oslo?
About 60 kilometers from Oslo.
Yeah, good. I believe it's very expensive there.
Not so expensive. I think it's about the same in England.
Not too bad.
Do you know what? I'm really envious.
If you think about the beer is much more expensive.
Yeah.
About 10 to 12 pounds for one pint.
That's very expensive. In Wetherspoons, we can get like a pint for like €3.
Yes, I like a Wetherspoon in Pattaya. I go there and eat every day if I stay there.
Yeah. So what's it like living in a caravan?
It's a very cheap. I save money to stay in Thailand all the winter.
Yeah. I've done quite a lot of living in a camper van, which is not quite like a caravan, but a caravan. It must be very cold in the winter.
Yeah, so that is why I do this, because I stay here only in summertime in Norway.
Summertime, yeah.
Hey, yours. It's not that cold in the caravan actually, because I'm separating with my wife. Well, I actually, to try and repair things, I thought, well, she needs some time, and I bought a caravan and I slept on my drive for 2 months, and it was ice, and it was okay.
Peter,
It was warm.
Peter, you mean she kicked you into a caravan?
No, not at all. Not at all. Right, let's
I'm
read
only
some comments.
joking.
I know. Saji, Hilton is a cool restaurant. It's like you're in a hallway and then you go through the nondescript door, and your best restaurant in Pattaya, and look everything. Right. Let's bring Clive in. How are you doing, Clive?
I'm good, thank you, Peter.
Yeah, you're in every week.
Hi guys.
It is.
Hi, Clive. So is this Clive? Is this Clive F1?
It is. It is. McLaren F1 race.
F1, right?
Cheers! I've got coffee.
Yeah. And I want to say hello to Passimo as well, because I think you're that picture that you put on Passimo. I think that's from when you were a very young man, right?
Yeah, it's an old one. It's an old one for sure.
May I ask how old?
That photo was 18, I think I was, and I'm now 35.
Okay. Are you? May I ask if you're in the? Are you kind of like IT related, something to do with the business IT?
Yeah, no, I work in tech.
Right, hang on. We've got somebody else in here now. We've got Michael. Michael B. Michael, how are you, mate? Good to have you.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
How many got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need, if we had one more, it would be Spot the Lady Boy, wouldn't it? And I'd probably be the lady boy. Right, okay, good to have you in, Michael. Michael, whereabouts are you, mate?
I'm in Texas, Houston.
Okay, cool. What time is it in Texas now?
It's just 6 o'clock. So
what, in the morning or evening?
No, it's 6 p.m.
Evening.
6 o'clock in the evening
on Sunday.
Okay, cool. And when do you have any trips booked for Thailand?
Yeah, so I'm gonna make a big plunge. I'm a digital nomad style kind of dude, so I can go work anywhere. And in April, I've been, trying to do as much research as humanly possible about Thailand with your channel and other channels like yours. I mean, I learned so much, and I would never have even tried it. But in April, I'm gonna take the full plunge and just go out there on an educational visa for the first year, see where I end up.
Yeah. There's nowhere else like it in the world, is there really?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Let's have a look. Is there anybody? Let's have a look. Put some comments up here. I don't know how to pronounce that. Shalonga, some top boys here. Yeah, they're all in. We need one more to complete the set there. Gemini Star.
Ryan.
Yeah, just flying. I've sent you. Did I? All you got to do is send me.
He's all mouth.
No, he's all right. Come on, Clive. Clive, keep it friendly. Look, I'll tell you what. All I got to do is put my email address there. If someone writes me and they said they want to come in, I'll bring you in. Oh, dear. Right. Okay. Let's see if there's anybody else who wants to come in. Well done, boys. Feedback again, Alan Clark. Well, there's a lot of guys in the stream tonight. It's not going to be perfect. Take the nasty friends, mate. All right. There is a bit of noise coming from one of you. I don't know who it is.
Not me.
Mine's muted.
It's like somebody's like opening crisp or something.
I'm on mute as well.
Yeah, I paused YouTube.
Danny Hull, really, I thought he said something to that effect earlier. Maybe it's a whiskey thing. No, it's not a whiskey thing. Let me just check my emails if anybody else wants to come in. Hang on. Oh, we've got another one. Paul Pryor. Hang on. Right, okay. Paul, hang on. Let me send that to you. You got to be quick now, though. I'm not going to be going much longer, Paul. Right,
it's not going to be a long stream tonight.
For like half an hour.
It won't be a long one tonight. Paul,
finish it in 2 hours, right?
I've just sent you.
4 hours and 5 minutes.
Yeah, but this wasn't planned, actually. It was going to be a 2-hour stream tonight. Capio was a bad influence on me, but the feedback is either the guy in the caravan or the F1 guy. Mute them and test which one it is.
Yeah.
Right, okay, hang on. Let me
my YouTube's off. I've paused my YouTube.
Can't unmute your guests because they choose to mute themselves. Passimo, are you muted?
Yeah, I'm muted.
Well, I can hear you.
Well, I
Let me
unmuted.
let me try and mute.
Idea.
Let me try and mute some people. See who it is. Right, it's not Jan Bob.
I can hear the distortion.
It's not Clive. It's Jamie.
Dun, dun,
Jamie, what's that
dun.
noise? Yeah, it's definitely you, Jamie. When look, now you're unmuted, I can hear all this noise in the background. And if I
Must
mute
be my.
you, hang on. Oh no, it's still there now. Maybe it's not you. Hang on. Maybe it's Steve. Hang on. Let me see. Yoz.
Eureka.
You also got to keep talking.
Yeah, Yoz, it's you. Yoz, it's you.
What you
Yeah,
need
it's
me to
definitely
do?
Yoz. It's like I just muted you, and the sound went away. Mute. Yeah, it's definitely you. I've done it a few times now, Yoz.
So what you need me to do?
Hang on. I don't know what's causing it. It's like there's a lot of like movement.
So
Like
I've got the TV switched off now, so it's just on my phone.
Sounds bad already.
If you've got some headphones,
Any
grab them.
browsers open other than this one? Maybe close other browsers. Just have this one open.
I don't know why Passimo has got like you're the
My
You're
stream
muted.
is many 5-6 seconds slower after I move 5 seconds
no,
later.
yours is okay. No, yours, it's definitely yours. I don't know what it is, but when I
wait there.
mute you, it goes away.
Tell me if this gets better.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. What is it?
I've just turned the
4GP.
TV off at YouTube on.
Yeah.
It's come back again.
I
It's come
bought
back again.
YouTube as well.
Hang on. Let
So
me mute you again.
so now.
I can't hear you because I muted you.
Oh, so
But we can't hear the echo either, so that works.
There's something moving. It's like you've got plastic bottles or something moving about.
Like,
I don't know what it is, yours, because someone's on fire over there. Hang on. Hang on, we got someone else. Who's this? Hey, it's Prior 9. Nice to see you, mate. How you doing?
Evening,
You're live. You're live. Whereabouts are
Good
you?
evening, welcome to the stream.
That's it.
hey, nice
Look,
shirt.
it looks,
Like the shirt.
you know what?
Evening, dude.
If you look at the pictures now, it really is like the lady off the pictures. Right, which number, guys? Which number? I haven't got any music to go with it. Right, Prior 9. What? Prior 9. If you don't mind me asking, what's your name?
Yeah. My name's Paul. I'm in Guernsey.
Oh, in Guernsey. Fair enough. Yeah, of course. We've had a lot of communication in the past, haven't we? Of course, I know you. Yeah. Apologies for forgetting.
I'm on
right.
the old moat.
Oh, no, I haven't had that before. Yours. I don't know what this interference is. Let me just mute you
So-
for a sec. No, that isn't you now. Hang on.
Yeah, it's not me. I've
No,
turned.
let me go
the
through
TV
the.
off.
Hang on.
It's like
It's
someone
gone now.
dragging the mic
It's gone.
through like the floor or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not Prior 9.
No, it's
not
definitely
Michael
not
B.
It's not me.
It's not Jan Bob.
It's
Could be
gone.
Jamie.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's Jamie. Jamie, you noisy
It might be
sod.
my phone. Yeah, it's might be my phone then.
It's okay now. This is great. I've never had so many people in the stream. Right, Capio, what you're saying? Let me say good advice tonight. This is like watching your grandpa with your first. So you are saying I'm your grandpa. How dare you? No, I'm only joking. Right, kick him off. I'm not kicking anyone off. Right, hang on. Let's have a look. Somebody says bloody Spurs fan. Who's that? Who's a Spurs fan out there? Is that? Oh, it's Jamie.
San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah. God, where's that noise coming from?
Yeah, that noise has only happened the past like 10 minutes.
I know. Hang on.
Who's going to admit to being a Man U fan?
No,
Who's gonna miss what?
I'm a blue.
Let me see if there's anybody else who's coming in. My WhatsApp is David Russell on. Well, let me just let's send him. I don't know if any more can come in. Hang on.
I think if we added any more in, we probably wouldn't be able to see each other.
I think
No,
it's
it's
10.
kind of, it's
I think
just
it's 10.
kind of like a bit. It's just like a bit of fun. I've never done this before. I just want to see what it's like. Somebody's gone out the stream. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who's left? Pete, I'm here. I've got yours, James, Clive, Jam Bob, Mike B, Finer.
How you doing, Yoz?
Somebody's left the stream.
I got an early start, so I'm going to go and hit the sack in a minute.
Yeah,
I've got
okay.
to go
No
about
problem. Good to have you in, Jam, everybody. It was just a little practice. We'll do this again when I'm a bit more sober. I just wanted to see how it goes. We'll work out the interference and everything. So,
no
I
worries.
tell you what I'm
Take
going to
care,
do now, guys. I've been gone for over 4 hours. I'm going to thank you, guys. It's great to have you in the stream. It's good. Clive, good to see you, mate. It's good to see you,
ya.
Michael P, Jam Bob,
See
Clive,
you guys.
Jamie, God.
See you, boys.
Yeah. Okay.
Peace.
We did it.
Cheers, boys. Thanks for a good night.
Boys.
Okay. Man. Yeah, that was pretty good fun, wasn't it? I mean, quite a few guys in there. We'll try that again, but at least I know it works now. I mean, I've always wanted to bring people in. It was good to have Yoz in there, and it was good to have the other guys. Clive behaved himself as well. That was good. Let me just see. Clive, you still there? How you doing?
Hang on.
It's all right. I'll take you out now. Hang on. Who's this? Who's this? It's Yoz. You're still there, Nutter. And Michael. I can hear you now. How you doing?
Doing great. Hey, I have a question for you. If you just
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I know the whole vaping thing is like taboo in Thailand. Do people? But I see like videos of people like doing the walk through the nightlife and like everyone's vaping. So what's the deal with that?
Yeah. So let me tell you, Michael. It's like this. If you vape, you're probably going to be okay, but you're opening up yourself as a target to the police for bribe money. Officially, the law is that if you get caught vape, I don't know if anybody's ever been prosecuted for this, but the official law in Thailand is 2 years in a Thai prison or 20,000 baht if you get caught vaping. Okay, I haven't made a mistake. That's absolutely true.
It seems
and
excessive.
Go ahead.
Oh, it seems excessive. It seems.
It is absolutely excessive. I tell you, I used to vape, and what made me give up? I used to be a smoker. I went onto the vape. I was on a beach in Hua Hin at sunset, and I've seen this big banner. And it said, no vaping, no smoking, penalty, 2 years in jail or 20,000 baht fine. I thought, that's it. And I did a video about it. And somebody said to me, oh, no, that's rubbish. I see loads of people in Khalsan Road and in the nightclubs. They're all vaping. And yeah, you'll probably be okay. You'll probably get away with it. But the thing is, you are breaking the law. So if a police guy wants to come up to you and say, you're not allowed to vape, you're broken the law, I need 20,000 baht. You haven't got a leg to stand on because it is illegal. As it stands at the moment, vaping is illegal. So yeah, everybody does it. Everybody enjoys it. Everybody gets away with it. But some people get caught. And actually 2 years ago, there was a French woman who got deported. And the reason she got deported was because she got caught vaping. And if she'd have given 5,000 baht to the police and just said, sorry about that, I'll never do it again, she could have carried on with her holiday. But what she did, she started fighting and saying, oh, this is a stupid rule in Thailand. In my country, it's the law. She pissed them off, and they deported her.
Well, from all your videos, I kind of take you're a guest in their country. So regardless of what your opinion of the law is, you're ultimately a guest in their country. So
yeah, absolutely. And what I would say, if you do want to vape in Thailand, do it, but be very, very discreet. Don't walk down Sukhumvit Road puffing out clouds of smoke like you would in your own country.
Okay, gotcha.
Keep it inside. I mean, look what everybody else is doing. Look where the security are. Look if there's any police around. If you're sitting there, there's nobody really important around who could give you hassle, get money out of you. I used to keep it in my top pocket, and every now and again I'd look down and just like Popeye the Sailor Man, and I was okay. But I mean, what you don't want to do is walk down Sukhumvit Road puffing it like, I don't give a shit, and clouds of smoke are going everywhere. Just be very discreet if you can't give it up.
Thank you for the advice.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Thanks for coming to the stream. I'll tell you what, I'm going to actually end it now because I've been going for 4 hours and 15 minutes. A lot of people have gone to bed. We've got nearly 300 people still in. Good to meet you guys. And yeah, what more can I say? Thanks for being in the stream, and I'll be back on, I think I'll be back on Friday. Cheers, guys. Good night.